that has to ensure that you have a good service. If they have like interruptions or whatever, you can pull their ass down. All right, we're good. We got everyone back in. We're back. Don't worry, guys. Anyone's like, the game isn't moving. Look, we're good. We're here. Okay, so give people another like minute, because I think sometimes it can be a little bit delayed on letting people know we're back up. That's another like nightmare as a streamer, especially when you're trying to grow. Is when you're having a good day and then your ISP is just a douche. I actually think it's kind of sucky in general how little recourse you have against internet service providers. Like, you know how most people get scammed by the whole up to this speed, and then you basically get half that speed, and they're like, oh, well, we didn't say you were going to get that speed. We said you were going to get up to that speed. Oh, yeah, screw you, Mr. ISP. All right, looks like we had a little bit of a disconnect, but we're back. Let's get back into it because we're in the middle of Crackety going for the feudal all-in. Archer Mass is building, and looks like the Ford Archer Rangers are going to start dropping. Louis has got production advantage on his side at home, right? Like, that's the thing here. The problem right now is this is not working out due to the blacksmith difference. This delay is huge. The fact that he's an entire blacksmith tech behind means that Crackety has this opportunity to keep straining the base of Louis MT's fan. And the thing is, like, Louis MT fan, remember, this is Cat. He's only 10 villages ahead, which sounds like a lot until you remember this buff on practically the entirety of Crackety's economy right now, which is ensuring that he remains competitive. But he does need to start killing what matters here. The TC needs to be taken down. Shift to the south side. Let's go force at least some idle time. This dive's a bit ambitious from Crackety. I understand the idea, but I think it's actually costing you more than you're gaining there. Just losing one or two archers here or there could give Blue what he needs to recover. Remember, Blue has got that 8 stack in the corner. This is something that's pretty reliable right now about Dry Raver, actually. I wouldn't even call it RNG win. You could maybe say that about the deer and the berries being close together, but outside that, this element happens so often. I feel like 80% of the games at least have a back-spawning corner berry. So that's always something you can rely upon, and typically it does end up being the 8 stack. So double ram, Crackety. Might even think about going for a third to just make this fast. The cool thing actually about the ram play is right now his opponent is only building archers. He can only really afford to build archers. So he doesn't have a clean way of taking out the rams unless he wants to expose villages. Instead, he's going to go with 2. A little bit surprised by this. The spears could actually be building up a ram behind this, which would be big. Archers are going to clash. Numbers slightly favor Crackety, though, so he should be able to win this fight. However, the TC can be an awkward detail involved in this. And, you know, the downside of what Crackety done here is he waited so long that Cat actually did catch up the techs. Perhaps in the meantime, Argon left unguarded. Looks like the archers can pull back in time to harass that. I gotta say, I actually think clown carring would have made a lot more sense here for Crackety. He's so focused on killing off the archers, but the reality is that right now, he could have kept a lot more archers alive, forced a lot more villagers into danger if he just committed inside the rams. It does work out, though. TC taken down. Cat, however, does now have a 16 villager lead. So, Ram's still alive. Resources are limited here, but Cat, say it ain't so, bro. That's a lot of food to be flowing. Either drop the racks, drop the stables, rather go horsemen, or go tech up. I think if you go tech up here, you die. You have to keep playing feudal, right? We still don't have boot camp coming through. I think that's a bit neglectful at this stage. When you're 20+ archers, boot camp's actually quite valuable here. But the horseman is the bigger detail. I feel like horseman is now just kind of a default win in these engagements because Crackety hasn't really got any additional spears coming. In fact, he's doing that El Clasico, now I have farms, I have men at arms. Cat, so many archer rangers come up behind this. The thing that does worry me is he only has 1 safe wood line right now, and that's not going to last long. Love the fact that he's just sniping down rams of mass archers. Crackety's looking pretty good in this game, though. I think we need to see a serious recalibration here, by the way. Cat is mismacroing huge. 1,000 food sitting in the bank. I think he's just going to go for the castle age. Gold's now being gathered in the corner as well. The interesting thing is Crackney, he did scout the area, so you should understand that food and gold could be gathered back there. Instead, he just keeps trying to int it into the main. It's going to cost him dearly. Archermass now against him. What? I mean, they both have macro issues here, right? Like, you're seeing what's happening on the other side. Crackney's holding to a lot of gold, so I don't think his intent here was to go Castle Age. It feels like it's your only recourse now, though. However, you've let the cat out of the bag. I'm sorry, that one just came to me. He has so many archers, he's going to block your relic gathering. So now Castle Age isn't really the redeemer you're looking for here. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. And we've also got Military Boot Camp, which made all the difference more. Tough game now, because all of a sudden, Louis, MT's fan, is going to be a big fan of Castle Age. He can not match the pace, but not be very far behind Crackety. And that's worrying considering the fact that, that Crackety doesn't really have a good army to scale here. He has 3 men-at-arms and 23 archers. Meanwhile, for Blue, he has exactly what he wants when he goes to Castle Age. If you ever find yourself in an Abbasid game where you play long feudal and mass archers, you hear casino jackpot noises in your head, right? You know the slots machines, they're like, ding, 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 ding. That's all you can hear. Because this is the perfect unit to scale with. Regnitz now coming on the other side, but Crackety needs to get a lot of men-at-arms together ASAP. Knights could work as well. Honestly, the problem with Knights, though, is it takes you so long to get them out that you're not going to find much impact, right? Like, if 50 archers run into one knight at a time, archers will win. Now, imagine, considering how long he played this age, Eco Wing could be reasonable here for Blue. Culture Wing still does work, considering you don't have many techs, right? You're still missing, actually, your Eco techs, as well as 2 of your Blacksmith techs. Then again, you're probably never getting these Blacksmith techs. Archer chase down. We're still doing like a 10+ Eco lead, and we are indeed going to see the Eco Wing. So even the possibility of a delayed secondary TC again, I think the main focus is going to be over these relics, though. It has to be against the HRE. So Age Up comes through. And Cat is still 1 minute and 30 seconds away, so they need to get some damage done, and they need to start strangling the map a bit from Crackety. Oh my god. Well, clearly, what really happened here is that Crackety attacked my ISP and crashed my internet for an hour. Well, it wasn't an hour, like 5 or 10 minutes, because he did not want people to see this. Because the Abbasids right now are absolutely slapping him about. Villagers now being sniped down. Does at least have the movement speed to disengage from that. It's not like his marching drills, but the problem here that I'm seeing for Crackety, he doesn't have a leg to stand on in these fights right now. These Archer Masters are everywhere, and there's simply too many of them. Oh my god, Crackety, where are we going? Wait, he doesn't have Wheelbarrow. I lied. That was the formation shuffle, so he's in trouble. Oh my god. And he's running straight towards more archers. Looks like Louis MT fan hasn't realized it yet. In fact, Cat seems to be rallying towards the farmlands. He's finally going to shift north side. This is enough damage, by the way. Like, he's already 13 villagers up. By the time he's done here, it'll be over 20. God, and behind this Crackety now, terrible gold income, right? Like, you know, he's got a few people working on the east side, but a lot of interception here makes it difficult to scale mass men-at-arms and knights. It's slowing down his timing, and that's important for Blue because Blue is only now getting castle. Wow. Looks like the villagers did get away in the end, but the idle time has definitely been hard felt here. And this is the interesting thing about Crackety's situation. Like, when you get this deep in the game, your Archon is only buffing food. So everything else is normie civ. So when you look at it from that POV, you have to reasonably kind of come to the conclusion that the Abbasids are somewhat ahead. Right? Raw eco difference aside, it's the golden age that affects every villager everywhere. Ram's now coming up as well on the back of the base from Blue. Veterancy on the way, composite bows as well. He's even adding in the camel archers. Sick read there. Great against the knights to reduce their damage. Great against men-at-arms because you can kite and kill them. Sorry, did I just hear someone call Divine DFP's English games eye candy? Alright, you clearly like playing SimCity. That's got a lot of love for Divine DFP, but that man knows one style of English, and it's, what is the map? I don't know that thing. Maybe I'll engage with it 30 minutes in. I need to get Imperial first. Still Arrow level 2, composite bows. This is a very powerful time for Blue. Crackety has gone for a full melee army, which is difficult if you can't even reach your opponent. Wedge Rivets coming in on a delay, which means actually these archers do a hell of a lot of damage against men-at-arms. Oh man, this is tough. Crackety, by the time he gap closes, he's going to lose 3-4 these men-at-arms each chase, right? And in fact, if Blue just splits it up between 2 different locations, he can make the losses even higher. Looks like there should be enough for Teal to push this away, but I'm worried about the next wave coming. Crackety is on his way with crossbows camel archers, and those will hit a lot harder than these lads. Just feels like he's not getting enough damage done as well on these retreating targets. It just shows you the difference military boot camp makes. 15% might not sound like a lot, but considering your opponent hits for, what, 12 damage at this stage? You can see the military boot camp means you can tank an extra blow. Now we're getting Raxus on a delay. I'd be surprised if we get the Ghoulems. You're probably looking at Spearman here. Spear mass makes a lot of sense, right? It's like this composite bow is very strong. The interesting thing about composite bows is you attack so quickly, it's very difficult to get the stutter step right. So you're much better off just standing your ground and A-clicking. That's what the Spearmen are going to allow for. But as soon as I say that, he actually queues up Ghoulems. I'm a little bit surprised by the Smeagol's. I don't think it's necessary here for Cat. Spears just makes a lot more sense, because if you do Ghoulems, you invite Heavy Maces, and Heavy Maces will disintegrate you. But I guess maybe part of the thought process for Cat is my eco is much better than his, so I know that I can afford to build additional Ghoulems. And that's fair when you consider that this is an eco-wing build. So when it comes time to make farms, it's going to be very cost-efficient for Blue. Camel Archer's frontlining. Means Knights aren't doing much damage though. The Ram is at least going to go down, but that's expensive to get that kill. Now the Outpost is difficult to dive here. I think Cat is maybe jumping the gun. Building 2 Rams and taking this slow would work better. Instead, he's going to move in towards the farmlands. And then realize there was no point doing that more quick. Yeah, that's what I was trying to highlight. Like, there's no value trying to camp here when there's that Outpost. That Springald shot is insanely powerful. With the Relic, it does 55 damage per strike. So it's 2 hitting pretty much anything in your army, bar the cavalry. Oh, the camels went down. Lancers have now taken their place, and it seems Crackety is resorting to mangonels. Difficult to do up against the Abbasids. This Civ doesn't just build Rams outside your base. They can build Springalds, they can build mangonels, or if they are insane, they can build a Siege Tower. That's a problem, because the moment they see the first Mango, they're going to just move away and build Siege. So it's critical for Crackety that he hides Siege. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Really? He knows. Okay, Cat should definitely see this. So the Siege Workshop has been scouted. That means he should immediately just be able to build 2 Springalds on the north side of this base. Meantime, Ram is going to move into Outpost. Going to be targeted down. 1 Ram is kind of ambitious here, especially considering the E-repairs. So Crackety's definitely going to get value in the defense. Looks like reinforcements are being cut by the Knights, but not for long. The Relic split is done. It's a 2-3 split in favor of Crackety. And remember, Regnitz is going to make him quite powerful. The issue, though, is does it overcome this difference we're seeing? Second TC online again for Blue. On top of that, you've got the extra gathering rate of 15% for the Golden Age. And now with Fertile Crescent, you're going to have the permanent food source, not to mention agriculture down the line. That's where this game gets very interesting. Once you have that tech, the Abbasids basically have a 30% Arcane buff everywhere for farms. And remember what we said about the stage in the game. The only thing that HRE are buffing are farms. So all of a sudden, your biggest edge economically has been completely removed. And then you just have to face reality of like this 20 villager lead really is a 20 villager lead. Nice dodge. Oh, bit of a mistake there. He did cancel midway through getting hit, so lost some resources. Crackety has become about as one-dimensional as a piece of paper. It is just mass men-at-arms. HRE, they've evolved so much. They're such a different Civ. Wait a second, I've seen this build before. I mean, the Mangoes is a nice, different little touch. It's a really cool detail as well. Mangoes is pretty smart here, considering that your opponent doesn't really have mobility with his formation. The problem is you are doing it against an opponent who can reactionarily build Siege. So you have to keep attacking. If you slow down, he'll build 2 Springals and it's GG. Sprung gets thrown away there, but 1 is at least down. That means the Mangoes are going to start getting sniped down. Crackety, he needed anti-siege. Not enough pressure, man. This is what I was worried about, and all of a sudden, this game just became miles more difficult. Miles? We'll go with it. It might not be miles from over. Crackety, He has got plenty of wood and gold. He just doesn't have production on his side. He needs a second Siege Workshop. He needs Mangoes and Springles to defend this. Because it's not just archers anymore. Half of that comp absolutely counter your main arms. Villagers being pulled. Springald is not giving enough to get the insta-kill, but honestly, I don't think it matters. Crackety has lost far too many troopers here. And now it means the Ghoulems can rush in and end it. Ghoulems with double strike disintegrate Mangoes. Crackety all of a sudden looking on the ropes. Food income is about to be eclipsed as well. It's free TC now on the layout of Cat. Not to mention mass farms underway, 32 and scaling. Crackety, what are those farms and how do I refund them? Because those are not going to get buffed. So where did this really go wrong for Crackety? Because I'm noticing this, Crackety, I believed in you. Why did you stay feudal? You betrayed us. You were meant to bring balance. I think this one... If I had to highlight someone that maybe would have been intriguing to see done different, it's going to sound weird, but like Archer Horseman maybe. It sounds weird against Abbasids, right? But like the Abbasids defending like that benefit more from the Archers, and he has the loose TC. I'm wondering if maybe a 1-1-1 build would have worked better for HRE. Because the problem is Louis MT fan literally just got to the point where it was all Archer Rangers and nothing else, and held off of it because the scaling difference. It's tough for sure. He had a big edge as well with the Blacksmith decks. I think actually like the clearest reason I can give that this flopped is Crackety never scouted the back berries that were being gathered. That was the thing that was really keeping Cat alive. That and a little bit of missed macro on gold out of Crackety. And all of a sudden now we have a situation where I don't think Crackety can win it. He's finally going Horseman. It just feels a little bit too late. Your opponent has got a decent number of Ghoulems. Similar to Siege, Ghoulems will disintegrate Horseman. Springald count is at least looking good though. Well played by Crackety to actually sneak that one in. However, spread a little bit wide here. Looks like he might end up losing some of the siege on the flank. Ghoulems do get in range. Springalds are at least able to snipe out. And villagers will not be able to repair that. So does snipe one down. Double Mango is on the move in though. I think Cat needs to calm down a bit. He's got a huge economy, but he's too busy running before he's walking. Get the backbone of it. Build for Springald to then come at this. Because right now, you're giving Crackety ways of getting back into this game. As soon as I say that, Crackety moves the Mangoes up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Oh, that was a misstep. One Mango goes down. Second one is either going to be struck down time as well. The Ghoulem's just too fast. That's him broken. I can't believe that. Crackety, his men-at-arms went for a stroll around the racks. They wanted to check out their old home. He lost the front line and now has lost the back as a result. Guys, pathfinding is complicated, okay? Telling a unit to go somewhere and then not giving it a map, what did you expect it to do here? Oh my god, I can't believe how harsh that got so quickly. Now what we have here, folks, is a failure to escalate successfully. You've allowed it to escalate the other way. We're talking about a 40 eco lead. We're talking about Sacred Sites locked in. And now we're talking about a reboom of Siege from a disadvantageous position. Honestly, at this stage, Cat could easily just add in 4 Springalds and never let you get Siege online again. Weirdly enough, Cat is hoarding gold, which feels appropriate for a guy who went Mass Ghoulems, right? Because he's smeagling. But I'm wondering... Wait, are we getting a keep drop? I was about to say, I was wondering if he's just going to go Imperial Age here. Because he's about to be pop capped, right? So it's going to happen organically anyway. Meanwhile, Crackety's going to force it. He's like a player in Fallout that instead of figuring out where the bobby pin goes, he just keeps forcing the lock and blind punting. Because that's what this Palace of Swabia is going to feel like. Keep goes on from the right side, is going to get cancelled. Palace of Swabia being built behind it is an ambitious fort because Cat is not going to let him! Mango just about being protected. Palace of Swabia is seen being built up though. And this is where Cat says go. Recommits all the resources into more troopers here. Villagers being pulled to try and get this one up. But there's just so many archers, so many crossbowmen. I just don't see how it's going to work out. No textiles out of Crackety. It's done. There's no way back from this. You're down to 19 military. And Mangonel can do a lot, but not on its own. It needs some layer of protection. Oh, this is brutal. Crackety, even if he gets this up, just look at the raw eco difference. It doesn't matter to Cat. He knows he can win here in Castle. Crackety, he tried to be different. He tried to be innovative with the all-in feudal, but at the end of the day, he falls back to where all HRE players feel safe. 6 feet under. You guys thought I was going to say Imperial Age. No, he's most definitely dead here. Cool plays out of Cat, though. Like, great read on the game when tempo switched. As soon as he got up to 40 archers, you just saw Cat run out of his base and never let up. And once that happened, he understood that the only way you lose this game is by falling back and being a typical Abbasid boomer. Instead, he chose the art of the zoomer. Whew. Oh, I can't believe that, man. That's brutal. God, I don't know if that'll get uploaded. We'll figure it out. Oh, I'm gonna have to like edit it together because it's 2 pieces in it. Because we had the DC. Yeah, don't upload it. No, dude, we full clickbait it. He just call it Crackety thinks the HRE is OP, and then on the thumbnail it just says, "Time to be proven wrong." Got him. Oh. All right. Yeah, apologies for that disconnect before, by the way, guys. But we look like we're good now. I think we're stable again. Let's find another game to cast. This was a theoretical win. Is Dragavan saying that it's favoring a certain side? Oh, I just realized I never made the YouTube stream public. Let me do that now. But don't go to YouTube. Stay here. I like all my viewers in one place. The benefit of watching on Twitch over YouTube is you get responded to more quickly. Burgrave? Maybe. With that timing you had, possibly, actually, because you had a lot of farms. That could work. Alright. I need to restart my game because we had that crash. So give me a sec. Yeah, I think because you're like... When you teched up, how many farms in were you? I think you were like 20 farms in. Burgrave can work, yeah. Because he doesn't have a quick answer, right? Because like he's scaled mass archers. And composite bows is still 2.5 minutes away when you do your tech. Because he basically started his tech up as you were completing yours. Rely more on placements as HRE? Please stop. I mean, dude, he literally just kept diving your Springald. What more do you want? You're right. You know what happened in that game? Cat was so confident to dive a Springald, you should have just built 3 there. Oh my god, dude, my hair's getting way too long. Oh. I may need to consider a haircut, as I have got a holiday planned in May. BC did go Burgrave against the Marine Lord in the tournament. Yeah, but wasn't that like on Frisian? If it's on Frisian, it doesn't count. Because you always go Burgrave on Frisian. Well, not always, but you can always go Burgrave. Alright, let's quickly check see if we got anyone live. Yeah, anytime you say someone went Burgrave, if you follow up with it was on Frisian, it kind of doesn't count. Because like that map allows either. In a lot of cases, Burgrave's just better. Because it gives you a perfect timing attack. Any loose front games? Maybe. We'll have to look. Let me have a look down here, see if we got any known names. It's Ezra. Woo. Back Magoon. Who's Back Magoon against? There's so many Chinese names, and I'm just like, I can't be asked to figure out if that's the one that I saw in rank 21. Because it's so bloody confusing. So, I can't see any of the known names here. Doesn't look like it anyway. Maybe Dragavan's in a game. Anatan's on his other account again. Give me a sec. Let me check Anatan's games. He had a game versus a Chinese account. Let me check that. Who is that? Wait, is this the right Anatan? No? Who is this? Someone's pretending to be Anatan. Because it's not the capital A, it's the little a. Give me a sec. Rank 252nd. Oh no, okay, so Anatan's just got like a capital A account and a baby A account. So, he had a game versus Kiljardi. He had a game versus someone called Only Camels playing as the Marlians. They're a liar. Maybe the Kiljardi game? Mongols versus French? Actually, who else has Kiljardi been up against? Let me have a look here. Can we watch Voldemar match? We can. He's up against an English player, not English player, sorry, a Chinese player that is playing in England that I do not know the identity of. They're ranked 58th in the world. We'll probably do that next. I actually want to do a Kiljardi game first. If he won. Kind of defeats the point to go with your, okay, I'll watch it if he won. Because then everyone knows the outcome. And guys, you're assuming Voldemar wins games. What if he doesn't? What if this is all there is? We don't know. We'll have to find out, surely. So I think Kiljardi. What have you got for me? He had. There's an Ottoman game here versus Vortex, actually. Can I find that one? Let's have a look. Any French games? There aren't many. French is by far the least picked Civ in Conk Plus. Like, it has 50% less games, over 50% less games, actually, than the next least picked Civ in Conk Plus. No one plays it. We do a Civ tier list. You have the most watched games. It would be interesting. Would it be interesting? So this is the thing. I need someone who like uploads that kind of content. Who was the other day who said they were gonna edit down the talk we had the other day? Are they here? I can't remember who said they were gonna do that. Are they up for doing that? I need someone that commits to doing that sort of thing. Like, I basically at the moment I'm training my nephew to do like thumbnails and whatnot. Don't know if I throw this his way as well. Maybe we do a tier list on maybe in the charity stream. Should we like set that as a thingy goal? We do like a tier list in charity stream. What if that's something people would want for one of the milestones instead of like I think I put Shinobi only challenge. Maybe we do that instead. So who's Speedio? Who the hell is this? I've never heard this person. Give me a sec. I'm curious. Who the hell is Speedio? Oh, that's 1600 elo. Someone from Poland, ranked 200 for the world. Let's go with... I think we won the Vortex game, didn't we? Which I believe was Gorge. No? What map was it? Give me a sec, guys. Need to find it in his data. Oh, there we go. Ottos versus Byzantines. I gotta say, actually, Kiljardi's been looking pretty good on the Ottomans at the moment. She cast a really low level game. Those exist, actually. If you haven't followed me on YouTube, go there. They're called Bronze League Legends games. We have a bunch of them. I think at one stage they might have been called Bronze Barbarians. But yes, we've done those before. The challenge, the reason we haven't been doing them recently is we just don't, like, we need replays. We literally need replays of interesting people. Because hunting, let's just say, like, statistically, the likelihood that you're going to find an intriguing game randomly at low rank versus high rank, very different. Because at high rank, there's going to be a pace to it. If you misread and get, like, if you hop into a bronze game where someone's not doing anything for 30 minutes, you've wasted the 30 minutes already, right? So that's why I haven't been just randomly hopping in to find these bronzes, because it is difficult. It's very time consuming. And the time that I used to consume to do that has to be live, because I haven't got the time behind the scenes. Because I already put 50 hours or so into like this content creation process, right? And then I've still got the esports stuff, and I've still got the agency stuff. So it's like, basically what the TLDR there is if you guys want low ranking games, help me out, help me find them. Why is there a Voldemort win counter review? Because it's of the month, it's of the time. Voldemar's a really big fan of it. He loves it when that gets close to double digits. It's like, it's what he lives for. He loves the fact that I even like track it to a decimal point. That really rustles his jimmies up in a positive way. Yikes, Ferocious. Why you gotta do core like that? Ferocious, you're gonna have to now go Q-snipe core. Go chat crab, you gotta beat him. Yeah, I wouldn't accept that, Ferocious. The only person who's allowed to crap talk the players are casters. We're like this guy right here. I mean, oh god, all he does is just all in. He's like, ooh, I see enemy, monkey kill. Then this guy over here, all he does is sees enemy, me all in. Wait a second, that means this is going to be an interesting game. Woohoo! We got Killjadi versus Vortix on Cliffside. What a claustrophobic map. What an interesting matchup as well. Historically, one that Vortix should lose. We've got Ottomans going up against the Byzantines. But weirdly enough, at the moment, folks, in Age of Empires 4, we are in an alternate history line where the Byzantines can do no wrong. Byzantines are easily a top 3 civ in AoE 4 right now. I rate them that highly. The early timings are just out of control. Their production rates are way too good. It gives them a lot of agency in feudal early castle. And that is a very big part of why they're broken, is because right now the meta is heavily locked around feudal early castle. Most games are ending there, actually. I'd say the average game length at this point must be 20 to 25 minutes at high rank. A Byzantine slot in for that end condition perfectly. Ottomans, on the other hand, they need a lot longer. I have not been seeing many players finding success with the Ottomans. Credit to him, actually. I think Killjadi is one of the few players I've been seeing get a few dubs on the ladder right now with this civ. Ever since the nerfs to their vizier points and their production rate on their military, I feel like this civ is now just gone down the drain. The issue with the Ottomans is they may still be the absurd powerhouse in the late game that we've come to know and hate, relying on their great bombards and machine guns that pretend to be trench guns. But the reality is they don't get there. We just mentioned why. The meta is fixated on this idea that you end in feudal and castle. And that means that if you're playing Ottomans, you only really have one source of quality in the early game. But it's a very slow producing quality, and that's, of course, Sipahi. On a map like this, Sipahi isn't the worst of ideas, but it can also easily be shut down. The reason is, in these type of games, I think the meta is going to keep evolving in Cliffside to focus on walling the short ramp. If you wall the short ramp, you have quick access to your opponent's base. They do not. Funnily enough, in this matchup, though, even if you don't wall that short ramp, I'm expecting Killjadi to go into Sipahi. And if he does that, he can't use the short ramp anyway, right? Because you'll just park your Limitana here. So that's an edge that you have where Vortix can potentially just hit your base a lot quicker than you can hit his. Vortix is going to be going for the standard choice of Grand Winery. Other side of it, Killjadi, a little bit slower to get his tech up, but this is pretty standard. We've been seeing this a lot. Most Ottoman players are going to open the military school. Lets you poke and prod a bit. Unfortunately, in this game, it's not going to let you do much. That's a back spawning gold, and the other thing that I kind of hate about this play against the Byzantines in particular is the Akratoy defense. Akratoy defense is kind of nuts against these type of openings. The +2 armor, just relegating what's already pitiful damage, and then the return fire damage, making it so much easier to clear up spears. Not going to be that impactful here because Vortix has only gone for a 2 on gold, which tells us he's definitely focusing on that feudal opening and getting some pressure out. An interesting choice being made by Vortix, though. He invests 10 villages to get the tech timing. That is very unorthodox. I'm a little bit surprised by that, but it seems he wanted to get into the first contract ASAP. And yeah, he's even going to be setting up the system. So that's interesting. I guess if you're looking for an optimal timing, it makes a lot of sense. And in fairness, we already mentioned this is a very short map. So getting your mercs 10 seconds sooner actually pays off, right? It's the difference between you arriving before the counter's in place. And it's starting to make me wonder if there's a possibility we're looking at Western contract here. I'd be quite surprised because I think a lot of people have settled on Javelins just being great here, especially considering Camel Riders counters the Sipahi, and then you have Javelins to counter the Janissaries. But I don't mind the idea of Lombos, especially on such a short map. Also, Landsdeck are kind of underrated against a lot of Ottoman's options in Feudal Age to Castle, because when they get to Castle Age, they're either going to open up with Knights, which feels bad against Limitane, or they open up with Men-at-Arms as front line. And Lance will clear that easy peasy. So either contract could work pretty well here. We are, of course, always going to be seeing the Limitane. I just love the setup of Vortex's base. Like, forward focusing like this, it's very brazen. It can punish you, but we already mentioned at this point in the game, Ottomans feel cripplingly weak. I just don't feel like this is a Civ that looks for a fight in the first 5 minutes of Feudal. They try to take raids and avoid the fight because they take way too long to get Vizier points, and they're always going to go for the Anatolian heal first. It's just way too good to pass up. Especially in a game where you've got only 10 sheep, right? It's not like you got this absurd haul. In fact, Vortex got a lot more. He's up to 15 sheep. So Madrissa, as is atypical. Archer range being dropped. Kind of a weird position here for Killjadi, but you can always just build the Blacksmith over here. It just won't have full surround effectivity, but it's a kind of moot detail. Like, you know, going to miss out on an extra building. Shouldn't matter too much. And it is indeed going to be Silk Road. So yeah, nothing too unorthodox here. Silk Road works just as well because you have that extra mobility. You have the Javelins, which counter as the game goes on. I think on a map like this, that's where you sometimes will see the Western contract, just because the distance means that Lombos can't be countered easily, right? They come out too quickly, and also they have all these ramp locations and cliffs to defend in, so you can't easily surround them. But Javelins overall is just a lot safer. I actually think they're going to have to change the Silk Road contract. The Eastern contract is way too weak, and I think the Silk Road contract is, funnily enough, too strong now. Western contract actually is fairly balanced, especially since they nerfed Streltsy. I just don't feel like there's any reason to pick anything but Silk Road in about 75% of matchups. Which I hate because it spits in the face of balance. Right? You've made one choice dominant by far. That's a little bit of out of time here. Limitane, he's going to sneak away before an Archer can get a kill. The first jabs are already in the way. The problem now for Killjadi, he got baited into double archery range. This is exactly what you don't want to be doing in a game like this. Killjadi actually needed to get Sipahi in, but the problem is this is the impact of this matchup. Limitane means Sipahi feels impossible. The short ramp also means Sipahi feels too slow. So now Killjadi's win condition is massing enough archers to overwhelm the Javs. He's going to need that Blacksmith ASAP to do that. Double archer range on its own is not going to be good enough, so you either need to go free archer range or Blacksmith. But I think you go Blacksmith here because you need Steeled Arrow. Limitane, Javs, just willing to trade out here. Outpost trying to be rushed up. It's going to be cancelled to Killjadi. All of a sudden, Blacksmiths doesn't seem viable either. In fact, he's going to have to shift onto the backside goal to try and get his hands on that. I'm not liking the look of this game right now, folks. Vortex has the second group of Javs on the way. You're seeing how busted this timing is, by the way. The thing that I think people glaze over here, and they're like, it's only 4 Javelins, it's only 8 Javelins. That's actually a lot at 7.5 minutes into a game. Just ask any Marlian player. On top of that, it's not like this is a limited resource full stop. This is an extra resource on top of your limited resources. What do I tell you guys time and time again is the most valuable resource in early game? It's food. Wood won't run out quickly. Gold will not run out quickly. Food can. You can end up with not enough sheep. You can have to move out to deers. You don't have safe permanent resources nicely condensed. Not often. These berries are a limited resource, but you've essentially just slapped an extra 20% on them. No. Sorry, 50% on them. Even more, though, if you remember the fact that with this Grand Winery, it goes up to 82%. So you've taken a limited resource and almost doubled it. And it's not like it's going into a crap unit. It's going into one of the best units you can get in Feudal Age. What do you even do against Limitane versus Javelin? You GG, and next time remember only to pick Byzantines and do Limitane Javelin. Like, this is basically Marlian on speed. That's the way I think about it. Because although you don't have a throwable attack, Limitane are as good as Donzo in terms of their power spikes, right? Good against range units, tankier. A lot of things are good here. I think Killjadi genuinely needed to go Sipahi and raid. That's his mistake. He needed to hit the economy, and Prey could do enough damage. He's trying to do it now with archers. The problem is it's taken so much longer that Vortex is now mirroring the move. Nice little stab in here. Killjadi will be able to find a few villagers as Vortex sleeping at the wheel. No wheelbarrow in time. Unfortunately, it was coming through a few seconds too late. However, other side of this, notice that Killjadi is getting idled up a lot more. Everything but food is about to stop working. These jabs are just lethal, these type of dives. Start sniping the villies. And with only archers, only half of his archers, Killjadi is going to struggle to hold this back. Meanwhile, Vortex is already prepping the defense force of jabs. They've been queued up. Yeah, other problem here, he's guarding the right side berries, not the left. Makes sense, he's guarding the 8-stacker berries, which would give a lot more javelins over. But it seems that Vortex is aware of what's coming. Double outpost being set up on the food means that Killjadi won't be able to find extra raid value. Vortex easily could. People want to know the market mercs. I mean, I always find it cute when people want to know this detail. They're not going to do it. Vortex, it doesn't really fit the style on this map, especially. But he could have had Royal Knights, or he could have had Chuginu. The other thing as well is just genuinely, why would you ever go for neutral mercs when you have javelins, right? I actually think, if anything, javs need to be switched out with something else in the neutral post. Maybe you switch javs with Magadai. I don't know if that just makes it a completely trash tier contract choice, though. Maybe a mid-ground. I don't want to say Knights, because you already got Keshiks. Like, my first thought is, like, maybe you just give them the Chuginu. I'm trying to find someone that's different from Archers and is different from Keshiks. And Magadai is the most obvious thing. But you probably then need to switch some other things around. Like, maybe it has to be Magadai Gulams. And then... No, because then you're making, like, the Keshik contract is going to be all Cav. Yeah, I think the safest one to try for now is switching Chuginu with Javs, for sure. This unit is just way too good. It's funny as well, because like Longbow used to be the default choice, but that was because of the timings, right? Ever since you gave this speed across the Byzantines, this contract just feels by far the best. And it also scales really well. Foreign Engineering Company works phenomenally well with this choice, because you get the precision training, and then you get the camel aura that gives extra armor. You know what? You meme Japanese archers, but that's actually a good idea, Eric. What if this contract gave you Onabagisha? Right? Now, that's interesting because that means all the tier 1s are different. You have Longbows for range, you have Keshits for Cav, and then you have Onabagisha. Maybe that makes them more broken because I think Onabagisha are actually like really, really bloody good. And it's a free resource that you're getting it with. But I still feel like Onabagisha is more balanced in the early game than Javelins. Well, seems things have calmed down for the moment. Killjadi is moving in, and it's the correct read. Vortex is trying to go to Castle. Gold gathering is on the back of the base, right? So it's not going to be denied. And also, the Merc House location might be problematic here. Vortex is going to have to push this back. Luckily for him, Killjadi has no contest for the outpost in TC. You know what? This is crazy, right? This is what always baffles me with the Byzantines. This is going to work. Because Killjadi is only now getting siege engineering because he had to get mass first. He's not going to be quick enough to siege down the base. That tech up will trigger. And the javelin count is also high enough that realistically, you could contest this siege play by Killjadi. Yeah, so everyone is also just agreeing with my point that Javelin's just too good. I say switch to Onabagisha. It makes a lot more sense. You know, like, maybe the alternative is you move Longbow... No, because it would be Silk Road contract. Like, that's the other thing. Thematically, sticking Onabagisha in the Silk Road contract also fits better than switching anything else out, right? Because it's, you know, it's meant to be like the Eastern contract sort of thing. Golden Horn Town now coming in. Rams have at least arrived. The problem now isn't the Merc House, though, guys. It's actually the Raxes. He's targeting the wrong thing here. He legitimately needs to be taking out the Raxes because the Varangian are going to come out quick. Conscripto has been activated. 18 seconds to get the first Varangian out. Vortex not even phased by this. He says, fine. Take out a few buildings. I'll still fight this. just doing so on a delay. Mehmet Imperial Armory now coming in, but these landmarks are miles apart in terms of impact point. Sure, the Golden Horn Tower isn't immediately going to spawn units, but it's the impact of what you can do with it. The quick unlocks into text, the Varangian. These Varangian are going to be unmatchable for Killjadi right now. In fact, the only way it works out is if you can snipe them straight away, but as you just saw, a quick pullback by Vortex. And more Raxes should be being dropped behind this. Could easily build 2 over here, right? Right, actually, just come back out and build them, I'd say. Now, if it seems weird, like, why is Vortex not fighting? Why is he just acting as if he can't fight? It's because it's easy to just wait. Losing a few Raxes to guarantee you wipe the archers is totally worth it. And I imagine we could even see him maybe rushing towards level 2 ranged armor here. But there's the Raxes we talked about. Merkhouse also coming in. I actually think that Killjadi's got to target down the system. It's such a huge deal right now. That extra 60% research speed means that the veterancies are not too quick. So instead, he finally makes his move. He's going to force the fight. Limitane, Varangian are going to march in. And the System looks like it's just about going to survive at this rate. Here's another strike. No villagers being pulled. Vortex. A little bit of a mistake there. Doesn't pull a villager for the repair. Oh! Wait, no, okay, ignore that. Yeah, he's got him out there. He's hiding in the flames. So System stays up. That's actually a really big deal. He's saving himself an insane amount of stone because it means he can easily reach level 3 System now. And that's where this pump gets insane. System level 2 versus 3. Like, 20% extra doesn't sound like a lot, but taking the Varangian timing from 18 seconds to I think it's 15, that's absurd. Think about the pacing with which you produce spearmen, produce archers. Imagine you can do that with men-at-arms. Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty sure that this villager is going to come out charcoal black after what he was doing in that repair. That mixed feeling of being simultaneously on fire and drowning as you repair a system. There's not quite anything like it. Vortex, now a strong point in his game. This is the thing that makes Byzantines broken. What you're about to see in the next minute is going to be a face palmer that's going to make you want to vomit. Limitane, nice brace there, clears up the Sipahi. Varangian now moving in as well. Javelins, beautiful micro. Vortex, not giving over any high-value targets. Frontline has already been cleared, and Berserk has been activated. Whew. A little bit ambitious, actually, because that's great micro. Killjadi's intentionally targeting down the Varangian, so kind of throwing away the first wave there. That was unnecessary. And as a result, he immediately calls GG. What? Why did he berserk? It's fine, guys. Vortex, you know, he's just ensuring that history in game plays out the same way it does in RL. I can't believe he shouldn't lose that. There's no way. I don't think, like, so one, I don't think he needed to rush everything in. He definitely didn't need to berserk. He's picking relics behind that as well. I'm a bit speechless. There's no reason for that. Super New, what should have happened there? So floppy pick, what should happen there is the Varangian spam just continues. Your goal is to outnumber your enemy and then you berserk. You never berserk when you're outnumbered. You never, like, cannot emphasize enough. You never ever berserk when you're outnumbered. It's the worst possible thing you can do. You're up against mass archers with Varangian. He basically removed all of his armor on a men-at-arms that has less health than standard men-at-arms. I think Vortex, the weird part is, like, I'm looking at that game, and the reason why I'm just confidently calling it as a Byzantine win is, like, your opponent's stuck on mass archers. You just come back again, you clear it, you win the game. But I think, like, this is classic Vortex going for an all-in timing. I know he very much believes when a game is over, it's over. That game, to me, didn't feel over, though. I think he had good map control. He could have picked relics. He could have easily come back with a second wave, a third wave. He had farm scaling behind it. Yeah, I'm a bit flummoxed. I can't believe that. I mean, but you can't take anything away from Killjadi, I guess. Like, this guy is all in. And I think he's starting to get in Vortex's head a bit. That game, I feel like that game was over too early for me to... I think that is... They ended a bit too quickly for me to analyze it. But like, I genuinely think Vortex called that way too soon. Like, Wave 1 sucked for him, but Wave 2, Wave 3 should be good, right? Maybe he felt like he didn't have enough farms. I'm trying to think whether that's even uploadable to YouTube. Because that to me just felt like a bit of a tilt GG. Like, here, I'm looking back at it now. Yeah, I wouldn't accept that, Ferocious. The only person who's allowed to crap talk... Wait, let me just mute that. Because no one likes that guy. No one likes hearing that loudmouth guy. So here, if we look at it. Okay, so... He has 15 Javs. Did he forget the veterancy? No, he got veterancy. So he's got 19 Javs. Most of them are fighting. He comes in. He does screw up. Like, he takes this initial wall up that shouldn't be happening. Right here. Because he has no scout, right? So he's riding blind. And he gets hit right in the face. Like, that is a ridiculous amount of damage. But the follow-up, like... One weird thing is, like, he's got javelins, not archers, so he doesn't snipe the meta first, which I kind of understand. But this is so... No. Like, you only berserk if you go for the Mangonel. He berserked and then A-clicked the main army. I think he had, like, 6 Varangian in there that just died. But then look behind this, right? Like, so at this point when he calls GG, look at that military number. You've still got a bunch of jabs coming. Oh, you know what it is. Guys. Do you see it? It's right there. He's getting raided on the back eco. That's why he called GG, because look at the timing. Ready? Alright, I'm gonna record this piece in case I do upload it. Alright, so I've gone back and I've checked on this because, like, this baffled me. Like, this game doesn't make sense just looking at this fight while Vortex would GG. He took a bad fight. He definitely made a mistake. Like, he should not have berserked after he clears the front line. That cost him all the Varangian. There's a reason why he called GG, though. Can you see it? Right there, where my cursor is on the map. He's getting raided on his berry patch, and that's his next source of olive oil and food. And after that, Vortex would have to run back. Archers would kill him on the retreat. I think there's got to be like 10 villagers probably out there. I think that's why Vortex called it. Feels a little bit premature still, because I think he's in a decent position. This is the strongest point in the game for the Byzantines. But at the same time, I can see why Vortex would have called that GG. Like, look at the timing lining up as well. The moment he gets hit, he calls GG. Thank you very much for the sub, my friend. Yeah, so let me know if you guys like that I do this afterwards. That game, I think we get sometimes games that end insanely abruptly, and it's worth coming back and showing you why. Because a lot of people immediately thought Vortex is just over-tilted. I know that Vortex wholly believes in his heart when the game is over. Once that archer raid comes in on his berries, he just immediately feels the game is over. And I think that's what triggered it. Definitely a suboptimal fight in the center. That element would have been recoverable. I think the fact that he was going to be missing about 10 villagers gathering for at least a minute on a map like Cliffside is why he felt this game was done. Let me know what you think down in the comments, though, and I'll catch you on the next chapter. Thank you, Grey Stingray. Appreciate the prime, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. Yeah. I like to do that. I think I'm going to start doing that more regularly with like games that feel like they end in a weird way. So I'm just naming that quickly. Varangian must and Umber to use this. I would have at least understood the Berserk if he ran straight on to the Mangonel, but he didn't. That was quite weird. Like, don't get me wrong. Like he yeah, like it's combo. Killjadi played really well, but I do think that he fluffed up a bit in the fight. Ah, interesting. Wait, can you not comment? Why can't you comment, Gray? Comments do work. It's just I don't check them straight away all the time. But welcome, welcome here. Enjoy the emotes. We've got some cool emotes there, so hopefully you'll enjoy them. I don't know if I should try and install those emotes on YouTube. I still need to sort that stuff out. I still think my end goal with the YouTube side is I want to try and like experiment with the horizontal view. We tried it before, but our PC's just not good enough. But yeah, pretty cool game. Let me game analysis for below. I got a bunch today that I'm gonna have to go and edit together. Watching through TV Skybox. Okay. Wait, commenting doesn't work with that? I didn't know that. Oh, intriguing. Thank you for letting me know. By the way, guys, Killjadi being Vortex isn't a rare thing. Isn't Jav and Silk Road contract and Japan isn't a Silk Road country? Well, like, the Silk Road, though, what did it include? Because this is the thing, you're saying that, but the Silk Road was a route through the Middle East up into Turkey from across in China. But if that's your argument, Malians weren't part of the Silk Road either, at all. Right? Because Malians are West Africa. They're a Western African kingdom. So the whole idea of like needing to be true to the name doesn't make sense either. Right? So I'd actually say you could easily put Japan in there because Japan, like the Silk Road starts on the east coast of China. So it's literally, it's less distance from Japan to the start of the Silk Road than it is from any point of the Silk Road to the Malian kingdom. Get geography! Yeah! You got me? Yeah, dude, you're meant, like, I've got thousands of hours in Europa Universalis, and you think you're gonna trick me on that crap, bro? I'm a history nerd. You think? Yeah, I let that one sneak through. Keshiks make more sense in Silk Road, exactly, right? But they're in the Eastern Contract, and the Eastern Contract is a weird one because the Eastern Contract also includes Ghulams. Ghulams make more sense in something called Silk Road, right? It's just like. Then I wouldn't read in the names too much because the more you read into the names, the more debated you're going to feel. They are not accurate at all. It would be more accurate to just take the 3 units that are in a contract and then put parts of their name in the name. That would genuinely be more accurate than what they do. All right, 1 second, guys. Let's have a look here. I want to have a ganders and see if we got any live games. Discussing the historical accuracy of AoE. Damn right. Where's the Smurf Civ as well? We've only got that thanks to Hosen when we play his Puny Peasants mod. Call them 123 contract. I mean, well, no, you know what you do? You give them like color names: gold contract, red contract, blue contract. It's probably the safest way to do that. I've enjoyed playing as HRE. What's this? Who's this person? And who? Why do they lie? Rank 262nd. Is this someone we know? From Turkey. No, I don't think we know this person. Alright, so let's quickly check the rest of the list. If we haven't got anyone we know, then we can hop into one of our recorded games. Where is everyone today? I guess they're just playing free-for-alls, right? Probably. Alright, give me a sec. We'll hop into the replays again. So I've got Anatan versus Kyo. People said they want a French game, actually. There's like a French Delhi game. Maybe Louis? Do you guys want some more Louis games, actually? We got the Voldemar game, Louis game. I don't know if BC had more games we haven't seen yet. Not really. You guys want more Louis? Alright, give me a sec. Let me open this stuff up. Sup, Hamza? How's it going, buddy? Oh, thank you, Grey Stingray. Is there a schedule for when you do low elo banter stuff? No. So I'd love to do more of the low elo stuff, but the tough part, I was just saying a bit earlier, is I need people to submit interesting characters they've discovered. Right? That's the challenge. It's like, I'm pretty sure, for example, T90 has this to a certain degree where people recommend replays because he has all these people. Some of them are going to be low rank. They're going to see these interesting fellas. So like the challenge I was saying earlier, a little bit earlier in the stream, is for me to find good low rank games is unfathomably time consuming. We tried rando punting. I think we found like one interesting one. I think that one was the most recently uploaded one, which was the guy who literally walked around the map and he would only put one villager on each resource. So he had one villager on berries, one villager on stone, one villager on gold, and if you want more gold, he sent them to each outcropping, which was hilarious. But like finding those people was difficult. I used to have a roster of people, but they stopped playing. So like there was one, can anyone remember his name? I think it became Sin something or whatever. I remember he on one map literally turned mountain clearing into arena by walling his base and the enemy one, and it was comical. But like, yeah, if you guys see them, let me know. !Discord. On that Discord, I literally have a few different channels. I have an under, above, and mid elo channel where you can drop the details on interesting matchups, and I'll check them out. I appreciate the community support, that one. Well, if you've got a really interesting game, Eagle, feel free to drop it in the Discord. The thing I always say to people, all I ask is what you need to be, like what you need to do is in the moment on whether you think it's worth submitting. If you remove yourself from that game, be honest with yourself, would you watch it? Right? And if the answer is yes, I'm interested in seeing it. That's my prerequisite, my requirement. And you can get the Discord by doing !Discord. That's the way I always tell people to look at it, because when you think about it that way, it gives you a very, very different approach than if you're like, oh, I'd love to have myself casted. It's like, what about length of game? I mean, if it's a long game, but it's interesting, I'm intrigued. If it's just a long game for the process of being long, I hate those. Anyone who's been here regularly will tell you I hate with a passion long games that are pointlessly long. It's why we do free-for-alls on smaller maps. Tell us how we can get that beard. Yeah, you need to buy one of those, you know, like Spider-Man No Way Home. There's like, Strange has that little like beard cutout thing. You need to get one of them. You know, I'm actually gutted because I really wish that I could get, you know, like the perfect shade that you see on like Gillette adverts. I really wish my hair would grow like that, but it gets patchy here, which is why I do it like this. Yeah, like everyone should join the Discord. I really need to get one or two people in who don't mind moderating the Discord side that can help me structure it, because like it's got a bunch of channels in there, but I really want to get some organization in there and some kind of regular stuff. Like it's another element of building a community that I'm trying to do, right? Like my goal here is to not just cast games. I want us to be a community that can kind of, you know, in the event like God forbid AoE4 disappears, it's not just everyone's like, well, I'm done with this. Right? Whatever we do, we can do together. That's really important to me. All right. You know a guy? Who could it be, Nomad? A Discord mod here? Yeah, I might be adding 1 or 2 extra Twitch mods as well. At this rate, we'll see. Oh, Nomad, can you resend me that link for the free-for-all Discord? Apologies, mate. I never accepted it in time because I'm at Discord capacity, so I had to delete a Discord. And when I went to accept it, I was like, the link has expired? I've been scammed. Okay, so we've got Myriad versus Louis. What else have we got here? So we've got Myriad versus Louis. We've got more Louis versus Puppy Paw. We've got Louis versus Matisse. And I think we have Louis versus Zerton. Louis versus... I don't know who Clearman is. Any preference, guys? There was the... Oh, we didn't do all the Louis versus Marine Lord games, right? There's like a Cauldron game, and I think there's a... We didn't do the Kawasan game either. Louis versus Louis. Ah, yes. Have him install on 2 PCs and jump between the two. Genius. Fun thing, actually. A funny thing there. I know a guy in Dota 2 who's done that before. He used to do that. I don't think he does it anymore. Don't know if you guys are familiar with Lizard Dota. Wonderful guy. But he would basically play Dota 2, but he controlled 2 characters. So he'd have a second PC, and he'd switch between the two. What are the civs? So Marine Lord versus Louis, you've got Japanese versus Mongols on Kawasan, and then you've got HRE versus Ottomans on Cauldron. Then of the more recent ones on the ladder, there's an Abbasid versus Delhi game between Louis and Puppypaw. There is a HRE versus English game between Myriad and Louis. And then I think there was one other I said looked kind of interesting, which was... We're not doing Delhi versus Delhi. I'd rather stick my head in a blender. Or Matisse versus Louis is Roos versus Ibid. No, Kawasan's not in the map pool. That was some scrims between Marine Lord and Louis from a few days ago. I mean, they're hybrid maps. They'll probably be pretty quick. We could probably check those ones out. Let's do that, actually. So these were scrims from a few days ago. We already cast one or two of them, but we didn't cast the remainder. So we can quickly cast the remainder. And then we'll hop into some more recent games. One sec. I need to respond to one of my creators because he's having problems. Alright. Sorry, just had to send that quickly. Recently, so I had a guy recently who didn't make a single civ for over 4 minutes. Wait, you mean didn't make a single villager? Wait, he produced villagers once he aged up? I mean, makes sense, right? If you're producing villagers, you're taking away from your tech up resources. Was that ever an optimal thing? I feel like there was a meta at one point in like the early Age of Empires. Some people like believed that, right? Am I imagining that, or was that actually a thing? I feel like that was a thing. Am I imagining that? Like, one's in chat if you know what I'm talking about. Like early day Age of Empire 1 sort of stuff. Like, people believed that, right? When we were kids, I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, it's pretty believable in the early days because the people believed that building no villages and just going for tech up was better first. I can believe it because the thing is, especially in the early days of RTSs, you didn't really have the idea of what a meta was. All right, should we get ready to go? Scrim watch time. We have got Marine Lord going up against Louis. We're going to be on Kawasan as well. This is a map that actually I haven't got a chance to cast in a very long time. This used to be in tournaments quite frequently. I think especially in the Road to Red Bull Waterloo, but has kind of been missing for a while. I think these guys were doing this to prep for the War Chief Club. The upcoming event does in fact have this in rotation. And this is a fun one because actually this means this is the first time we've seen Japan versus Mongols. Actually, scrap that. I think there might have been one game before when the expansion released. I think in one of the show matches, Kawasan was selected and Japan was picked. But outside that, we never get to see the Civ. And you're going up against a Civ that, quite frankly, is underwhelming right now. Even on water hybrid maps, like this is a matchup that you would think would favor the Japanese. However, there's a problem. It becomes Japanese favored once you're in Feudal Age. In the Dark Age, Mongols still have the typical edge. The edge of their spear. And I imagine we're going to be seeing that out of Louis here. Racks, already on the way to be built. Other side, Marine Lord has done the absolutely expected thing here on going out onto the pond to start producing the fishing boats. I actually think he needs to wall himself in here. Oh, sorry, Marine Lord, yeah, he's done... Like, sorry, I call him Louis for a sec. Marine Lord needs to actually just wall himself in, 100%. Orangutan is Marine Lord, just to confirm for people. And by the way, this is very efficiently wallable. You can just get a short wall around here, and then a teensy tiny wall there. And it'll save you for quite a while. And the cool thing is actually it's very affordable for the Japanese, considering you're saving so much on fishing boats over time. So yeah, definitely think that's going to be critical here. Otherwise, Louis could easily flood, kill with the Spearman, and then come in on a delayed dock. And the problem at that stage is Marine Lord will have no way of recouping his investment. This is training to convert people. This is scrims. I usually do not look at scrims. I have a rule about scrims, which is that we don't view them. The reason I do that is out of respect to the players. And I hope that in return, they do me the beautiful service of keeping their data public, rather, so that we can watch the ladder games. I'm very kind of like, moral driven on that idea, because I think otherwise all that ends up happening is more secrecy comes out, less content gets made, and things get worse for everyone. The reason why we're casting these games is because Marine Lord did in fact stream them on the day, so we're not revealing any super secret strats. You can blame Marine Lord for that. In fact, if I was Louis, I'd feel outraged. I'd be like, why are you streaming our games, bro? So spear count should go up to like, what, 5 to 8? I think you can just keep going, and I don't like to see this. What is my golden rule, folks? We're going to check out on who's been watching way too much of me and needs to be recommended a new streamer. What do I always say about the Japanese? I love their anime. No, the other thing I say, if you are building spears before Imperial, something has gone direly wrong. And it has. He got Mongol picked in this game. What's the viability of Marine Lord making Samurai to counter those spikes? It's not a bad idea, actually. Like, maybe if he adds in 3 or 4 spears and then Samurai afterwards, I could see that working. It's very expensive, though. You have to remember, even with the Mongol nerfs to the stone gathering, this is still them producing 3 extra units. And also, I feel like Samurai is just a bit too slow, right? Like, production time-wise, it's 23 seconds versus 15. He has now got them... No, he's just got more spears. Let's be real. He's not going to build a single Samurai, is he? Spears are now going to arrive. They are outnumbered, though, so if Louis just starts fighting right now, he has the advantage. Needs to be careful about this. I'd love to see him micro the injured spear further back, because he just lost one for no good reason. Yeah, Louis got out-microed there. Pretty poorly. He spent way too long to react to what was coming. I think what happened is there was maybe a distraction with the scout. Oh, that's why! Marine Lord threw away his scout. Oh, wow, that's big. So Marine Lord now has to keep adding spears as if his opponent's adding spears. Guys, losing the scout in this matchup at this point is almost a death sentence. Because the reason is you now have to just keep spamming spears. You can't go feudal. Because if you're wrong and Louis has kept producing spears, you're going to lose the dock and it's GG. It's actually crazy the difference this detail makes. What a read there, man. I can't believe that. Louis, critical snipe. Now the Khan. Another reason why Mongols usually feels good in these spear exchanges. When units get low, you try to optimize by putting them to the back of the formation. That doesn't work against the Mongols for this reason. The Khan can easily snipe out low HP. That's what he's exactly going to do here. So numbers still now favoring Louis. Second wave coming in, and all of a sudden, it's looking like a game where Marine Lord is going to lose pawn control pretty quickly. Deerstone now already on the way from Louis. What's wrong with Japanese Spearmen? Out of all the unit choices you have in the game, they are easily the worst. I'd rather build Yumi than Spears. You only build it if it's an absolute necessity. For example, you're up against French Knights and you're not going fast castle, right? But in most cases, anything else feels better. Because usually you just go to feudal quickly and you have Ona Bagisha spam, right? Like, what you have to realize is at this point in the game, Japan doesn't really have much of an advantage. They have cheaper fishing boats, and that's it in Dark. Nothing else works for them. And that's right, you're seeing Koka Township on the way. The problem is the timing is just wrong. Louis is going to have his first. That means you can get an archer ship out, and then Shinobi don't work. Yeah, this is... People saying it's not GG. This is borderline GG. Marine Lord has to significantly outplay Louis now. And Koka Township just doesn't feel great here when you are second to tech up. Koka Township looks broken on water maps because usually Japanese players go feudal first. What about Dark Age Forge upgrade? What, by getting the melee tech, you're saying? Still feels bad. Because, like, if you're gathering enough gold to have the stone, it's kind of, like, weird anyway. But, like, the bigger thing you have to keep in mind is your goal is to get feudal quickly. I think Marine Lord got baited into fighting this when really he might have been better off just building a small wall and teching up, or losing the dock and then teching up and coming back later. Like, Kuka Township timing is really, really important with the Japanese. If you build it like this on a delay, it's just worthless. Does Japan have any options here? You could try Fast Castle. Fast Castle could work well for you. Your opponent hasn't got like any protection on the gold, but it's going to be a deer stone, right? So they'll move away quickly. And the problem is you're now forfeiting fishing on both lakes. So you know, it's not just shoreline fish. Shoreline fish would be recoverable with Fast Castle. Deep water fish is difficult. And now you need, what, 4 Shinobi at least to perma-disable the docks? That's 480 resources. Marine Lord now going into the Yuumi. But I'm pretty sure Louis can just react with a stables drop here. Yuumi is an interesting idea by Marine Lord. The problem is with the food backing that Louis has, Yuumi shouldn't be able to do it on their own. And what makes Yuumi really bad on this map in particular is that Louis can always fall back to where the archer ships are. Light junks are incredible against Yuumi because they're such low HP units. Could he have gone Bugattis? No, because Onibagisha are a Feudal Age unit. Once upon a time, they were a Dark Age unit. It could have worked then, but yeah, that was broken, so you have to wait until Feudal now. He could have opened with Onibagisha here, but the problem is if you open with Onibagisha, Keshiks. Right? And you know your opponent will naturally be looking for Keshiks, because it just makes a lot of sense here. I say that. Louis, weirdly enough, is going double archer range. I'm a little bit surprised because of all the extra food he's got. I just do think that Keshiks is an easier play, but it's because of the Spearman, right? I guess my thought process is you just don't go into the base, but by going archers first, Louis is going to be able to stranglehold the entire map, right? So that's the difference in the idea here, is if you went Keshiks like I was talking about, then Marine Lord gets out. But if you just go archers, he can't do anything. Actually, I guess maybe Yuumi are better against Keshiks. Because you have more movement speed, right? So Keshiks can't just perma attack and heal. So that kind of makes sense as well. Yeah, I agree. Louis got the right read here. It's a weird one to think about because you just don't see Yuumi that often, but it's a notable detail. You kite Keshiks more efficiently, which means they heal less. And because you have more mass, you still kill anyway. And, well, he saw the archers, he immediately called GG. If it was one archery range, maybe, but double archery range with Stone Production means Louis is going to get a very quick win on Kawasan. I remembered why we don't see this map very often, because quick wins is atypical on this Water Hybrid map. Nice quick one there. We have got another game on Cauldron between these two. No scores, because these are scrims. Sorry, just quickly checking what my guy said. One second, I just need to send a quick message. Sorry, it's getting awkward. The sounds. Let me quickly send a message. I just need to send this across now. It's a bit of a rush. All right, there we go. So, we got another one between these two. Let me quickly get to that one. It was the Cauldron game. Achery Ottomans on a Water Hybrid map. Have I still got a Crackety around? I want him to tell me how OP Achery are here. Okay, my game just crashed. Wait, oh my god, we tried to cast this one before, we couldn't. For some reason... This is for War Chief Club, right? Have I got anyone from War Chief Club here? Cow isn't like who's responsible for organizing it, adminning it? It's not Cow, right? Let me check with him. He's gonna use Cauldron, right? Oh, let me message Cal. House. Because they're using a different version of it. Isn't it Askeladd? It might be. You might be right in that. I'll just let him know in case. Alright, so we can't watch the other M-Lord versus Louis game. But we can watch more Louis. Yay! Come on, guys. Say it with me so I don't sound lame. So we've got... There we go. Hostin's got my back. Where were the rest of you at? Let me hanging? Okay, did you guys want Myriad or Puppy Paw? I think people asked earlier for the Delhi Abbasid game, right? Wow, Crackety. You don't want Myriad. What are you trying to say, bro? He agrees with you that H3 is OP. What are their civs? Abbasids versus Delhi on Gorge. Bit of a funky one. Surely the win condition is just reaching late game as Abbasids. Like, doesn't it just turn into a free win? He's a real one? Hell yeah. All right. Ye ask, I shall deliver. Louis MT going up against Puppy Paw. Typically top of the leaderboard right now. I think Louis like 6th place. And by far, Anatan fan, aka Puppy Paw, is in first. He's got almost 100 elo lead over the 2nd place person. He's sitting up at 2,300 plus elo right now. We've got a Delhi Abbasid game, which is an absolute delight. I'm sorry, that was bad. To watch, because actually, we don't get to see this matchup very often. But when we do, I gotta say, the Abbasids are looking pretty fierce. They look decent before the buffs to the 2TC build, with the change now that you get fresh food stuff in the mill. They look even better since. The reason why I really like Abbasids in this particular matchup is the fact that you're able to force the Delhi to do something different. Delhi always want to open Ghazi. If you go for the military wing as the Abbasids, they can't. They have to react by opening Archer, and that slows down their timing. The importance of that is it allows you to rush a second TC that you get loose. Said it before, I'll say it again. Like, people are sleeping on just how good free units are. I say sleeping on it, players know. But I think the general public don't realize just how valuable a free unit spawn is, especially 2 types of unit spawning. You've saved 300 resources in the buildings alone. Then the units alongside that, you've now saved 320 resources. So when you put those numbers together, that's 680 resources saved to do something, right? And the cool thing about getting spears and archers is you get a lot of agency over what you want to do. Part of me would not be surprised if military wing eventually ends up getting nerfed. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed it to 2 spears, 1 archer, or 3 archers, right? Different approaches there, right? Or even 4 archers, where one thing can be countered versus the other. Because right now, this is dominating Abbasid picks, like 75% of games at this point. Every time people hear me say that stat, the number goes up, because it honestly is going up. You very rarely see the other options. You might occasionally see Trade Wing on something like Lipany, depending on the matchup. Or you might very rarely see Eco Wing to begin with, if someone's playing like 4 TC. But I've seen it time and time again. Even when an Abbasid player is going for 3 TC, they choose Military Wing, because it secures you. It's no different than what's happening right now with the Abbey of Kings, where the Abbey of Kings feels OP because you get this king for free that forces you to react to it. Oh, Louis went random civ in this one, Crackety? Wait, are you telling me that Puppy Paw intentionally picked the Delhi? Oh my god, what a sweat lord. Wait, we've got a few upcoming tournaments, right? And I believe they're all going to be using seeding based on ladder. Is that correct? Or are more people moving over to the new replacement for the ATR system where it takes your tournament performances? Voldemar used to do military wing into stables. Yes, that's actually done by a few players. Voldemar's definitely one of the leads on it. The reason that's really good is you tick all 3 boxes of the counter triangle, but you only spend a third of what other civs would to do it, right? Like, if you think about the power of that, of having 6 units, 2 of each of the corners, that early on in the game, it makes you uncontestable for most civs. It's very powerful. If you made a tournament personally, you would make it off the ladder. It's the best way to incentivize players. So I've had this discussion. It's kind of an interesting one. I think there's a balance point where I respect the value of what they've tried to do with the new ATR system. The issue with it is obviously that it desensitizes players to the idea of playing small tournaments because they get punished. The positive of it is that it makes it more accessible for players to compete who don't have all the hours in the world to compete, right? Which I'm a big fan of. Like, if you just got raw talent but you can't always be there, kind of makes sense that you should have a way of like getting in that way, right? But I do also feel like one of the big things that frustrates me about that new tournament system is like if I want to run show matches, right? I remember I said at the time we had a podcast on it. My cost to run show matches just doubled because I have to convince people to risk the tournament placements. For now, we're focused on just the pubs. Tech Up comes out. Stone has already been gathered. I imagine we're going to be looking at a TC drop on the deer to the south side. In fact, screw that. Louis going to shove them in, isn't he? That's sick. I love that. So the cool thing about this is, let's say that Puppy Paw did still open with the stables. You've already failed to get value out of this play because he went Ghazi. And also, in fairness, Delhi players can just add a lot of Ghazi in to still beat your 4 units. So he's not even going to waste effort on it. Instead, he's going to get the economical value out of the military wing. Deer shove in here means he can just look to drop the TC either on the berries or aggressively on the berries here. It's probably going to be safe at home, so maybe we see him drop it on the gold. That is quite popular with the Abbasids, simply because it makes it very easy to go Castle Age, and in this case, it protects your tree line. Oh, interesting. Even more defensive. I guess that gives him value on the deer, right? Like, I guess in a way you're saying 50 would that way. I would say it would have been better to drop on the gold, because then also it just gives you a nice little wallable backside and a safe area behind if the feudal age goes too long, you need farms, right? Whereas this is incredibly condensed. But it might be that Louis is just looking for fast castle. If Louis' goal is fast castle, this TC makes a lot more sense. You can't go fast castle in the matchup anyways. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to wrap my brain around, is like the capture's going to come in at 8 minutes on the Sacred Sites. It's going to take you until at least 10 minutes to get castle, right? And Mass Ghazi can contest you at the start of the age. I guess if you went military wing first, second rather, instead of first, it makes a bit more sense with camels, but it's definitely difficult this way. Securing the deer and wood is way better. I think you secure the wood with this side anyway, though. Like, you just short wall here to the other tree line, and then you wall left here, and then you have this entire side to easily munch, right? Like, I think if Ghazi want to dive this, this TC isn't going to stop them. It does at least create a bigger choke point area, so, like, in that regards, it's quite nice. The stable's now coming in from Louis. Interesting. So he's going to try to mirror the Ghazi aggression. You don't really see that too often from Abbasids, but if he decides to add in a Camel Archer as well, it makes a lot of sense. Instead, he's going Spearman Horseman. I do think a lot of players are sleeping on the idea of the old Horseman Camel Archer build. It's very valuable here. You have the mobility to stay away from the infantry, and then if your opponent doesn't engage with it, you can just flank raid and kill his economy, right? And you're against an opponent who's going to play Pocket Eco anyway. I don't know, man. I think Camel Archers, that little buff, has made this whole idea of layering them in so much better, because your opponent's now just massing Ghazi Raw. If you go mass Horseman, get enough to front line, and then stick a Camel Archer behind it, all of a sudden these Ghazi turn into normie Horsemen. Instead, he's going full defensive. I've said this before about Louis, like sometimes in these games, he does have this tendency to lean to his defensive playstyle to get his late game. Right? If he sees his win condition is late, which makes sense in Abbasid Delhi, he might take a more defensive turn. And seeing like Spearman, Outposts, the way he's setting this up, I feel like he's playing very defensive. Now, I'm hoping that's going to change in a minute or two, and we maybe see some horsemen coming out, because he has prepped the stables. But for now, he's just hunkering down like it's the apocalypse. He's got to hide in his little vault. You can tell that I've been watching too much Fallout. But what vault will it be, guys? One way you clearly don't feed your people enough. They only get 32 food. Wait, what? Louis doesn't have fresh foodstuffs. Oh my god. He prioritized the lumber upgrade as well as wheelbarrow. Which kind of makes sense, right, if you consider the cost, but like, I feel like fresh foodstuffs might be worth it more than wheelbarrow when you go for a condensed TC like this. That's expensive, man. Like, at this stage, how long has he had that TC up? 2 minutes? Maybe around 2 minutes? Minute and a half at least? So, if you think about the savings he would have made there, it's what, 18 food per villager? He's missed out on about close to 150 in savings, I'd say, if I had to punt an amount on it. Because it's like it's between 4 and 6 villages per TC that he's missed out on 18, right? So let's safe bullet between. He's missed out on 180 food saved, which is no small quantity at this stage of the game, if you consider how close the military mass is. So yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie there. He is on the gold now, though, so we should be seeing that come through shortly. Love that he gathered the additional stone for the arrow slits. That's pretty smart. However, these delays, these little idle times, have hurt him. Puppy Paw is now going to lock in all 3 sacred sites pre-10 minutes, and you've been stunted on your scaling point, right? Fresh food stuff is now only coming in barely pre-10 minutes. You could have easily had an extra 2 horsemen in this gap. And that may not sound like a lot, but that's the breakout difference, right? That's actually getting you to a scale point with Spearman Horsemen where you could add in a Camel Archer, which would make it impossible for Puppy Paw to fight. And what the f... he knows he didn't pick the other berry safe, right? Now, this is interesting, actually. There were 2 players that used to frequently do 2 TC Deli, and this was one of them. The Canadian Bros were actually the only guys who used to do 2 TC Deli. I remember they used to do it quite frequently in Highview. That's interesting. So now, this is a cool idea by Puppy Paw, is that he's not going to fall behind on eco-scaling. With Sacred Sites locked in and a second TC now, he keeps the gap at just 10. But then with the Sacred Sites, right, generating so much gold, I think it's ended at 125 each. You've got like 7 extra villages worth of gathering there. So they're neck and neck. Oh, that's so sick. And then what? He probably just tries to gradually trend towards Castle Age here, which he should be able to do if he plays berries, which he's going to do here, but he could also do in the corner on the 8 stack. What a sick read. That is such a creative build. Now, what I'm wondering is, do you still go Compound Defender, or do you go House of Learning? Because House of Learning is very interesting in this matchup, because Golems versus Men-at-Arms, the Delhi Men-at-Arms will win. What is intriguing, though, is you'd be sacrificing Compound Defender on a map where it's quite easy to keep drop 3 Sacred Sites. Then again, the spawns don't have much resource around, so it might be that Puppy Paw doesn't feel like there's much value lost there, right? Like, it might be different if you're on a map where, for example, the fat gold veins spawn next to Sacred Sites. Quite often is the case on Dry Arabia, right? But on Gorge, typically you just get wood, which you can get anywhere. So who do you favor right now? If you guys had to choose a side, 1's for orange, 2's for blue. Whose position would you like to be in right now? The amount of people that reluctantly who hate Delhi are going to raise their hand right now and say orange is like, it's a fair one, right? Like, Delhi have a phenomenal position in this game right now. Louis isn't going to try to break out anytime soon until he's forced to, because realistically, Louis needs to reach Castle Age to tech up all these archers. That's the thing we're watching for here. It's a very delicate phase in the game, because Puppy Paw doesn't have an advantage if he rushes Castle Age. He loses advantage, because his army can't be rushed to upgrade, right? Louis can. So what I'd like to see from Puppy Paw is just trying to sneak a scout in occasionally and see if the tech up triggers. Because if he misreads the game and allows that tech up to come through, Louis will rush to unlock the archer upgrades, and you'll lose the fight. You don't mind the Abba position because he has the eco lead? He has a slight eco lead. It's deceptive. The main eco lead is because of the Golden Age. a lot of it's being offset by these Sacred Sites. Ash coming in. Louis, he has enough to get pushed away, rather. I mean, Puppypool should have no hesitation about this. It's only a small group of spears. Weirdly enough, he's allowing the decap. What comps do you go Horseman Camel Archers against? I actually think this comp, Horseman Camel Archers, is sick here. The reason why I think Louis shied away from it, one, players don't do it too frequently, so it's kind of like not in the foresight of your mind. But the other thing is you're up against Tower Victory Archers, so I think you got a bit paranoid that the Camel Archers died too easily. Culture Wing now on the way, so it looks like Louis is getting his tech up. And Puppypool, A, doesn't realize it, B, he's allowed it. But C, we're on fire today with the predictions. It's House of Learning. This is a cool build, man. This is a really, really sick build. Compound Defender, I think, is kind of overrated in a lot of matchups at the moment. This is one of them. The 2TC play allows him this freedom. Because although he's not going to eco-scale at an insane rate, that's not the real goal here. You're looking to keep pace with the Abbasid economy while keeping a military that's big enough. If you do these Compound Defender builds, you become reliant on static defenses to survive while you invest all your food into villager production a few minutes in, right? And also, I've said this many times before, like recommendation to people, if you're going Castle Age before 60 villagers, strongly consider whether Compound Defender is what you want. Because if you have to start gathering stone before 60 villagers, you are missing an insane amount of food production that stunts your growth and allows your opponent to get map control. Puppypool off to a good start with the age up, already on the relics. This should be a free relic game, easy peasy. In fact, it might be a 4. Does Puppypool know about this one? Oh, that's unfortunate. I chuckle how often this happens on Gorge in particular. Gorge, more frequently than any other map I've witnessed, spawns relics right on the edge of the map. And often players miss that detail. So, looks like actually Puppypool might only get 3. Well, low. Oh, Louis. Oh my god. Mistakes made. Oh no. That's an expensive loss. 3 horsemen given over. That means especially the Skull's going to be able to get even deeper. He's shifting away. Will eventually drop, but gets it close enough to home. Wow, Louis fumbling there and giving over something he should not. Tech up's complete. We have now got Home Blades immediately being queued up. Other things I really like here, Home Blades is obviously the sickest of all sickness. But actually, I think Tranquil Venue is kind of underrated. Especially if you're going to go for a keep drop in the center, which is feasible in a map like this. Because typically when you keep drop, you must drop as well, right? Raid coming in is at least going to chip 1 or 2 villages. No textiles. A little bit surprising by Puppypool. I think he'll look to fix that now, considering that you know your opponent has stables. He'll likely invest in more stable units. Meanwhile, Puppypool now looking for a trade. Credit to him, man. The Veterancy on Archers is going to come through quicker than what Louis gets. That's wild. Good scouting here. Sees the Archers ahead of time. Shifts away. However, south side might be more problematic. Veteran Ghazi are in. These guys hit like a truck. They hit for the same damage you get out of a Feudal Order of the Dragon Horseman. And with no textiles, Louis may have just made a mistake. He runs past them! Oh no. Luckily, it looks like half the villagers get away with this. But there's no army at home right now other than Crossbowmen. Crossbowmen that get countered by this. He has to go for the trade. Louis has at least taken out the TC, so well played to him. But a lot more economy in the meantime is going to be lost for Blue. Puppypool getting a great raid in here, but now needs to react at home. Archers are marching back. I think Puppypool misstepped here. He needed to bring one comp, not both. He sent Archers one side, Ghazi the other. Louis had the fantastic read to just full-on send it down the center. So the Ghazi are eventually going to be pushed away. So at the tail end of it, not really much damage done. Puppypool did injure a lot of villagers, but Louis, surprisingly enough, only losing 4. Archers now have their work cut out for them. He did almost snipe the Mangonel. So Louis MC, once he loses this Mango, he should lose the army. The crazy thing about composite bows is for how powerful it feels, you have to realize that it's not that big of an edge when you're up against Delhi. Delhi have the Tower of Victory, right? So although it's not quite your attack speed, considering how reliant you typically are on Archer Mass, you're losing a big part of your advantage. And with the Ghazi Knights in here as well, that should be enough to break him entirely. Archers should just be targeting down the Mango now. I think Puppypool gets a lot more value out of doing that than his approach here. In fact, I'm a little bit shocked with this many archers. He's not just clicking it once. Like, please just click it once. All right, we're going to take the hard way about this. Louis is going to be able to hang around. In fact, he could just build a second Mango. And yes, the Abbasid meta is quite often spamming archers like crazy. Especially in this matchup, because you know what your opponent wants to do. Like, his goal here is to mirror the archer spam he knows Deli will commit to, but not commit to the fight. You wait until you get your rage up. Because composite bows plus military boot camp means you destroy your opponent. And let's not forget the Mango detail, because you build those on the go. Wow. Dude, I can't believe this out of Louis. He looked like he was dead. When those raids came north and south side, I genuinely thought that Puppy Paw was just going to send it in. Like, he could have sent archers in the main and killed all this. They would have been dead. Nowhere to run, right? Because you had Ghazi south side, archers north side. But he shirked away. He shied away. Louis forced his hand, and now all of a sudden you end up in this sticky situation where Puppy Paw is behind by 15 villages. He has no sacred site control. His relic game ain't looking that crazy, right? He just had to pull one out there. And Louis looks like he's going nowhere anytime soon. Wild. And the breathing room he just got, he's moved out to Deer on the flanks, Berries as well, and Berries on the forward. Now, there is an awkward point coming from Louis because he's going to need to worry about farms soon. And he doesn't have Eco Wing. But you could say similar of Puppy Paw. He's currently adding in those farms. Congo line continues, folks. Louis now switching up in his spears. I think Gullums would have done a similar thing here and would have been more effective against mass archers. I'm a little bit worried that Louis slowed down on his archer pump too early. He either needs to build more archers or get a Mango. Trade underneath the TC though. Mango coming out from Puppy Paw. Big one! Oh no! All right, that's an immediate abort. Get the hell out of dodge there. I can't believe that. Louis, caught not looking. Sick play there by Puppy Paw to recover his own base. Woo. If it was not for boot camp, Louis would look more battered than bruised here. Gets most of the troops away. But all of a sudden, the game just got a little bit awkward. And all because Louis was greedy. This is crazy, man. Like, you're in a game where food is your limiting resource, and you don't commit wood and gold into siege. I think Louis just stared victory in the face and middle fingered it and walked away. Like, that was a golden opportunity to close the game just by building 2 Mangoes with the spears. Because I don't think at that stage, Puppy Paw has a great answer. You can even build Springles to react, right? Like, actually, 1 Mango is good enough and 2 Springles. That's all you have to do there is Louis. Instead, now he's over-gathered on the food. He's missing on the wood and gold. He doesn't really have a clean position in this game. And rushing Imperial isn't really feasible now when you see what Puppy Paw has done. Right? You actually need to keep fighting. So all that food that's got you so close to age 4 now has to be reinvested. All starting to go up from Louis, so it looks like we are going to be trekking into the late game. This should, in theory, favor the Deli. Going late is always good. One thing we have started to notice recently with the Deli that has been underrated for a long time is actually just how good Ghazi are in late game. Think about the games we've been seeing recently that go 40 minutes with Deli. This Civ isn't as underwhelming in Imperial as we used to envision. Between the extra food gathering you get from your Imp landmark choice and the fact that you get these superior horsemen, when you consider that a lot of late game revolves around the idea of massing horsemen and raiding, kind of makes sense why actually Deli aren't as weak as we once thought there. At the same time, you are going up against Abbasids though. And Abbasid late game is an entirely new beast. I feel like Abbasids are still top 3, top 4 in late game. Between military boot camp, camel support, all these eco techs, whether it's trade or eco wing, not many civs can compete with that. And yes, Tower Victory Men at Arms is insane. It's another reason why I actually want to see more players doing House of Learning like Puppy Paw's done here. These guys are absurd normally in a matchup versus Gulim because Gulim double strike and cost more, so they're not as good against armored units. But when you get that +3 damage with that attack speed, it means you just destroy front lines for Gulims. And you do so in a more cost-efficient way, right? 120 resources compared to 150. Eco Wing tech up now on the way from Louis, so it looks like he's trying to avoid that mass farm transition before he gets the cheap. He's already 18 farms in, though. Like, the weird part is his choice here. By the time he techs up, he's probably going to add in another 20 farms before he gets Crescent. Because if he waits, he's going to have no food. So, kind of an awkward phase now for Louis, where he waited a little bit too long to go Eco Wing, and he's not going to see that much value because of it. What win condition do most players try for? What, is Delhi? Sacred Sight. Sacred Sight, and then usually what happens is your player overcommits, you kill him, and then you can either go Castle Age or end the game. Delhi is like one of the most purest forms of Sacred Sight victory. Archer Crossbows able to defend this. Mangonels barely phased. Looks like the Men-at-Arms did actually do the force march in, so they got the kill. Okay, that was sick. I was so busy answering the question, I didn't catch it, but Puppy Paw is actually using force march. And I'm annoyed I missed it, because this tech is so underutilized, it's insane. Force march gives you the ability to run down siege like there's no tomorrow. What a sick read. Puppy Paw now maintaining that military lead and also the siege advantage. Sprung's coming out, but more waves of Men-at-Arms also on the way. It's like Pocket Resources still being played. A few archers are going to try to sneak in, but moot damage, right? And now you're in a game where the Delhi player has 30 farms. The Men-at-Arms spam is not going to slow down. Louis about to get his tech up, though. He's going to get punished for this. Sprung's get sniped out. And all of a sudden, one Mango still in play means that Louis is going to have to dance to the tunes of Puppy Paw. Double String comes out, though. Gets the immediate snipe down. Okay, so Anatan, Svan. I keep calling him bloody Anatan. God damn it, Puppy Paw. I think Puppy Paw is just going to look to try and go Imp now. You won't be able to end the game with mass archer crossbows. You can at least raid Eco. That's not too bad of an idea. I don't feel like you should be afraid of Imperial Age here. It's not your enemy anymore. The Delhi get there quite quick. And in fairness to him, Puppy Paw was prepping Scholars for it. The only reason he didn't rush it is typically when you're playing the Delhi, you want to go up to about 20 Scholars before you go Imperial. If you don't, you just don't get your unlocks quick enough. And you can tell Puppy Paw is going for this tech up. Like, backing up like this is a surefire sign. That's something that I think Louis is going to clearly know as well. Unfortunately, he didn't go for the West Side Gold. That would have blocked Louis out of getting these premium units, because now with all this gold access, Louis should be looking to get into hand cannoneers. Pretty valuable unit here, especially with boot camp. Hey, that's not true. The win condition you look for against most players is actually power outage. Louis has assessed the game. He's like, I'm up against Puppy Paw. There is an increasing percentile chance that either his internet drops or a tree drops on his power line. We just need to hold out. Star Academy now on the way. This has become the go-to choice, by the way. No one really cares about the gunpowder elephants anymore. The amount of text you get, like, I remember someone told me, I've got a Delhi aficionado in the game. I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 600 food income per minute that you can achieve. Even more than that in some cases, if you just unlock every tech in the game. Which, when you get to late game, dropping a few extra buildings and having them do that isn't really expensive. 700? That sounds about right. 700 food income from a landmark is pretty bonkers, even if it is an Imperial one. Especially when you consider that allows you to save on economy from population's perspective, right? Which gives you more military. It's worse cows? Sure, but do you know what the Malians don't get? Tower Victory and Home Blades. Trade-offs, right? You know what else Malians don't get? Ghazi Raiders. Corvinus says Elephant Landmark is worth well more. Well, I haven't seen Corvinus play Delhi in months. He only plays Order of the Dragon now, so... Unless he wants to go back to playing Delhi regularly, I'm going to have to pass on that comment. Little raid coming in. Keeps are now going up. In fact, I think that's the first keep quite late in the game, right? So we shouldn't be looking at any sort of substantial tech unlock. So also being queued up. That's sick if he can get his hands on it, because that means after he's done all the researches, he converts this into an attack army. At this stage in the game, looks like he's actually already generating about 400 food income a minute out of that landmark. Not bad. And yes, the healing auras can be pretty impactful between fights. Instead, there's going to be a backstab coming in, though. Men-at-Arms, the Force March! And straight in they go! What a sick ability! Forced march with the gap close. Siege getting cleared up. And only one Mango left over. It looks like Louis going to have to go home with his tail in between his legs. He tried to run before he could walk here. Army simply not big enough. Oh my god. And you know what? It's a good thing he's got that formation shuffle on the retreat. Otherwise, the rest of this army would already be dead. I love this ability, man. Forced March is, to this day, critically underrated. It is baffling how often players forget to use it. You know what the funny part to me is? Like, players in the late game on Byzantine spam Varangian with Berserk like there's no tomorrow. It's partly due to the attack damage, but it's also partly due to the movement speed. If you're willing to do that for just like a 0.2 increase, what would you do for doubling your speed? All you have to do is research a free ability. Love this ability. All of a sudden, Puppy Paw now marching out with an insane bank in reserve. These upgrades coming through soon. Elite Army Tactics just a minute away. And well, you're seeing that correctly. Louis doesn't have his. That's a problem. He's already losing on damage output. He's going to lose on health once EAT completes. Keep drop attempt is not going to work out. And now the Men-at-Arms are going to look to engage. Only a handful of hand cannoneers. There is at least a Mangonel pushing this back, but Puppy Paw just staying on the edge of range. Looks like the Gulam hand cannoneers should be enough to push the Men-at-Arms away. An overzealous keep coming out from Louis, though. And keep in mind, although he's holding on for the moment, there's a phenomenal difference in economy on the two sides here. Not just that, Ghazi are going to be upgraded to elite status in 30 seconds. Biology has not been queued, mind you. Everything else, however, is looking Puppy Paw favored. Keep drop. Wait, is this all that's left? Like, this is not going to go up. I can't believe this. Double Mango's going to come out. Louis should be able to stabilize off of that. Puppy Paw doesn't want to throw away all the ranged units diving. So a keep drop will be a ticked box. But Louis isn't really securing much with this. He secures the stone outcropping, and that is it. Short ramp to his base is like somewhat secure, right? It's not going to allow a flooding. But the problem I'm having in this game is Louis, he's now reaching peak economy. He's got improved processing coming in. Love the fact that we haven't got Fertile Crescent because he already built all the farms. We mentioned why this was going to be bad for him. He's about to be popped in terms of what he wants for economy, right? And what I'm worried about there is Puppy Paw still has some breadth to this, right? He still has some way to go. On top of that, he has this nice little supplement for economy. So it's very hard to favor an Abbasid player with his economy scaled like this. This is the interesting thing about Delhi. Like, very heavily slept on, but genuinely a Civ that can actually play into the late game and prove quite dominant with the right choices. The only reason we haven't been seeing it is everyone goes compound defender. The more I watch these type of games, I got to start asking why. Mangonel's getting good hits at least, but the Men-at-Arms should just run for this. Not the best micro coming out from Puppy Paw there, but he makes up for it by taking out the siege. All of a sudden, Louis, the struggle I have is not the state of your economy, it's the state of your military. He's trying to scale hand cannoneers, which takes far too long. Please tell me he has the military academy at least, because this is starting to feel like he doesn't. Oh my god, he has no military academy and no golden age. Now, I usually would forgive this because you don't have the economy for it. But actually, like, you're trying to go hand cannoneers anyway, so the timing matters a lot. So that's interesting from Dragavan. Elephant Landmark gives one cannon elephant just over a minute. So that's 1k res. That's a fair point. I guess it depends on the matchup though, right? Like, would you want that if your opponent's building mass hand cannoneers? Also, like, the point I was making is actually the Delhi thrive off of Ghazi in the late game. And that doesn't help you with Ghazi. Like, my issue is it's a different thought process, right? If you go for the Elephant Landmark, the Thing of the Sultan. Is it Tower of the Sultan? No, I'm thinking wrong Civ. If you go for that landmark, you're looking to build a slow-moving army. I actually prefer this type of build. Men-at-Arms in Ghazi is smart. You're using the Hisar Academy to full effect, and you're using a mobile force that moves fast. If you're up against the Abbasids, you need to ask yourself a question. Do you want to take a slow, methodical fight against a siege Civ that has culverins, has hand cannons, has premium units and better late game, or do you want to play it fast? I feel like you want to play it fast. Men at Arms and Ghazi gets enabled a lot more by Hisar Academy, and it enables that style. Palace of the Sultan, thank you very much. So yeah, the argument is simply attack or defend, and I like that Puppy Paw chose to attack. Defending is a mistake against Abbasids. Abbasids want you to defend because if you're defending, they get the late game. By going for Hisar Academy, Puppy Paw stopped that from ever occurring. I think this game is mostly over. I mean, Louis MT, he's at cap on economy now. Gold-wise, he's already tapped the vein, right? Like, he's got nothing left. He hasn't got trade. I don't really see what he's got left in this game. Wait, sorry, he's got 1 gold left, right? Over here. But that's gone. So he's just used up all the gold he's got left over. Camel support is a cool detail. I'd love to see him go into that. Military Academy was remembered in the end. The problem I now have in this game is that Puppy Paw still has an absurd amount of gold. He has 5k gold in reserve. Relics, Sacred Sites, and he's only really spending gold on Men at Arms. So Louis' only way of winning this is now to wall and fight with hand cannoneers, spears. The problem is these walls are only palisades. He needs stone walls to make this work. And if you're wondering how much TSR Academy is making up for on creating this bank, he's getting over 700 food a minute. So that is almost a quarter of his economy coming from the landmark in food, at least. That's insanely powerful here. You're just seeing the queue build up, by the way. 35 Ghazi, 20 Men at Arms in reserve. You can't lose him fast enough. Hand Cannoneer Mass Rava is cool, but I actually think Puppy Paw could just build 2 mangoes here and end this. The mutual gathering on stone as well. This is turning into a drain game. Love that Puppy Paw is able to do this, by the way. Like, if you think of these 2 players, Louis is a drainer. He loves to get to this stage in the game where you carve up the map and take resources away. I'm always amazed by how Puppy Paw is able to navigate Age of Empires 4. Typically, players fit into that kind of strategy or more of an all-in approach. What I've noticed that Puppy Paw of recent in 2024, he dances this beautiful line between the 2. He looked for aggro with Delhi. When he couldn't find it, he played eco. Then he comes back for attack, and then he turns it into a carving game. It just feels like he's 1 step ahead, whereas, regardless of how good Louis is in the early game, because I think he actually is, you can always see him trying to play for the late game, for this eco-scaling, for more of a greedy approach. And it definitely costs him. This game's looking a bit rough. Hello, Freya. I'm being randomly accosted by a baby. The game is looking pretty much over at the stage, which seems beneficial as my daughter is about to attack and destroy everything in my office. At this stage, I just generally don't really know where Louis goes from here. Unless he can set up trade, get 30, 40 traders going, and keep hand cannoneers going, he's just going to lose map. I told you guys, like, Ghazi Men at Arms is insane. Ghazi are just such a pop-efficient unit. 240 HP on a horseman's pretty damn good. Wait, is that with biology? Mathematically, that's not with biology, right? He's missing the tech. I think? I feel like he must be. No, he's got it. That health number seems low. Am I just map-brained? Oh, yeah, it is correct. Yeah, it's plus 40. My brain was being weird there. 3-6, that's locked in. I mean, Louis going to have to make a move now. He's not going to get any stronger as the game goes on. His opponent has so much gold generation, it's getting absurd. Puppy Paw with the keep drop down the center. Not looking like it's going to go up successfully, but the trade-off is worth it here. He finds his way into the back economy. Louis already down to 114 eco, but at the end of this raid, we're probably going to be looking at about 90, 85 eco left. And at that stage, the Abbasids aren't the powerhouse in the late game that you'd like. Are you kidding me? Like, he still almost gets the castle up. I'm going to speed this up a bit before my daughter destroys the rest of my base here. Well, the rest of Louis' base is pretty much done for. There is a trade-off. Eco's dying on both sides, but like at the end of the day, someone has a ridiculous amount of units queued up and a ridiculous amount left in the bank. The other, not so much. Looking back at this game, I think Louis probably should have... He probably should have just built the mangoes. Like, he had a really good time at the beginning of Castle Age where he could have went mangoes and then he could have just completely shut his opponent out. But he chose to sleep on that timing, I think. Instead, he relied on spears, archers, and came at this for the late game, which I can't really blame him for. Abasses are an insane civ when they get eco fully unlocked. But this goes back to that whole classic adage, like when you can win the game, win it. Don't play with your food, all right? You know, if there's anything I learned from, was it Deep Blue Sea? I think there's a shark movie. Sharks might look like they're your pets. When you train them and give them a bit too much time, they're going to eat your face. And now hand cannoneers. Jesus, Puppy Paw has all the bang. It's insane the way he played this. Like, he literally used Louis' intentional game style against him. He drained resources and then came back at him, right? He waited until there was no gold left for Louis and then played into mass hand cannoneers when he can't. And we talked about pop efficiency. Ghazi hand cannoneers, it doesn't get much more pop efficient than that. GG gets called. Puppy Paw showing you that actually the Delhi don't have to be scared of Imperial anymore. Right, what's up? Give me a sec, guys, because otherwise my daughter's going to destroy the green screen that my partner doesn't want to pay £300 to replace. 1 second. What are you saying? Say hi. Oh, no hi. Okay, rude baby. Absolutely rude baby. Yeah? Subscribe to the channel. She needs to be fed. Oh. Yeah, let me know if anything, if he doesn't figure it out. I mean, he seems confident he knows how to do it. All right, sorry about that, guys. Basically, my nephew needed some wires because he's installing a new hard drive. But then Emma decided it was a good idea to let Freya out here, smacking the crap out of what is a £300 green screen. Which is great. It's not great. You would have thought the first thing she would have done, because she's seen this before, I told her, I was like, if you're really going to do that, drop the green screen. Because those things, the thing is, they're good, but they can actually like get damaged really, really easily. But yeah, really cool game coming out there. Let me name that one. One sec. There we go. Green screen's flickering a bit. Oh, what? In the, yeah, that's because they smacked it out of location. Bloody strong baby. There we go. I think we're good now. See? Fantastic. All right, so Let me catch up on chat quickly, because we got a little bit distracted. Yeah, why did I think it was more than plus 40? Wait, shouldn't it be more than plus 40? Biology is 35%, right? No, it's not 35. 20%. I'm thinking of raw bloodlines. That's why I'm being an idiot. Yeah, no, the maths makes sense. My brain was in the wrong place. Lou's eco was consistently much higher, but he's been consistently behind in resource bank. It's because he's losing more units, right? He's trying to scale hand cannoneers, so it just gets drained. Happy to see KP reaching 300 viewers rather consistently lately. Trajectory of the channel is rising slowly. We're getting there. We're growing. YouTube numbers aren't looking too bad as well. Love to see more people tuning in for those. I think I'm trying to train my nephew to get that right, so fingers crossed. Still need to get someone who's willing to edit like the podcast and tier lists and whatever kind of stuff. Maybe I'll have him do that eventually. Boot camp does not affect cavalry. No. It's only infantry. All right. Yeah, fingers crossed we can continue to grow. If we continue to grow like this, like I said, you know, I could easily see us attracting some sponsors, and then I can make a living, which is, fingers crossed, the goal. So, I've got about half an hour until food, so let's find another game to cast. And then what I'll do after that is I'll put a replay up while we go and eat, and then come back and do some more. So let me have a look. Who have we got here? Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Let's do a classic check to see if there's anyone live that we can catch. I do love live games. She smacked my mic out of location. Am I coming across clear? I always like to do the two-finger check. If it's closer than that, you're going to risk licking the mic. See, look. I literally can't eat it. It's very important because, you know, I'm very pigeon-brained and, you know, if it looks edible. So let's have a look here. Just zoom through. So, I noticed there's a Vortex game. Let me see what account that's up against. Because it might be a low rank account. It's a rank 46 account from America. This is Divine, right? Is this Divine? Dude, they literally just pick English. The most played civs are English and French. This is Divine. This has to be. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. El Sensei. Yeah, I know El Sensei is Vortex. I'm not talking about El Sensei. I'm talking about his opponent. His opponent has a Chinese name, but he's showing up as from America. So I think this right here is probably Divine DFP. Whew. It's a live game, actually, so we can do predictions. Okay. So 1 second. Let me get us switched over. Actually, I'll set up predictions first. Let's let the game play. Who will win? Orange or blue? I was about to type orange and blue in the same option. That would have been great. You all win. Oh. Participation ribbons getting handed out everywhere. That's a weird... Wait, what? That really does summarize this map. That's a weird Lipony. Feels like a statement you could make about every single spawn. Welcome back to For Action, folks. We've got quite a weird one here. It's just a little castle area, right? Like, it's the foundations of a castle from Shogun. Just set up your walls here, get the high ground, we can roleplay it out. This should be a fun one, though. We've got Vortex going up against what I believe to be Divine DFP. I'm not 100% certain. My guesstimation is based on the fact that the account shows up as from America, and they basically only pick English. The most played civs historically are English and French. Everything I've said so far tracks for it being Divine DFP. Gonna have to find out if he plays like Divine DFP, though, because let's be totally real. Divine is probably the most easy to identify English player in the entire game. Because he more or less has one style with this Civ, and that's to turtle up and build multiple TCs in the White Tower. The irony, though, is that he's a little bit harder to scout right now compared to other players, as most players are doing the 2TC build, courtesy of the King's Abbey. Let's see if we're going to get it in this type of game, though. Vortex on the other side is going to be the Chinese. Chinese is just a very good matchup against English. Very difficult to dent early on. They're always going to go for the 2TC, and that's what's going to make this a very interesting matchup, because I haven't caught too many Chinese-English games since the Abbey of Kings buff. The last one we did watch was between Louis and Beastie, and surprisingly enough, the English looked super hot there just by spamming men-at-arms non-stop. Curious to see if we even get that deep into the game, though, because Beastie versus Louis, I say it, you can already envision an hour-long game. You're already playing it out in your head. Vortex, on the other hand, up against a defensive player, you know how this goes. 20, 25 minutes, we should have a clear outcome on the game. Divine puts a cast on that hill, he can roleplay Obi-Wan Kenobi. Boom, there you go, man. Now, you know what we're missing, guys? We should have the ability to climb cliffs with units. But every time they climb, there's a risk they fall. Just like in Total War Shogun. All of a sudden, Mountain Pass wouldn't be an absolutely trash map. It would just be a mostly trash map. Abbey of Kings now on the way, though. Everything looking pretty standard as expected here. The curious detail is whether we're going to be getting that 2TC build. Could you do 1TC all-in? That's what I'm curious about. The old Council Hall build was very difficult to breach the Chinese because of the Barbican effect, right? They just set up a Barbican, you don't have rotation. Set up a small wall in the back, you can't do anything. But with this new build, the timing on the King arriving, the fact Lombos heal when they're not in combat, very powerful tool for the English. Considering the fact that they're only gathering a little bit of wood, not an insane amount, this is sort of looking like it could actually be an archery range game. In fairness, I actually prefer this approach in general, especially against eco-civs. The reason is if you gather on the wood first, you delay your timing to make a choice. That's really important, because it means you can be informed before you make a choice. When you're against, say, French as an example, if you want to do 2TC, you do 2TC straight away. Because if you wait to do the stone secondary, you're going to have to build racks and spearmen to defend it. So that's why this build's very smart from Orange, is because you know the Chinese can't attack you straight away, you take the flexible resource first. Because the dangerous resource isn't going to be blocked from you a minute and a half from now. Had spawns like this against Delhi. Why, Lipany? Because the devs hate you very much. They want you to subscribe to Age of Empires 5. Lipany will be fixed in Age of Empires 5, guys. Don't worry. So Vortex should now be going for the Barbican. Likely going to be dropping up the stone here. Actually, you can drop it right here. Yeah, beautiful. Just gets the stone and the gold. And the thing is, you don't care about getting an optimal TC out of the range of this. Like, just building the TC at home is pretty standard for the Chinese. It allows them to guarantee that anything that they move out into is going to drop off at a supervised building, not at a town center. And no, I don't think they're going to 2CC either. This is an archery range. This is all in. Well, this is making me double think that this is Divine. I hate to like throw the shade at him, but in fairness, Divine is the player that will always go 2TC, 3TC, tower, you know, a tower to protect it all. He loves this playstyle, so it kind of fits that the fact that we're not seeing this makes it quite unlikely as him. I would love for it to actually turn out to be Divine, because that would show a lot of growth and evolution as a player, which I think is very important. If you ever want to make it as a pro, you can't be readable at game inception. Think about those games where we've seen someone do something unorthodox, like a tower rush or whatever, because they don't usually do it. It completely twists the narrative. I think a big part of why you're seeing Puppy Paw and Wham at the top of their game right now is because they're less predictable. Puppy Paw especially has been fantastic for this. Is the way he used to play is quite readable, but if you remember, we saw in the EGC tournament, there was a game between him and Vortex where he Barbican and Outpost rushed him, which is just wild considering Vortex is meant to always be the aggressive player. Okay, so it is Divine? Okay, thank you for the clarity. That's pretty cool, though. So Lombo's now on the way. Wall has gone up. This is step one on just completely making the longbow play now irrelevant. If he sets up a small wall here and sets up a wall here, all of a sudden Orange's timings get heavily delayed. And that's where options open up for Vortex, right? One thing that is a bit scary about that idea, Vortex doesn't have an insane amount of food to work with here. His berries are forward spawn. He's only got 6 sheep. So he's going to need to build some sort of answer to the English much sooner rather than later here. Mass stone gathering going on. King is going to arrive. This gets really annoying because the king isn't just going to take permanent damage, right? This is your worst fears. Against French, they send in one knight like this, there's no chivalry. With the English, it may only be one unit with chivalry, but that's very powerful in the early phase of the game. And actually, it's not just one unit with chivalry, right? It's chivalry given to everyone around him. Nice snipe down. Scout's been taken out. Vortex riding blind in this one. He has got the backberry spawn. The problem is with the king already here, I don't know how Vortex gets his hands on that food. He's at risk of being starved. 6 sheep means he's got a maximum of 1,500 food. It's less than that though, right? He's munched some of it already. 1,500 food with double TC with Song Dynasty is not a lot. And you do not want to be having to go for a granary transition before about 13 minutes in this game. Especially against a Lombo all in. Outpost drop also on the way. I really like this build. Man, if this is Divine, I'm just sitting here going, why does he not play like this on his regular? Like, why did we see him in tournament? He's still... I'm hoping when we see him in tournament next, he's going to try something like this, because this is a sick build. I know Dragavan's a big fan of it. I know what Dragavan would do to improve this. Should we do the Dragavan analysis quickly? Dragavan, where should these archery ranges be? They should be here, right? Right here. There we go. Maybe the Stealth Forest on the right side. But far too far away from the enemy base. Oh, and mistakes made by Divine. Longbows, does he micro that right? No. Are you kidding me? He at least gets one on the exit. The Palisade wall hasn't been fully built, so actually the king could come and break this down. Funnily enough, this spawn is working wonders for Vortex. Unfunnily enough, this could easily be overcome with a single ram. I don't think you need it, though. Like, just a king plus the scout works. On the fortress, there we go. Dragavan's getting in on the roleplay. In fairness, there is enough room here for several archery ranges and even a TC. I'm disappointed. Okay, Giga Brain thought here. What if Vortex scout didn't die? He sees the king north side, then walks a group of villagers onto the high ground and builds a TC here. I mean, he wouldn't have food still, but... I'll say going down. We need Siege Tower to micro. For real. I'm telling you, people are sleeping on Siege Tower. If you're against mass ranged, it's actually better than Rams now. That's kind of a crazy thing that people didn't clock with all the nerfs to Rams, with their health and their armor changes. Like, Siege Towers are now actually not just already more cost efficient, but the entity has more health than a Ram. So if you're up against mass ranged, clown carrying with Siege Towers is smart because they're also quicker than Rams. So, I know I've got 1 or 2 players in chat. You know what you've got to go do on the ladder now. I recommend either Chuge Nu or Longbows for this particular strategy. Also, can I just say I'm outraged that Siege Towers of HRE do not move quicker, even though they have marching drills? I want a Flintstone effect, okay? Same with Rams. I want a Flintstone effect. People are pushing that. If they've got marching drills, they already move quicker. So why are the Rams not moving quicker than they're inside? Immersion ruined. Second wall has at least gone up, so well played there. Vortex has secured the deer. He's got some life in this. The problem is he might not live long at this rate. Archers feels terrible to have to do here, considering the Lombo advantage your opponent already has. But the fact that actually stopped off the spears might play to Vortex's favor. It seems that Orange is paranoid that he's up against Horsemen. That to me feels like a complete misread. You should know your opponent doesn't have much food because you've starved him out of a lot of it. Just this one deer stack on 2 TC, it's difficult to actually go into Mass Horseman. And in fairness, like, some of this should be known by Orange, right? Like, he knows how many sheep he got. So you should have a good inclination as to how many Blue got as well. Double ram. This is going to be fast, by the way. Remember, that attack speed aura does work on the siege as well. This is going to be a very difficult defense. Vortex, he's going to have to pull villagers, but the problem is the Lombos can camp over the tree line, so you actually can't destroy this ram push. You're going to lose the TC. Lombo dive. Wait, Vortex? Wait, Vortex is getting a better trade than he should here. Orange, way too much overextension there. Baits the archers out of position, but I don't think you care anymore. Vortex, I can't believe you've given him an opening like that. He's at least got enough Lombos left over to still scare him. But that was scarily close to throwing the game. Like, losing 4 or 5 extra Lombos there, the archers would have zerged that. So it does back off just in the nick of time. More Rams now coming in. Men-at-Arms also being queued. I still don't like that Orange isn't building production here. Like, your win timing is now. You're clearly going for an all-in feudal. It baffles me how often players aren't willing to accept what their play is and invest in it. Orange is playing a safer game here, with the Rax and Archer Rangers at home. If they just build the Raxes here, I don't see a way that Vortex comes back. 3 Rams now moving in. And looks like Orange has got almost the perfect position here. Villagers are now being pulled. Textiles is a sick read by Vortex. King is going to lead the way, though, and draw a lot of attention. Only it's going to cost him his life. Yeah, it turns out a fully garrisoned TC does quite a lot of damage, especially when you've already offset the undermesh. People expect way too much from that King. Remember, his armor is actually lower than a standard knight, so he doesn't actually survive an onslaught of arrows like that. And you know what? I think Vortex is surviving this onslaught of arrows. Lombo count is shrinking fast, and Orange is all in. This is wild. Vortex is going to throw the villagers at it. So another Ram taken down. And I think he's done enough damage here. Right? Enough damage to stop the Orange assault. Finally, he catches on. It's crazy to think how different this game would look right now if Orange had just started doing this 3 production buildings ago. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I don't think that's like being unfair. They had the right read. They just need to subscribe to the Dragovan builds, you know? Don't get me wrong. Sometimes he might lose the most impossible games to lose. But most of the time, he'll take down top-tier players. Now with the food running out, this is where the game gets a bit weird for Vortex. Now, credit to him, because it's the Archer Range, not the Rax here, Vortex's delay play into Horseman could mop this up. Berries are being gathered on the backside, so he's able to afford this. Also, the cool thing about being enabled into going Horseman here, even quicker way of dealing with the Rams, right? Like, having to just be Archers sucks. If you have a justifiable reason to build Horseman, you have an advantage. It's a clear advantage right now. Orange just doesn't have many spears to commit to this. Horsemen are going to die to the Lombo fire, but Archer's now trading out against that. It's so annoying for Orange, because if you don't keep all-inning, Vortex is going to outscale you, right? If you let him get up to, say, 75, 80 villagers, he'll start adding in farms. So really important that you keep stripping him of that villager advantage he's building. Credit to him. Orange is doing a decent job of that. Keeping it honest underneath 60 eco. One annoying woodline for the English player. I know, right? I hate this. When I'm playing England and my opponent builds his base on the other side. Oh! Wood gathering now on the right side. Vortex has not supervised that, though. In fact, how many does he have? He's only got 2 taxmen, and he's not building any new ones. That's an expensive loss. For a guy who's committing 24 villages, over a third of his economy. Same up here, actually. Wow. This is... To say it's suboptimal is an understatement. This is so expensive for Vortex, especially the food. Food more so than wood. Food is running out, and you've decided to look at this 2,000 food source and say, I don't want an extra 400. I can't believe he missed that. And he hasn't produced any replacement Imperial officials. This is going to cost him dearly. Rams now moving in. Looks like the TC will be going down this time. Vortex just willing to forfeit it over. Glimmering is being prepped. A little bit surprised Orange did not go after the blacksmiths here. He might not have the graphical signal, right? Like sometimes you're meant to see smoke or whatever, but it doesn't always come through with the blacksmiths. Almost now with the dive in. Horsemen are going to reveal themselves. There's not many of them, though. In fact, if you just back up a little bit, the Men-at-Arms can take over here. Yeah, I think this is way too soon. Vortex doesn't have enough to defend this. Lombos are going to trade out with the Archers, and that means that you're just lost the TC. You're going to lose the production as well. And the tough part now is that we're reaching closer and closer to a point where Vortex is going to have to consider farms. Worst possible thing you can have to do here. I think he's done it. Dude, this is impressive. Divine DFP, seen as one of the most defensive players on the ladder, up against one of the most aggressive players on the ladder, and yet roles have reversed here. And I don't think it's going to change at all in this game. I mean, we're pretty much at GG point. Lombo should be able to dive past this deep enough that a handful reaches the villagers. At that stage, you have nothing to gather and nowhere to go. Wow. Sick game. This is a matchup I'm pretty sure a lot of players still felt was Chinese favored, right? Because like the Council Hall Lombo Rush can't do enough damage, but if that's the case, all you're seeing here is a pristine example of how different Abbey of Kings makes things. Every piece of economy now just condensed on one screen. You can already see Orange is going to just congregate to that location from all directions. Small army left over to defend with from El Sensei. The problem is Vortex doesn't have enough horsemen to frontline this. And in fact, the weird part is that Orange hasn't moved into the killing blow yet. That's about to come. Last of the archers being traded out with. Huge miss macro in this game. He's got 1,200 gold. I think at this stage you just need to buy food like there's no tomorrow. And that's going to be it. GG called. Vortex may be an 11 on the attack, but Orange just made him look like a 1 on the defense. Sick plays out of presumably Divine DFP here, showing us that he's not just a 1-style, one-trick English. He's a 2-style, one-trick English. Oh, much love, Divine. Really impressive game. Oh, sick plays. Ever since your video, I'm seeing Atri all the time. I haven't watched the Crackety video. Do I need to do that? Community games tomorrow? I mean, we might be able to do community games today. We'll see. But I know food's about to be ready. So, guys, what I'm going to do now is we're going to put up a game for you guys to watch so you have someone to entertain you. I'm going to go eat. When I come back, we'll be casting more live games to ladder. We will also, when I come back, cast a Voldemort game to see if we can reset that timer. So, let me get a game ready for you guys. Can I trust your schedule tab? Wait, is my schedule? I do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, typically. I need to start releasing a schedule regularly, I think. I need to start releasing a schedule. Oh, God. Is that my voice? Oh. Yeah, so I think that one needs to be updated. Because right now... Oh, okay, yeah. It's got Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays. Fridays usually as well. So, yeah. Most of the time, it's Mondays, Tuesdays, though. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, sorry. So we do 4 days a week. We do 4 days a week. If I had to give an average between those streams, you're probably looking at, like, because I usually do a 10 or 11-hour stream a week. Let's put an average of 7 hours, so you're getting 20 hours of content at least. I'd say, actually, every week I've been above 30 hours because I'm doing 120 to 130 hours of content each week. The timer reset for this one? What, you mean that? We haven't seen a Voldemort game yet. Right, guys, let me find a game for you guys to watch while I eat. And then we'll be back afterwards. What have I got here? I'd like to watch community games today and play them tomorrow. Strategies. I think, did we see the Wham one? I think we saw the Wham Lou one recently. Did I show you guys... I can't remember. Did I show you guys recently the Wham versus Voldemort game? The H3 versus Byzantine one. I don't think we did too recently, so that could be a cool one. We go a little bit further back. Ooh, that could be cool. All right, let's... Killjoy versus B. Let's do that one. Yeah, I'll do the Killjoy versus B. This was one of the EGC tournament series. It was a really cool one, actually. I feel like Abbey is better now, but harder to use than Council Hall. I don't think it's necessarily harder. At high-level play, you force a reaction. It's really good. And yeah, I'd already streamed 2.5 hours a day. We just had like an internet cutout. So we've actually been live for 5.5 hours at this point, actually. Well, 5 hours because we had the disconnect. So I'll come back, and then we'll probably go for another 2 or 3 hours on that. We'll figure it out. For now, guys, enjoy a really cool game really cool series rather, between B and Killjadi, and I'll be back after it finishes for more live games from the ladder. So I'll see you shortly. All right, let's get down and dirty on the action here. We've got the Elite Classic 2 recap. It's been a few days, actually, and we've almost cleared all the games. It's crazy to think about, actually. Each day there are, did I say it was 20 or 25 games? I think it's 20 games. Only 5 are getting covered by the main channel. That is criminal, and we are here to fix it. This one did not appear on the main channel. I'm a little bit shocked, because I think this should be a fairly interesting one. Could be a very interesting one. We've got 3D Clans B going up against Killjadi. Now, why do I think this could be interesting? You've got some very perky players, shall we say. Like Killjadi on the one hand, a very aggressive, very all-in oriented player. And then B on the other side of it, a very creative, out-of-the-box thinker, tends to come with something a bit crazy, a bit drastic. Was a bit crazy with the draft, actually. Opened with this Delhi pick, and then rounded out his entire draft in the final phase by banning Japanese and picking Japanese. So I think B actually got a pretty good chunk of the draft in his favor here. Killjadi is not without his tools. He has got a few options. He got his hands on the Ayabids, he got his hands on the Mongols, he also got his hands on the Abbasids, which, by the way, are very good at countering B's Order of the Dragon pick. But we start off here. French versus Delhi, and I honestly do believe that this matchup is more of a 50-50. I think it's more skill-based. It's not one of those classic examples like English versus Malians, where you just say, oh, GG, go next. Either player could take this. It really comes down to timings, positioning, and execution. So curious to see what Killjadi can do against one of the best in the game. Because I have been tooting Killjadi's horn, actually. I think maybe his head's getting a bit too big with the amount of bigging up I'm doing. At this point, I don't think he can walk out of his room here. His door frame probably traps his head. But this guy is very talented. He's very capable. I've seen some impressive performances from him on the ladder and in some smaller tournaments. I'm hoping he can stand up and deliver here, actually, in the Elite Classic. Because so far, Killjadi's having a bit of a rough time, actually. Killjadi has barely seen victory whatsoever. I think overall he has 1 series win. The rest have been negative. So maybe this final series he played on the weekend of March 3rd can maybe be a morale booster. Give him a shot at making it to the playoffs. Because, of course, only 4 players will proceed from each group. Big shout out to Pearl Harbor with the resub. Welcome to Swarm, bud. Oh, hell yeah. Nomad in there as well. Chugga chugga choo choo. Keep it coming, guys. We've got a hype train going. This is a perfect time to talk about hype trains and how it supports me as a content creator, because they're only building the landmarks. And as we know, this bloodbath kicks off in the beginning of Feudal. Now, why is French actually a decent pick against Delhi? Here's one of the interesting details. Any matchup where you can force the Delhi to do something other than build a stables on an opener is a good matchup against the Delhi. It puts them a step behind on what is their natural flow. Remember, usually Delhi players reach map dominance because they open Ghazi, they spam Ghazi, and Ghazi pretty much beat anything that they come across outside of the base. In this matchup, because of the threat of the French Knights, you can't open Ghazi. You have to respect the power of the heavy cav and react with a Spearman opening. We're going off the 2 times in a second here. We're just going to let them move up towards each other. So Rocky Canyon's a pretty interesting one, actually, right? Like, remember, it's Rocky River for those that play their rank games and have seen something similar there. Just imagine it without the fishing. You've still got this staggered formation to the sacred sites, though, that's pretty desirable for the Delhi. I also think they benefit from the fact that one side of the sacred site is already naturally walled by the cliffs. The issue, however, is going to be getting there. One of the nice things is that with these spearmen, you have a way of naturally shifting out towards there without being counted, right? So I'm imagining the goal here for B, get enough spearmen together, and then move out to that right side sacred site. Sanctity still has some time to go, so there's no rush with that whatsoever. Still 2 minutes out. Red's going to come in, and that is a terrible opening exchange for Killjadi. Doesn't even get a worker kill. Great read by B to go for textiles, by the way. That's really smart. I've seen a few players in this matchup not go textiles, and it basically cost them the game. It's such a big mistake. You're against French Knights. The likelihood that you're going to lose at least 1 villager is insanely high. Remember, these guys are able to 2-hit you if they charge in. So the reality is sacrificing 1 villager worth of production to get this tech is totally worth it. And also remember, this is a civ that doesn't pay for that tech. Their payment is their research speed. So Archer's on the way on the other side. And this is where we should see a stables drop come in. It's possible B wants to play a more static comp where he just goes into Archers. I have seen this a few times before. Realistically, I think this is the type of map where if you look at the cheap count and gauge that your opponent's going to be coming out fairly soon, Ghazi makes a lot of sense as a secondary component. But what I'm curious about is whether in a reaction we're going to see the French player go for the 1-1-1 build, because I've been a really big fan of seeing it in action with Jeanne d'Arc, and I think French fit a similar role where actually if you can get to that stage where Spearmen fit into your composition, you look really, really strong. So second Blacksmiths, interesting. BZ's going to camp for longer. I mean, he's pretty content with this, right? He's almost exhausted the berries. He's still got a few sheep over here. He's not going to run out of food too fast. Killjadi, up to 4 knights is probably where you're going to be looking at going into Chivalry next. Probably, I'd say after the next Night Dive, because he's got 2 injured ones, right? Who does this favor as the game progresses like this? I think Killjadi's getting like a good chunk of what he needs on the map. What he needs to now do is take the momentum he has on the map and use it somewhere, aka these deer or these boar, because right now he's just sitting at home exhausting the safe food. Right now, this is the strongest point for you before your opponent necessarily adds in Ghazi. And well, the clock's ticking, time's running out, the Ghazi are now on the way. So this is a critical timing, actually. I was curious on whether B would delay it further. If you delay it further, it's not a bad idea because it guarantees that Killjadi is going to be out of his base. But if you delay it too long, it's possible you just get dove in your base by Archer plus Knight. So good read, good timing here. And we have also got the military efficiency there via the Scholar being garrisoned, so these units are going to pump out a lot quicker. Nice little delay there as well. Love that from B. Just pulling with the scout to just drag the knights away a little bit longer. Buys a bit of time to get those necessary Ghazi and the initial ones that are going to be able to push this back. Watch us do arrive. Killjadi. No easy target for him here, right? Love the concave detail. Notice that B left this tree up, so you can't easily just see the close-by workers. Spearmen are going to start riding out Ghazi as well. Heavy clash in there. Good hit initially by Killjadi. Now he has problems. 2 Ghazi remain. The archer count is not good enough here. Heavy losses. And now Killjadi is going to lose more for this, right? Second wave of archers is on the way, but the Ghazi count is escalating, and he abandons ship, leaves a few behind. Killjadi finally realizes what this game's going to be. Double racks now being added in. Dude, this is very crafty by B. He's forced a 1-1-1, or rather 1-2-1, right? Out of his opponent while remaining on a 1-1. So remember though, the power of the Delhi is in the fact that their 1-1s are actually 2-2s. And that's a lot of numbers I'm saying, and you know, usually you're probably used to binaries, but like what I'm getting at here is that the power in the Civ is the efficiency to pivot, where they have these archer ranges, these Raxes that function as double the power. And the difference is on the other side, your opponent has to spend more resources to get the same effect, but they also have to waste more villager time being idle. It also just guarantees that you have a quicker acceleration, right? The surge points in your production early on may not be consistently maintainable, 100% operation, but it allows you to just juice them out every once in a while, print them a bit quicker. I love this beat. We talked about the potential for walls, and we thought it'd be around the sacred side, but instead, he's going long. Already set up over here. Looks like he did use villagers for this, so not exactly optimal there. But the nice thing about playing as the Delhi is with the berries, you're going to make up that lost time, right? That 35% increase gathering speed means your food income is superior to Killjadi's right now. Killjadi, who, by the way, is still playing on the sheep. He's about to run out, and then he has to run out of his base over to these exposed areas. He's already doing that now into the boar, but he hasn't walled this in, and I think that might end up being a critical mistake. This wall plus this one is very cost efficient for him. He could even set up one across the foot of his base. The fact that he hasn't done this, despite the fact that all food is located on the south side of the map, could actually become his undoing in this game. He's actually got Pro Scouts on the way. I wonder if we will see him use it. B is one of the players that most consistently still uses Pro Scouts. It's quite nice here with the Delhi, you get it naturally, and on top of that, you have got a Scout to begin with. Adding another one's not too bad of an idea here, especially considering you'd be taking away the runway of Killjadi, right? His lifeline, the bloodline of the French, their ability to keep scaling, are in these pocketed resources. However, to do that, you're going to need to build more Scouts. Did just lose that one quite willy-nilly to the outpost. Does at least now know his opponent's out on the board, though. And that's a pretty big detail. As you continue to scale these Ghazi, you're going to get an ability to easily burn down that outpost. So that's something that Killjadi should kind of keep an eye out for and be quite worried about, actually. Usually you see these Ghazi numbers tend to get out of control. I'd argue they kind of are halfway there, right? Like 9 isn't crazy, 18 would be. Right now, though, a few Spearmen, a few Ghazi. If you think about the counter Knights for Killjadi, it's not really impressive what he's got here. Yeah, he's switching over to full infantry. This is a bad, bad sign. Anytime you're playing against Delia's French and you go full infantry on 1 TC, you're behind. Because what's happening here is you're now building units that are fundamentally worse than your opponents. Remember, B's army has 20% more attack speed on 2/3 of it. The advantage of the French there is meant to be you tend to lean heavily still into Knights, and as a result, you end up with a big advantage there, right? But when you sacrifice Knight production and just add in loads of Spears and Archers, what you've essentially said is, okay, now my army is just simply 20% worse. Not a good sign when you're also behind on military already. That's going to come in. This is just not a fight Killjadi wants. He sees it as well. Similar size army, but if you take this fight, you're just going to lose out is the issue. The Knights are still being kept out of the eco on the flank. So this is really good so far by B. Also, the beautiful thing about playing as the Deli is every time Killjadi wastes his time burning down one of these walls, just come along with the units and rebuild them, right? You don't have to sacrifice villages to do this. You just use the military units. Killjadi also now playing on the berries first. Like, I'm a little bit surprised by this. It's a bit odd, right? Like, the deer are just better, remember. It's a 0.84 compared to the 0.66. Clash coming out in the center, though. B trying to peel around the back to go onto the archers. Backstab comes in with the spearman as well. And it looks like there's just not enough knights, not enough melee units here. B, he struck when it mattered most. At the perfect moment here as he was looking to gain access to the berries. Killjadi losing the entire army. Oh, man, and this is exactly what I was worried about, right? Like, Killjadi, he plays slow onto these flank resources to get the gains from there. On top of that, he then chooses to go into a full infantry comp against a Civ that just does it better. And now, you find yourself in an awkward situation where you take a fight on top of that, where you have less blacksmith upgrades than your opponent. This game is pretty much out of control for Killjadi right now. Sure, he's eco ahead by 6, but he's about to be denied resources, right? He's going to be blocked on multiple locations here. On top of that, he now lacks an army to fight. And B, you can bet your top dollar he's going to be diving, looking to continue that fight. Tough opening game here for Killjadi. In a series that probably defines whether he's going to make it or not. Remember, this is his 5th series of the group stage. He's got 4 left already, and he's already trailing towards the bottom of the group. So every single point matters. It's not just the overall win, it's also the wins along the way. But this one right now is looking like another L added to his tally. Denal and Food is playing to the backberries in the meantime. The ball location only has 5 villages. And remember, he's completely out of sheep. The berries at home are about to be exhausted soon as well. Killjadi now trying to reboot with the Knights. I think this is him identifying the mistake made here, right? Not just having additional Knights killed him in that fight. And they just killed him in this game. Darcy and Spin move out onto the boar outpost here. Now, realistically, you should be able to kill these guys off before they deal with the outpost, but it's still idle time that you can't afford right now. Killjadi's food production is his world. He needs to get about 15 Knights together to stand a chance here. Well, I say that. He doesn't realistically need that many due to the Spearman count, but he doesn't know that. Not to mention the fact that Undermesh isn't here yet, so taking a fight too early could actually just kill him. In fact, this is definitely too early. Look at that. 2 hit on the Knights. That's easy peasy. Killjadi, this is the unit you cannot afford to lose like this. This dive in with the archers as well. This is him making or breaking, and looks like he's about to be broken. Killjadi. Wait, wait, what? B, he's walling him in. Oh, B is confident. He's styling right now. He says, if you want this fight so badly, welcome to the Thunderdome. Last of Killjadi's army to be cleared up here. This should be game. It's a 35 military to a 9. You've only got 2 Knights left over, soon to be a 1. On top of that, your opponent is spamming more Ghazi than you're able to get Knights out at this stage. The food is just not looking good. Flank attack is going to find out the deer, and I think that should be the point in the game where Killjadi is getting ready to wave the white flag. I mean, you're on berries, your opponent's on berries. They're Delhi, you're French. You do not even remotely compete with this. I just can't believe this. Game 1. Killjody's had enough. B will take the opener for the series. Oh, man. He has to do it in style, though, doesn't he? I just love that. You can tell how far forward B feels in that game, right? Like, when someone drops the Palisade walls around you while you're killing them, I think it says everything it needs to about that game. Great performance out of B. Biggest mistake, I'd say, coming out from Killjody was shifting away from Knights. Maybe also, if you want to make that play either way, even more Knights or going into Spears and Archers, moving onto the pocketed resources sooner would have been better. The deer on the front side were never touched by him. The ball was delayed moving out to. You know, the moment you see your opponent has actually gone for a spearman opening, that's the moment you can afford to move out to those deer right in front of your base. Seemed like Killjody was a little bit hesitant, maybe paranoid, expecting there to be a quicker transition into a second unit type named the Ghazi. But that's only game one. We still have at least one more game here, and I can confirm that game number 2 is going to take place on Bridges. We're going to have a Marlians versus Iabids matchup. Now, remember, I said that this is like 47% win rate for Marlians, so Iabids are slightly favored, but I'd say it's like closer to a 50-50 based on the games we've seen so far. On a map like Bridges as well, Fast Castle just seems like the likely go-to. The question mark is going to be whether the Marlians get a safe spawn to allow them to efficiently get into their greed, to get into their gold. Let's find out. It's time for game number 2. B on the left side will be spawning in the orange players, the Marlians, and Killjody will have those pretty powerful Iabids, actually. It's got to be said that this Civ has looked really impressive in tournament play, even after the nerfs. The only negative is, I think, like, most players hate that they have to play it. They know that it's good, but they hate that essentially it's still this one-dimensional Civ that always does the same thing over and over again. What's that thing? That thing tends to be Fast Castle, into Relics, into TC Boom, and go. Right? TC Boom is variant, right? After the Relics, it's a case of, can I end the game in the next 5 minutes? If the answer is no, you TC up. If the answer is yes, you spam Gulems, you spam Lancers until you win. But we talked about this gold on the opening for B, and this would kind of be a defining factor. These are not great gold spawns. If aggro play comes out, he is going to get blocked. I would love to see Killjody try for that aggro play, by the way. I think that this is an interesting Civ at the moment. I mentioned that your goal is Fast Castle. Everyone expects it to be Fast Castle, and because they have to prep for it to be Fast Castle, they can't really react to something alternative, which is why some Iabid players have been finding quite a bit of success by going into Feudal Force. We're talking an archery range plus a stables opening, and you basically poke and prod. And the beautiful thing about going up against the Marlians is they actually give you some value for that, right? They have to build their houses, and they build their gold investments away from their base, so it's something you can target. Now, opening wing should probably be Desert Raider here. I feel like a lot of the time you go Desert Raider just to force the Marlian player to react. It's not a bad idea because it means they then have to build a racks, or they have to build archery range, they have to build 2 or 3 javelins, and that slows down their own tech timing, allows you to get yours quicker. We'll be finding out soon. The alternative for Killjody, realistically, is going to be Growth Wing here. I think Growth Wing is a bit too greedy. You need to force some sort of pressure on your opponent, right? And a Scout plus a Desert Raider can also try to deny the second pit mine going up. If you go Growth Wing, you're basically saying I'm not playing the map at all. Scouting pattern. Let's see. What did we get in the end? Oh, that's very different from B. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed, actually. So he done a short loop just outside his base, yoinked all the sheep there, and then ran north side to come around the back and take sheep away from the backside of Killjody's base. That's a really crafty rotation. Quite risky, but paid off. 13 compared to the 9. Killjody is at least going to find some more in this mid-map that should even him up. In fact, he missed one down here. But B, with that type of rotation, didn't really get punished for it. And he also got info at a key point in rotation, right? Like, he could have actually scouted out, hung around to see what his opponent was up to. And the whole reason why I think he came around the back, he was looking for this detail. Look at what Killjody started to do with his berries. He split between multiples. This should be confirming for B that it's either Growth Wing now or Growth Wing in Castle. If he thinks it's Growth Wing now, it means B can actually choose to just greed up himself, go double mill, instead of going for a production building. We'll find out if that's what he wants to do in a sec. Is going to be growth. The way this is playing out, by the way, Killjody has not monitored his berries. He's going to end up eating through 1, if not 2 of these berry patches before the tech up comes through. That's unfortunate. Basically, guys, what you need to do is you need to check the amount of resources left on a berry patch, then move a villager off to the next one. I'm a bigger fan of just keeping a lot of villagers on your starting berry patch, this first 1 and 2, and moving them afterwards, because the reason why that's better is it actually gets your food dropped off quicker, which means you get a quicker tech up timing with the Iabids. This method which Killjadi's doing is less maintenance. You don't have to pay attention to it as much, but it is fundamentally worse for gathering rates to get towards your fuel timing. Right, we've been gathered by B. I'm not seeing any sort of production building added in just yet. I mean, this is the point where B should be running straight back towards Killjadi's side of the map to see what he's doing. And this should inform your choice, right? Like, if you run towards the Sacred Site and you don't see any units coming, you can be pretty confident your opponent isn't going to be feudal aggressing you. Typically, like, you might see, say, a Spearman, little spam coming out in the opener if they're trying to burn down the mines. Once he arrives here on the tech up, if he sees no stable straight away, then he should be pretty comfortable with this going towards castle. Interesting. B adding in the archery range before he even sees a threat. A little bit surprising. I guess, like, realistically, having this isn't a bad idea. I mean, he doesn't know that it's Growth Wing, right? He doesn't have full confirmation of that yet. It could have been Growth Wing for castle. He does, however, now see the stables, so this should be where we get the Raxes added in. B isn't going to cancel the archery range, because if you have to add in Raxes, you have to add in archery ranges as well. And yeah, he did mess out on the berries. Like, it sounds nitpicky, but it's really not what I'm highlighting with his berries. It's such a big deal missing out on 50 extra safe food. Oh, I say it's a big deal. It's annoying. The bigger deal is when often I see people go Growth Wing and they've already eaten 3 berry patches. Then you missed out on 150 food. That's 3 villages worth of cost, right? And although that may not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about a civ that's all about optimizing how quickly you can get towards Castle Age, it's a damn big thing. Killjadi just building houses as if he was picking Japanese. Sadly for him, B is the one who got that in the draft. Just like that he's just trying to remain optimal on what he needs his resources for, right? Like, he's building archers, so his woodworkers can't pull away here. And we are going to be getting that discount Abbasid build we've talked about before. So B has to be pretty content with this, right? Like, you know, you invest, I invest, and then when we tech up, whose army is realistically going to keep full value? It's B's. It's not Killjadi's. Archers are still a big part of later phase of the gameplay for Irobids, but I'd say it's terrible in this matchup because of Javs. And Horsemen, of course, are going to fall off the side of the cliff because you want Camel Lancers instead. Unfortunately, it does look like Killjadi was anticipating a second pit mine being dropped, but B's read on this was pitch perfect. He invested those resources in more production first. Horseman's at least going to idle this out a bit, but Villager is going to try to start getting this wall up. And unfortunately, Killjadi, where are the archers? Am I blind? I don't see them. What? They're sitting at home. Okay, so this is really bad news because B is going to get these walls up and force this choke point. With this choke point, what it means is if he walls around the back, which is quite doable in this map spawn, he can just stand here with javelins and donzos and fight you. And that also will secure his second and third pit mine. So this is a very crafty read by B. I wasn't expecting this type of wall, but a great read. He has to wall this way, by the way. It costs more wood to do it here than here, but if you don't do this wall, then the bridge is going to be vulnerable for you, right? So your opponent can get in. And yeah, just to confirm for people, this map is not in pub rotation. You can play it in private games. You just need to look up bridges. It was something that Avali created for a map creation tournament. A map tournament that he was basically, I think originally he was going to take all 3 top spots because people liked his maps. But it's being used in the Elite Classic 2 right now, alongside Coastal Cliffs, another one of Avali's creations, which you can only also access through private games. I don't think this is one of those maps that is going to show off its unique function in this game, though. I don't expect these bridges to matter more than this small detail. There's no way this is going to turn into a play into the north side. I think this game is the type of one that with the way these two are playing is going to be defined and decided very quickly. Both of them scaling into a feudal army, but right now I don't rate Killjadi's that highly. I mean, it's a decent number of horsemen. It's just a matter of where you can fight. B feeling so confident he's walking far out to try and contest this. Second pit mine now coming in. Killjadi has now started to optimize for a castle age timing. We're probably going to be looking at advancement wing here. Just allows you to funnel more resources into this bigger army. I think anytime you're scaling a feudal force like this, advancement wing makes more sense because it means you have additional resources to put into an army now. Wall not going to go up though. However, realistically, it's more or less complete, right? Like, this is a pretty minute detail that needs to be fixed. B It's just all about guaranteeing he doesn't lose this pit mine. That will allow him to get into scalability with the ranches. Flash going to come in. Jav's just standing their ground, though. Okay, well played by B to not overreact to that. He just stood still with the jabs to keep attacking. Archers look like they might be getting slightly overkilled here, but it's still a win, right? Donzo's, enough of them remaining here to be a true threat. 2 left over. Needs to snipe down another to feel content about this. It's 1 Donzo left. Javelins are going to have to peel back from this, but second Donzo on the way means that these horsemen should start to lose out pretty badly. In fact, they're attacking the wrong target right now. He finally realized it to pull past, but gotta say, B, that choice to just stand his ground was on point. A great read there. And the reason why this worked is because one player is investing fully in the feudal timing. The other chose to be greedy. Killjadi, he's on the way of the logistics. It's not even going to be a fast tech up. Probably better than Advanced Wing now, considering he just lost the entire army. What makes me a little bit sad about Killjadi's choice is the fact that he didn't get that tech up started until after he lost the fight. So now B has a big window. He can do 2 things with that window. He can look towards his own castle, understanding what this game's going to become, or he can look to end you. B. Could he end him is the real question mark now. Killjadi, how much food does he also have? He's got 7 sheep remaining. Second berry patch is being exhausted. Deer are outside of his base. There is a risk that he's not going to be able to access enough food to long-term feel content in this game. The good news, and why I actually quite like logistics in this game from Killjadi, is the way that B is playing this is very defensive. He's built Donzos, he's built Javelins. This is not a composition that comes out into the map, right? Like, how many times have we now watched a player come out into the map with that composition and die because of it? So why is that really good news for Killjadi? It means the logistics is going to find its target. These relics should be very grabbable. 4 relics, maybe even 5, is actually very doable in a game like this. And the question is, B, because of the position he's in now, because that army win he just got, why is he not adding ranches, is what you've got to ask. Because anytime you get a win like that, you essentially get what I call like a negotiation token. You can make a choice. Do you now choose to be greedy, or do you choose to punish your opponent for the mistake by going aggressive? B is adding in a lot more army, which suggests he's going to look to be aggressive. The problem is the timing on this is a bit wonky, right? By the time he starts moving, the tech up's going to be complete. And that's when you have this threat of Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers that will ruin your day. I mean, interestingly enough, it looks like he's going to go towards Golems. Makes sense, right? There's not as easy of a raid route here with the wall being up. But it could make you weaker against this on the entry. B, now making his move. He's going for the gold. Going for the glory. B hasn't added in a single ranch. Guys, this is all in feudal. This is legitimately B non-stop going now. And yes, bridges do block ships, but you can destroy them to get past. Oh man, this army moving in. I mean, is this the right call? You've got 11 Donzos here. This outpost is not garrisoned. It's not upgraded, so that's going to work. Jav's now diving to the south side. Killjadi trying to get an army together to defend this. Golems are going to be a slow reaction, though. Remember, Javelins naturally move quicker. And they can actually stay far enough away that the charge is kind of irrelevant. Archer upgrades also coming in. Outpost going down. B, this is not stopping. This truly is an all-inner. No siege engineering, though, is kind of problematic. It means you don't have the rams to break this base right now. Killjadi should have relics now coming on the way home. Love this as well. Killjadi seeing his opponent's army is slow and seeing what he's doing. He plays out of the base onto the south side berries. Something that would usually be too risky, but here it's a very smart read. It's going to be broken. B, 45 military. He's not going to take the bait. He's not going into the base. He is actually going to go down south side. So Killjadi, in desperation, has to delete the wall just to get out of here. However, this is a big army, and Killjadi is going to have to fight sooner rather than later. The gold is being targeted again. Should at least be able to get away in time with the villagers, but B, right now, this army, you know, it's very deceptive. You can say that Killjadi's got a Castle Age army of 30 versus a feudal army of 52, but remember, the Marlians have quite a lot of quality to their units at this stage. Their Donzos are better than standard javelin, standard spearmen rather. Their javelins are better than standard archers. So they kind of have what I like to call a Castle Age light effect with this comp. Moves in for the Blacksmith. Love that read. He just scouted out. He saw there's no undermesh in yet, so allowing the javelins and the Donzo javelin throws to keep relevance here. Starts to target the Blacksmith to try and force a fight. Killjadi tries to come around the back of the Lancers. Jav's gonna start sniping this down though. Donzo's chasing after the cavalry, and Gulam's wrapping around the north side. B standing his ground for the moment, but realized he needs to start backing up and away from this. He was gonna come out with the wall low. Nice idea there, but it's gonna be one on the ground. It's just gonna be dropped off again safely, and it looks like B is pulling this away from the newly spawned units for Killjadi. Count is not looking great either. 10 archers in total. Gulam count isn't exactly scary, only 7. B is starting to lose the army though. A lot of javelins going down, Donzo's as well, but now the Musafadi and second wave coming in. He's hitting the eco. Killjadi about to be idled up with 30 of his economy. There's no way this is working, right? Like, it is though. Killjadi has no food. Oh my god, and he can't move north anymore. This read, this play by B. Most people would have made that dive, seen their army losing, and would have stopped, but not B. No, B in this situation understands perfectly. Killjadi has mistaken an opportunity to tech for an opportunity to win, and he could not be more wrong. Oh my god, dude, I think he's just dead. There's nothing Killjadi can do right now but build what? Siege? But Siege requires units to defend. This is tough. Dive onto the eco line, autos him out there. Right now, Killjadi's entire economy has been squished onto one screen. And he has one hope to get out. One Manjanique, one punt to try and recover his game. Because right now, this is looking done. Killjadi has got enough gold. That's not the problem. He needs food. Realistically, what he needs is the marketplace. He needs to buy some food. This army is not big enough to weather the storm that's coming, right? Like B, with this all-in feudal age Musafadi spam, is exactly what he needs here. These Gulams are going to get overrun, and if they get overrun, I mean, right now, what is your front line to protect this Manjanique? It's a total of, what, 14 units? Stealth coming out, though. B gets in! Gulams with the body blocks here, but now it's going to be a dive in to clean up this army. Wraps around the backside, and the Manjanique is gone. Killjadi is done and gone. No food, no wood income, way too much gold. And well, we buy mercenaries with olive oil on this land. We don't buy them with gold, so there's no way you're getting an army together. B is going to make it a very, very cool looking 2-0. And Killjadi, 5th series now, only one has been a win for him. The chances of him making playoffs with anything less than a perfect second weekend is undeniable here. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to surprise us? It's not looking likely, but Killjadi fans, hold your breath. There's still a miracle that could be had. I'm back. Oh, sorry guys. I misread the time. I thought it was 36 minutes, not 32. And then I got ambushed with a bunch of behind the scenes things. So apologies for that. Pretty cool series though. Really liked the game one, especially the game one with Solaris. Can we do the Casino Royale breakdown next? Wait, what? No, dude, we're not talking about. You mean Boreal? Is that where you want to go? Oh, don't talk to me about Boreal. The RNG of it. Ugh. Okay. It's a pretty cool game. Back to live games. Give me a sec. Usually I sit down a minute or two to figure this out. So, I think there's some TV2 scrimming going on. We can do more 1v1s as well, though. Community games? Do we even have enough people for community games? Who wants to play community games? Yes. No more 1v1s. There you go. 2 minutes. Get polling. Let's see how people feel. In fairness, I know some people are like, oh, no, I hate free-for-alls. Everyone's doing free-for-alls. I want 1v1s. In fairness, our free-for-alls are 10 times better than the ones you're watching on other streams, if I'm being honest. Sorry to throw shade at people, but like, it's not their fault. It's the format is bad. Like, legit, the thingy format is so bad. Want to watch community games? Yeah, but if we don't have 8 people saying yes, at least 8 people saying yes to playing in community games, then I can't do them. Doesn't work. So we need the people. Let me open AoE4 in the meantime. Oh. Can't vote yes? I mean, if people can't play, then we can't do them now. That's the simple logic of it. We need bare minimum 8 people, preferably 9, because there's usually one person who says yes and then can't play, in my experience. I've got... it's kind of weird. It's a vodka mule, so it's, you know, a Moscow mule, but instead of just vodka, it's got peach schnapps in. The problem is, I shouldn't have brushed my teeth after I ate, because now I think the mint doesn't work well with the ginger. Oh, saying that out loud actually sounds vomit-inducing. One sec. One sec. Get toothpaste that isn't minty. Oh, yes. Like, I'm sorry. I live in England. I don't know how it works elsewhere, but we only know mint. We only know mint. 86% of viewers want community games. Well, sadly, you needed to get more than 86%. We'll try again shortly, but for now, we're doing more 1v1s because we don't have enough people. So my recommendation, if you want to be on that stuff, hang around. And then we'll see how it goes in a bit. Chris is AFK, that's 7. Will Chris shouldn't be AFK then? That's still one short of what we need, though. So we'll cast 1 or 2 more games, and then I'll check again to see if we got people for FFA. Sorry. That's kind of the way it has to be. I guess Nomad, like, my recommendation to you is ring the like the beacon of Gondor on your Discord, so that people know. In about an hour, we'll be trying again for some community games. Light the beacon. God, ginger, like, this is such spicy. I don't know if you call it spicy. You know what I mean? Like, when ginger beer is like very. Well, the word it said on the bottle was fiery. It's fiery. It's weird for, like, I feel like that's wrong for Moscow mules. You know what I mean? Anyone who drinks Moscow mules knows what I'm talking about. Like, Moscow mules, ginger is spicy, yeah? Like, that's fair to say. Yeah, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, well, this one's literally called the Fiery brand. Like, I've had other gingers where it's, like, ginger beers, yes, but, like, it's not aggressive, if that makes sense. I feel like having an aggressive flavored ginger beer in your Moscow mule is kind of weird. It doesn't fit. Picante. Picante! Did I say it correctly? Picante. I say it in a very deep voice. So I sound like the new coming of Antonio Banderas here to seduce you. Picante. Por favor. I don't know what that last bit was about. Oh, Killjadi versus Vortex. Well, that is a tasty morsel we can't resist. Oh, blimey. So maybe we'll try as well to fit one or two thingy. Maybe we'll, like on Saturday, we can try to fit some of the low elo games in. Or maybe we try and low elo game later. We'll see. 1 second. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's get to it. Whoop. Let's speed that baby up. I want as live as possible for this absolute piece of action. Killjadi going up against Vortex. English versus Ibids. Interesting matchup, actually. One that I think the English have a good shot at with the Abbey of Kings build. We've watched 1 or 2 Abbey of Kings builds, and it's weird because it's terrible for attacking. If your opponent builds a Desert Raider or goes for the Desert Raider option, you immediately feel worthless with the King. But what you still manage to do is keep them busy while you go for a second TC. So curious to see if that's the way Killjadi wants to go. A lot of players right now with the English are doing these 2 TC openers. There is potentially another way you can play this, and Dragovan is already alluding to it in a certain way, which is to send it full on. And I gotta say, that's a playstyle that's been working out quite well for Killjadi. I mean, this guy, it's already a signature piece. He loves to go all in on you. But what I find very intriguing about watching these two clash on the ladders is you can see it's making Vortex uncomfortable, right? We just watched them fight, I think it's English versus Chinese, which is where you have to defend anyway. This is a similar matchup in the logic that you have to defend as the Ibids. You can't attack until castle, really, in this matchup. So this gives Killjadi momentum on his side. I feel like whenever we see these two moving forward in tournament play, it's going to come down to who got the more aggressive pick. And that should be the person that wins. And there's a perfect meta for that right now. Average game time, 20-25 minutes. It's screaming for attack. Let's see how attackish they're going to get. So House of Wisdom about to be built. In this matchup, I actually think the Desert Raider is not a bad idea into Growth Wing. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Growth Wing into Advancement, though. And there we go. Much better. I like this. The Desert Raider coming out. That one Desert Raider can keep the King at bay. Remember, the English King doesn't actually have very high base damage to begin with. On top of that, he's going to lose 20% to Camelonese, and he's going to be attacking a unit that has admittedly half his health pool, but 5 melee armor compared to 2. And on top of that, the enemy gets bonus damage against you, right? It's like, in terms of melee output, actually, the Desert Raider is genuinely doing about double damage before damage reductions. It gets even more absurd when you calculate that on top. So, really smart choice, and it means that Vortex isn't surrendering his eco-inflation a little bit later in the game. And the other thing I like about this is by keeping the English King on the defensive, that Desert Raider, if he doesn't get contest with the King, if the King tries to avoid him, you can just start diving eco and attacking, right? Which means Killjadi realistically can't get away with a 2TC build here. He's going to have to go all in. Yeah, mark my words. Like, people right now, they're asking, like, what's the solution to English? I actually think Ibids is a decent one. You know they're probably doing Abbey of Kings, and if you scout that, then you always go Desert Raider. If they are going Council Hall, do not go Desert Raider for the love of God. Just play Growth Wing, get a better eco, scale Horsemen, shut them down. Don't be suicidal, because building building Desert Raiders rather against archers is the definition of death. Looking at spawn as well. A lot of food situated on the north side. A little bit worrisome for Vortex because he doesn't have actually great resources to defend. In that, yeah, sure, he's got this deer behind him, but the deer are forward of the tree line. So he'd have to wall all the way around, which is very expensive. So that might be something that Killjadi can look to exploit if he's going for an all-in, but he's not. He's actually just going for the 2TC on a delay. That's dangerous, actually. If it gets scouted, I mean, imagine in that situation, Vortex should just be diving, because remember, you know, Tech Up is about to complete here. He can harass with the first Desert Raider, defend with the second. And in fact, it looks like he's going to be rushing for that secondary. Stable plus archery range typically indicates second Desert Raider opening, unless he's really worried about the longbows. I am a bit shocked by the fact that he's potentially going Horseman. Yeah, okay, that's much better. So the reality is you don't need an archery range and a stables. You only really need a stables if you're planning on adding Desert Raiders and Horsemen in, right? Because remember, Desert Raiders can be built out of both production buildings. That's an edge for the Ibids that you don't usually see talked about a lot, but it's actually a big deal considering that this is a castle optimal civ. So spending 150 wood less to get your counters in is an insane savings on your timing efficiency, right? Like, actually, it's the difference between getting an outpost, for example, here. Love the move out on the stone as well, just to gather enough of the arrow slits. Now, it looks like it's going to turn to a bit of a race, because actually that first Desert Raider is coming in at the perfect time to block Killjadi's greed. And Killjadi wants that backside deer, right? The north side is just too far out. So he's likely to shift south, and if he gets scoured by this Desert Raider, I'm not going to say it's going to be an absolute disaster, because remember, English do have short bows, but you could easily end up losing 2 villages. Especially if you pull, what, say 9 villages? 9 villages doing 5 damage per strike, 45, and it has 120. So you need 3 salvos, and it takes ages to shoot. But funnily enough, Killjadi sneaks north side. Oh, well played, my friend. Yeah, I don't think Vortex was anticipating that. We have seen this sometimes out of the English, but typically in these type of games, securing that extra food feels quite nice. The gold almost feels free. But this also guarantees there's no full rotation, right? Because it's too close to the secondary TC. Desert Raider is going to march in, though. And this is the point where Killjadi should just return fire. Okay, no, he's just going to build it. A little bit surprised by this. Other side of it, King's not doing any damage. Oh, wow, he baits him in, though. Okay, well played, Killjadi. He loses a villager, but to kill a Desert Raider, that is totally worth it. Sure, it's a free unit, but all of a sudden you're in a situation now where Vortex, that's his only upside, is scaling these Desert Raiders and getting pressure. He doesn't have any extra eco. So you're going to eclipse this villager advantage that Vortex has fairly quick, which is why now it's absolutely paramount that he gets into castle ASAP. One thing I don't like is the fact that this king has just not been able to find any value whatsoever. His rotation's forced an outpost. You can argue that's some value. But considering the berries were unguarded, I'm a little bit surprised Killjadi wasn't trying to idle that out. It's awkward because you know you're never going to stop the Ibids as they have 10 sheep at home. But you can at least stall them and delay them with them walking back. Especially important in a game where you know Ibid players are not going to be going full wheelbarrow. Oh, come on, dude. Like... Wait, did he animation cancel? That looked like an animation cancel. I don't think he intentionally done it, but I know that this is something that's still in, right? Oh, man. Wait, is it animation? What's the other one? There's 2. I'm forgetting the name of it. There's animation cancelling, and then... What we had with the scouts wasn't animation cancelling, right? It was something else. I think it was that. It's not the animation, it's the delay on moving after hitting that the Desert Raiders don't have, if I remember correctly. And this is something that still hasn't been fixed by the devs. Like I said, I don't think Vortex has done it intentionally. It's just something that can very easily happen. But it was kind of insane if you consider that like he was shooting and then immediately moving. There was like no delay whatsoever. Attack cancelling. Yes, attack cancelling. I think it's attack cancelling and animation cancelling, if I remember correctly. Yeah, basically there's a way that you can skip the full wind where if you shoot and then you click to move, he'll keep moving. It's not animation cancelling because he doesn't have the, like he doesn't skip the reload, but he gets to move straight away. Is it a confirmed bug? I'm pretty sure it's been a confirmed bug since last patch. In fact, it was literally in the rules for, correct me if I'm wrong, Dragavan should know because he was in the tournament. Then again, he was out in a very interesting way. I'm pretty sure in the Elite Classic, I think he played in Elite Classic, right, Dragavan? It was in the rules that you couldn't do it. I'm pretty certain of that. Oh, Palin's coming out? Was that actually worth it versus just attacking? It's close, but longbow attacking, yeah, I think the fact is you can't have your attack interrupted when you're building versus when you're attacking, right? So, like, probably was worth deploying the Paling to do that. Killjadi is now going to be looking for his tech up, but Vortex is already underway and is indeed going to be the Growth Wing. Start stepping with Marines. Yes. The better way of thinking about it, actually, is like the way you could describe it, Dragavan. Like, I'm going to go Dota on this. We call it orb walking. Orb walking is where... Actually, orb walking is kind of different. You still have the animation, but you can kind of shoot, click, shoot, click, shoot, click to skip some of the wind down. So you basically get the hit, and then you skip the wind down, which is pretty typical in, I think, quite a few games, especially MOBAs, if I'm not mistaken. It is a weird one, though. I understand why it's not being allowed right now. Like, actually, It's awkward in that, all I'm going to say, Final Fortnite, because I don't want this to literally just turn into a dissection of the rule or whatever, is that it's very hard to police whether someone done it intentionally. It's the exact reason why animation cancelling wasn't banned with Scouts. Because it's so hard to police whether someone done it accidentally or not, right? And yes, I think Orb Walking was also a Warcraft 3 thing, but I come from a Dota 2 background, right? So it makes sense why it's called Orb Walking in both. You know what the weird one is to me? Okay, one's in chat if you know the term aim punch, two's in chat if you know the term aim flinch. You can put both if you want. Because this is someone that's always comical to me, is that Call of Duty created an entirely new term from something that had existed and had a term for it for 15 years. Because aim punch is something that's existed in CSGO and I think maybe Unreal as well for ages. But like the weird thing is that Call of Duty decided to call it flinch, I think back in the Black Ops days, which is weird. It already had a name. Anyway, weird kind of nerd side stories. Focus on the game. We have got the White Tower coming up. Killjadi already has the wall on the north side. This is not too bad for him, right? Like, he can realistically just look to play it a little bit slower. I don't think you want to flood out here, because the issue with flooding out is you have to flood out with Knights. And Knights will absolutely lose to Camel Lancers. So this is the nice thing for the IBIDs at this stage in the game. The relics feel almost free. It's kind of insane, but because your opponent has to go for White Tower, the biggest value point of White Tower is Knight spamming, because you get them every 18 seconds. It's like a mini Yorishiro effect. But you simply can't in this game due to Camelanese. You'll always lose that fight. You might be able to draw it if you have the attack speed on your side, but it's just not worth engaging with. In fact, if you guys recall, just the other week, we had a game with Recon in where he was playing English, and he tried to spam Knights against Camel Lancers. It didn't end well. It never will. It's impossible. Like, mathematically, it just doesn't make sense unless you're 20 plus villages ahead. But at that stage, you could do anything and it would work. All right, we're going to ignore Fatlop's idea for buffing the English. I don't think the English are in need of your assistance, sir. We English can win games on our own. Usually by forcing an hour-long engagement which someone doesn't have enough time for and therefore surrenders. But it still counts as a win. It's kind of interesting to think about that in this matchup, actually. IBIDs don't really feel that great in Imperial Plus against English here. So Vortex will be looking for a way of closing this game out sooner rather than later. Love the TC add-in timing as well. He's a few villages behind, but not enough that it matters because he's going to get 5 relics. That more than makes up for the slight eco lead Killjadi has. The advantage Killjadi has elsewhere, though, is, of course, in these farms. They really start to come online in Castle Age with a 25% gathering speed buff. The way that you're going to see Vortex try to counter this is he has map control. So he doesn't need to rush farms. He can go berries, deer, as much as he wants. And there's nothing that Killjadi is going to do about it because of what we mentioned around Lancers versus Knights. It's quite interesting, actually, because it's different with certain civs where I feel like with the Japanese, you could probably get away with building Mount Samurai against Camel Lancers. I don't feel like I'd recommend it, but you'd fare quite well considering you offset their entire charge and your charge doesn't get offset, right? So it's actually a big edge. I do think in the Japanese matchup, though, it's much safer to just build Onimusha. Hoping more people are going to catch on to that. Anyway, Relic's now being targeted by Killjadi, but he's way too late to this. He can maybe get 1 for his trouble, and oh no, you need to complete that. You really, really need to complete that. Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that. Okay, how do you guys feel about that? The fact that you can cancel a gate and come back to a full health wall? Because I still think it's a little bit crazy. You basically can get kind of like 4 or 5 Palisade wall level of health, right? It's pretty powerful. 1v1, I've seen a Castle Mounted Samurai fight Camelot, so we both stopped to watch. They die at the same time. Yeah, I can believe it. It kind of makes sense if you think about the maths involved, right? Because you're taking 20% off of a sword attack at 23. So you're reducing him by almost 5 damage. And if you talk about the health of that, right? So it's like 10 strikes, but the lance charge itself is worth 35, like 36, I think it is. And then usually a Japanese player will have a melee attack advantage. So like I could see that being the case, where they both just slap each other down at almost the same time. Nice to know. Looks like one of the relics is at least going home with Killjadi tonight. Doesn't feel that great to give this much over, though. There's no denying that Vortex is clearly ahead. And now the Archer switch is coming in, and this is tricky because Killjadi He's only built into crossbows. Building the men-at-arms is probably your only way of playing this. They're not bad as well. With Armorclad, they can actually tank quite the walloping from Camel Lancers. I don't really see any other way you can play this. Because the problem now is this cost-efficient army of archers will be able to just dive the base quite quickly. And sure, a lot of them are going to die to the White Tower. But once they're past that White Tower, there's nothing to intercept. So you really have two choices. You go men-at-arms or Mangoes to assist now. The problem with Mangoes, though, is at that stage you have nothing for Camel Lancers. You're wholly relying on the idea that crossbows can kill Camel Lancers before they hit the Mangoes. Golden Age 3 already online. This is actually a really scary point in the game. 12-second production. It's kind of bonkers. He's producing 20 archers a minute. It's scary when you think about it that way, right? 20 archers a minute out of 4 archery ranges? He's going to eclipse the army of Killjadi in a minute and a half. And by eclipse, I mean double the size. Because Killjadi's only got, what? The Council Hall and then an archery range, right? So he can produce 3 crossbows a minute. Actually, no. In fairness to him, it's more than that. 1 minute. 3 crossbows every 20 seconds. So 9. Half. And also these archers count you, right? The other problem as well is the more you go into crossbows, the more likely it is that Vortex is going to build a Manjanique right outside your base. And Manjaniques are super effective against English, not only because they rely quite heavily defensively on crossbows and longbows. It's because once you stop fighting them, they scud the farms. Yeah, this is going to get difficult fast for Killjadi. Archer's now arriving. Amulet's Bravery has not been taken yet. Attack speed on the crossbows has actually proven to be quite valuable here. Vortex should be looking now to go into Manjanique. Meanwhile, Killjadi is looking to go into a new age. Wow. This is bold. He's making a statement about timings here. And I am all for it. I've been saying the Wingard Palace is OP compared to the Berkshire. Like, the choice isn't even close anymore. We're going to find out if it really is OP. Because he's choosing to do this while Vortex is looking to all-in him. This is incredibly dangerous. Your only defense is White Tower. If that crumbles, you haven't got this strong point Berkshire to hold back. Tech up complete. Let's see what's going to be from Killjadi. I imagine we're looking at Wingard Footmen to stabilize. It's pretty smart, actually, because Wingard Footmen do have bonus range damage, range defense rather, but on top of that, they get bonus damage versus Cav. So they die slower to archers, and they already have more health than men-at-arms, by the way. You save yourself 700 gold on getting the elite status for the men-at-arms. Actually, more than that, because he hasn't got veterancy. And then you still return more damage to the Camel Lancers. That's sick. And he has not got Military Academy yet, so that's going to be very important if he wants to scale this quickly. In fact, I think Military Academy is the biggest must for him in terms of tech right now. Siege begins. White Tower taking some damage here. No network of citadels either for Killjadi. However, he did just gather the stone that would be necessary, so we'd love to see that rushed up here. That's a really smart play if so. Footmen with the network of citadels buff should be able to eviscerate this, because if I'm not mistaken, Footmen should have the same scaling calculation for Men-at-Arms, and Men-at-Arms still remain to be the most pure form of attack speed buff. I think they actually get 19 or 20% out of 20% attack speed aura, right? So they, as in they are getting the full value. Not many units do. I think crossbows were down at like 14%, longbows might have been at like 12% or something like that. Don't ask me why the maths is so bad. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Relic makes Company Heroes 5 next. That math was so bad with this, so it's a bit of a weird one. From now marching out. A key drop coming in from Vortex, though. Free Treb should be able to blitz this down. Killjadi's got a strong defense for the moment, but not for long. Footman already evaporating here. Wow. And you know what? Berkshire may have been the requirement here. And the keep drop to replace the White Tower. Killjadi's in trouble. He's going to have to actually add in additional units. He's trying to now get Armorclad. Big woof there. He needed an extra minute or two. He doesn't have the techs. He hasn't got Undermesh. He hasn't got the Armorclad. Armorclad does work on Footman, by the way. So he was missing a substantial amount of health. It's insane. When you look at it and see these stats, you realize that even though they're more tanky, they have less armor than standard Feudal Age, Castle Age rather, Men-at-Arms. That's why they evaporate so quick to Camel Lancer charges. Yeah, that was brutal. And I don't think it's going to get any easier now. Trebs hitting into the landmarks. I think this game is over. Killjadi, he doesn't have Military Academy still. He doesn't have Scaling Footman. He's now trying to mass crossbows behind this, but this is where the Manjaniques and easy peasy win. Just build 2 Manjaniques, and there's no possible way Killjadi can fight you. Wow. Let this be a lesson, guys. If you forfeit map control, you can't go Wingard. On a rush, anyway. You need to go Berkshire. Would this game still have been winnable for Vortex if Killjadi went Berkshire? Quite likely. Would Killjadi have had a better chance of holding on? Yes. But now you can see the desperation, right? Like, trying to get into Footman is taking you 45 seconds to build 6 of those guys. Your opponent's already now scaling into crossbows. He already has enough Camel Lancers to dent you. He could even think about just adding in some Springholes to make sure he never loses those Manjaniques. And the reality is you don't actually have a way of now sniping Siege. One Springhold is not going to be good enough. And there is no extra Siege Workshop coming out. So there never will be any extra Springholds. I've seen this before. Vortex with the classic. Are you going to eat those? Because I could really go for some berries right now. Camel Lance is now marching in. TC is about to fall. The floodgate's going to open, guys. He's down to 1 landmark. There is no waiting anymore. There is do or die. And you know what? It looks like it might be death for Killjadi. Spearman now being switched into, but I think it's come too late. You're up against 40 archers. What a cool game between these two. You see what I mean about whoever gets most aggressive tends to win. Like, whoever takes the chill pill is losing between these two. They both understand attacking so damn well that allowing the other to get it for free is kind of giving over the game. Killjadi, he clearly got into this and went, okay, Imperial Age is my win condition. I think he rushed to get there, though. He didn't want to hang around the strong point, the Irobids, but what he forgot is getting Imperial is one thing. Being Imperial is an entirely different one. Flash now comes in. Footman trying to hold on, but the problem is the Trebuchets are sieging it down. Even if he somehow won this fight, he will lose to a landmark victory. Mamluk's Bravery coming through insanely late. Wait, this is going to be close. This is actually going to be surprisingly close. The Trebuchets Vortex? No way! Killjadi barely holds on. I mean, there's no way. There's no way this is turning on him. Vortex! He wasn't targeting down the mass. Oh my god. No way. Killjadi, I mean, if he survives this, economically, he's fine. TC's down, sure, but he's got the secondary, he's got the farms. This is hard, though, guys. He has to send it. Footman marching forward, and Vortex. You're seeing the power of the extra ranged arm on these Footmen. They just don't die fast. Oh my god! I was ready to write this off. This looked done. But now all of a sudden, the smile, the smug smile that was no doubt on the Spaniard's face has a look of doom and gloom about it. Well, I said this would be a test of the power of Footman, of Wingard, and you know what? It turns out it is. Because it's the only landmark Killjadi had left, but it's the only one he ever needed. Footman crossbows now diving in. The age advantage is fully unlocked here. The only thing's really missing, of course, the university tax. But even without those, Vortex is now in quite the bind. He lost the mass advantage. And with a full production, it's doubtful he'll ever get it back. The Irobids are not aging up. They are stuck. Stuck hard in castle, but not stuck for long, because I have no doubt in it. Killjadi is going to stick the boot to him and kick him out of this one. What an insane game. This is an outcome I was not expecting, but I have got the biggest smile on my face. The Trebuchet count was one short of what Vortex needed. And Killjadi, it's almost like he baited him into it. He allowed him to get a little bit too close to activate that network of citadels. And now you see how big of a difference that attack speed buffer can make. Decaps now come to the Sacred Site, so no whoopsie win coming in from Vortex either. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be the second time I'm going to call this game done, but I think it's going to be the last time. Vortex has no chance of mounting a defense against this. It's too many troops, and this is just wave number 1. The crazy part is even when they're booming, they are looking to attack. What a crazy game. I'm impressed. Thoroughly impressed by Killjadi. And now, after he breaks the stranglehold, he's never running out of gold. He's moved out into the big veins. At the same time, at any given time, Vortex has about a third of his economy just not working. Crossbow wave is at least going to get cleared up, so Vortex is not absolutely dead yet. But he's not far off. Bombard can now move out to address the keep. And then, all of a sudden, you're still an entire age behind. You have at least got Advanced Wing to catch up, but it's fair to say that Vortex is not in good shape. By the time he would tech up, Killjadi could easily have 30 footmen. Wow, 30 might be a stretch. Did he get Military Academy? For the love of God. I just can't with this guy. I don't think he cares about it, right? He seems to be more focused on the crossbows. You know, it's always nice when someone walks into your AoE and just allows your Bombard to attack every 5 seconds. Blessings have you had. So what's the comeback now for Vortex? How does he get back into this? He's prepping Horsemen, but that's the crossbows. That's not for a landmark snipe. The problem with relying on Horsemen is not only you're an age behind, but also the Footmen get bonus damage versus Cav. Do you guys know that? Insane unit. They get +5 damage. That's a 25% damage increase, and he wants no part of it. GG gets called. Killjadi up against the ropes, goes for the knockout punch, and finds it against one of the most aggressive players in Age of Empires. Wow. Are you kidding me? The crazy thing is that he could just switch into Wingard Raiders or Rangers. Yeah, but Raiders and Rangers wouldn't have saved him against that fight, right? The Footman done it for him. What do I call that one? I mean, on the thumbnail, Wingard is best. Wingard is best. There is no debate anymore. The debate. I think I call that the debate is over on the thumbnail. That's a sick one. Footmen Armorclad have insane armor. Yep. And it's like crossbows are meant to counter, but the reality is it's a unit that has more health than a standard men-at-arms, even in elite form. And then on top of that, they have additional ranged armor while having less melee armor. So actually, like, the Camel Lancers weren't a bad idea. But I think part of what happened there, if I'm not mistaken, the Camel Lancers didn't get a charge, proper charge. So they didn't have full damage denting at the start. That is insane. I mean, I don't think I was wrong with the way I was calling it. That game looked done. It was so close. The Trebuchets literally needed one more reload. I actually think Vortex needed to commit the Trebs to just trying to hit it. That was his only way. The moment he started to pack them up and move away, it was already over. Crazy game. Dude, Killjadi's so slick. Just curl my hair. God. Anyone else wish they could be like Killjadi? They don't have more ranged armor. Wait, is it not more ranged armor? I thought it was like more by 1. Am I wrong on that, Dragovan? I thought it was more. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's have a look. Oh, is Elite? Yeah, well, Elite has 5. Wait. Oh, you're right, actually. Sorry. It's because I'm getting mixed up with Armorclad effect in them. Yeah, you're right. I mean, still, but you have more health, right? So the only thing that counts you is melee. Because then you get, like, Elite Army Tactics affects them, right? Because Men-at-Arms, Elite Men-at-Arms is... Isn't it 190? I think it's around 190, if I remember correctly. Castle's 155. Let's have a look. Elite Men-at-Arms. $180. I was just a little bit off. Yeah, so 180 versus 280. And then Elite Army Tactics does buff them. Right? Like, it's insane. That's an extra 100 health. They are one of the most pop-efficient units in the game. Yeah, the more health makes them better. Also, I believe they have high damage, because if I remember correctly, a Men-at-Arms sits at, I want to say 14 damage? Yeah, 14 elite. But they start off with 20 base. Right? Then they get +5 against Cav. Right? Like, you see how this is crazy when you cook that unit. Holy crap. All right, let's see what else we've got live. What a fun game. Thank you, Mr. Kiljardi. That was sick. What are the 3 best melee infantry in order? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna like bluntly say, it depends what you're saying. Like best stats, best role. I still think Onibigisha is like a top 3 because their flexibility. Footmen definitely feel like they're up there. They're one of the most, well, they are the most pop efficient melee unit you can get. Gilded Landsknecht. Gilded Landsknecht actually may be like, I think they're top 3. They're that good. So like, yeah, to answer your question bluntly, Teach, it depends on like what you're looking for out of the unit, right? If you're looking for damage output, it's Gilded Landsknecht by far. If you're looking at Gilded Landsknecht, Onibigisha. But like, if you're looking for, say, like tankiness, then it's going to be something like Gilded Men-at-Arms and Footmen, things like that, right? Yeah, I will always rate Onibigisha highly. It's quite funny. Like, okay, chat. I'm gonna let you in on a secret here. When there was early talks going on in the creator preview, I legit straight away said Onibigisha are gonna be so much fun and so strong. And I can't count on my fingers the amount of times different players were like, I don't think they're good. I don't understand where they're meant to be used, whether it's early game or late. And I was like, you use them early game, but you can also use them late. They scale really well, right? And then also mid game. But like, I remember the only player at the time that was actually locking onto it is that guy. Voldemar actually said, well, not said, but he showed you, like in the opening days, the opening weeks, he would do that Feudal Age Rax opening where he built 2 Onibigisha because they're such good raiders early on. Now, obviously, it evolved into a Castle Age build, but legit, it's crazy. This is why I always say, you know, what you have to remember, because like everyone says, oh, tier list this, tier list that. Tier list, like all these sort of things, like a lot of the time it is opinions, right? Sometimes it's backed with statistics, but like I think even, you know, when someone like Beastie does a list, he warns you, he's like, now guys, this is just my take on it. Don't take things at gospel, what is what I'm getting at. Feel free to question them to learn more knowledge. So I think a perfect example is, I remember Beastie, like, I feel like I'm piling on him, but I'm using him as a perfect example. Like, he gets a lot of things right. But I still remember when they done the Chamber of Commerce change, and he was like, that's going to be OP. And I think at the same time I was doing a patch notes analysis, I was like, that's going to be really bad. It doesn't do anything. And then, like, to this day, no one cares about Chamber of Commerce, right? I feel like I'm sorry, I'm doing the let's focus on these losses here. Beastie does get a lot of things right, for sure. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, it's always ask questions is the thing I'm getting at here. Because when you ask questions, you learn, right? Think about the inquisitive kid that always asks why. No most playing, can you cast this match? No, sorry, not in top 300. Kappa. Oh, there was a game we were going to cast, wasn't there? Because we're going to do a free-for-all check after the next game we cast. What was the game we wanted to cast, though? I'm trying to remember now. Oh, it was the Voldemar. It was Voldy. Voldy had a game, right? You guys wanted a Voldemar game. I'm going to give you a Voldemar game. We're going to see if we can reset that timer. A unit special ability tier list. I can tell you that the Royal Cannon AoE shot is going to be like F tier. Oh, man. Dude, that ability is still one of the biggest memes that exist in the game. Like, are you kidding me? A 4-minute cooldown? Why? It's so weird. I'm surprised as well it still hasn't been buffed to this day. Alright, we're going to do an English Ibid game between Voldemar and a Chinese player I'm not sure of the identity of. We're going to see if we can reset that time for him. Faith is worst? What one was Faith? My brain. That's not the bastard conversion. That got changed because that's called proselytization. Haha! Wait! Dragavan? Is it called Faith now? Is it still called Faith? I call it Faith. Ha! There we go. That's my bite back for you correcting me on the footman. I'm kidding. I feel The funny thing is I've realized that when I say proselytization to most people, they don't know what I'm talking about because no one built it. I don't know how I remembered the word. It's like hilarious. It's like, did they think if they gave it like a stupid name, people, like a really weird name, people would use it? Proselytization, for those that don't know, is the one that allows you to convert enemy units without a relic. It's really bad. Dragavan, who is a big Abbasid boy, will agree with that. The biggest problem with proselytization is it's an Imperial Age unlock. Therefore, it comes in at a pointless time in the game. Because if you're pop capped, you kill the units. So you might as well just build a hand cannoneer. And actually, mathematically, yes, you can afford a hand cannoneer. Because the monks, the imams are 150, right? But a hand cannoneer is 120. So I'm paying less. Sure, I'm paying the food as well, but like food is eternal, right? Like it's, I don't know, man. Maybe you know what would be an interesting buff? I actually don't think it'd be OP either. Is if Abbasids only paid 100 gold for the imams. I'm not saying it would change it, but might be a start. Talk about that tech, dude. It's so out of place. The weird part is they've changed other techs, right? Like they just done the culture thing so that the healing works on TCs as well, right? But why not do the other? You can convert elephants, right? That'd be value. The problem is, like, I don't know how long it takes. Do you know how long it takes, Dragavan? Does it take longer depending on the unit cost as well? Also, let's be totally real. If your opponent's building elephants, he's either thrown the game or he's winning the game so much, you're probably not going to be able to turn it by proselytizing. MA can walk away with good time. Okay, so elephant's probably just going to headbutt your face in time. Yeah, that's pretty yikes. I don't think I've ever seen the proselytization ability being used. That's how bad it is. No one does it. Most players don't even know what it looks like. Oh, let's intro this one quickly. It has been 3.5 days since a Voldemar win. No particular reason I thought I'd bring that up. We're going to see if we can reset that clock. Voldemar versus an un-ID'd player from China. Iabids versus English. Now, this is a matchup that I genuinely think is a lot tougher now for the Iabids than it was previously. We've already seen a few examples why. The 2TC build's actually pretty decent against the Iabids. The all-in with Lombos is also pretty damn effective when you open the king and follow up a Lombo play. I'm wondering which way this player is going to go. I'm imagining we're looking at a 2TC build because that seems to be meta right now. I'd say about 80% almost of English players are doing that build where they either go 2TC in a rush or they go 2TC by rushing Castle Age. There aren't as many of these King 1-all inners, but I think that's going to evolve. We're already seeing Puppy Paw and Wham do it frequently. I know Dragavan has also been doing a lot of these proxy-based 1TC all-ins. I think the King is good for just about anything at this stage. It's added an insane level of flexibility to the English that didn't exist before. And a big part of why, to me, is actually not just the fact it's a free unit, it's the fact that it sustains and heals. So it's an effective raider, but it's also the perfect companion to an all-in. You know how a lot of people face off against Zhone? And one of the big takes isn't just the XP crawl in level 3. It's also when they fight Zhone, she presses one button and a bunch of heal gets done. It's not a button press and an immediate heal, but it's kind of a comparative effect across the course of a game, what the King can do for an army. How are we looking on the scout opening here? Because we didn't actually get any sort of farm drop, but Red went super deep with the scout rotation. Looks like they actually split the map, so I think they saw each other in the center. I'm going to say, judging by the sheep halls, it looks like Voldemar got whatever center sheep existed here. Because it's a little bit ahead, right? So we've got 10 sheep versus 11. Of course, the Iabids aren't going to touch their sheep at all. That's really advantageous for Voldemar. It means he does not have to come home quickly. What's interesting is actually the way he's scouting. So this is a cool timing. Voldemar is going to get in time to see what his opponent is doing. And then he can head back. The reason that's important is if this is an all-in Council Hall build, he's going to need to make sure that he doesn't just build an outpost, but builds something else to defend with, right? If it's the King build, however, an outpost should suffice. And in fact, he should be scouting that stone. He's got an insane amount of info out of this. Not just the Abbey of Kings. Oh, come on. So Voldemar's just what? Running on the assumption that it's 2TC? Because not scouting that detail is quite important. The Abbey of Kings could have just been dropped here because close to the goal, but I think what Voldemar's anticipating is that because his opponent built the Abbey of Kings here and not right next to the gold, it's because he's moving left side, and thus he should be going for a TC. So other side, this Voldemar should be going for the Desert Raider. Oh. He's gone Grove. This has to be Advancement Wing. I don't think you can go for logistics here. Not against the king. Like, he might get his damage reduced, but he will kill the dervishes returning. A little bit surprised. Myriad says it's Abbey of Kings 9 times out of 10. Yeah. Pretty much. I'm trying to think like where you'd want to do Council Hall. Maybe Mountain Clearing? But that doesn't exist right now, so GG. What do you think, Myriad, about the Growth Wing choice here? I'm not a big fan, personally. I feel like Reinforcement Wing makes a lot more sense, because a Reinforcement Wing plus an Outpost, the English can't really do anything to you, and then you get Growth Wing to overcome. It's like, the only way this makes sense to me is if you're Advancement Winging, but why are you Advancement Winging here, right? Like, what's the rush? I guess you could argue you get Camel Lancers out, and that just completely relegates the king to nothingness. But you're not going to get into the enemy base in a rush, right? Like, the English with 2 TC and a white tower to follow, like, you're not going to get a timing there to dive that base. If the English went for proxy, Voldemar would order. Dude, I just love the variety of opinions I get here. We've got Myriad just looking to kind of like assess it on a deeper level. And then Dragonman's like, can I proxy this map? Yeah, but Dragonman, here's the problem. What, would you proxy here? Because you need to hide it, right? That's really far away from the base. You'd have to wrap north side and proxy here to hit the gold. That's ages. So 2TC on the way. King is coming out. Outpost is already up. Love the fact he grabbed the arrow slit stone required. I don't like the placement here. It's awkward because you're running towards the enemy, but you should be able to get in time. But the thing that I don't like about it is like your enemy can now 360 wrap around the back of the TC, right? If he short walls here, I really like it. Because then you get like the aggressive forward, right? The king will never get close. And it guarantees Lombo play can't work. That's why Voldemar's done it, by the way, is Lombo play. But I feel like you could even just drop the outpost here, it would have a similar effect. The reason he wouldn't do that, though, is because of no wheelbarrow, right? And you don't want to do 2 outposts here, because if you do 2 outposts, it feels like trash. But the reason why Voldemar feels this paranoid in the first place is he doesn't have Desert Raiders out to do things. Desert Raiders are pretty incredible. If this is a king build, which you know it is, and your opponent follows up with archery range, you can cut the reinforcements because Desert Raiders hit so hard and so fast, Lombos won't trade efficiently. You'll kill 3 Lombos before you lose a Desert Raider. And that's an efficient trade. 1, because you're getting it for free, but 2, even if you weren't, you're paying 240 resources versus killing 270 resources. And I'd say actually you can kill 4 Lombos if you catch them 1 by 1. Pretty easily. You need more Civ to cheese with? Any ideas? Order the dragon. Off you go. You need to do Outpost Rush. Racks opening. I mean, isn't Delhi just a quick way to cheese a high rank? I think there's actually a bunch of Japanese feudal age builds that still haven't been explored, to be honest. In fact, one I was highlighting earlier was in... Was it the Delhi matchup? Who were they against? I was saying, like, one of the Delhi matchups, going Dome of Faith makes a lot of sense, and it's baffling people don't do it. Yeah, that was right. I think it was you just do Mass Ghazi, and you build Dome of Faith, and you just cycle heal. I think that's kind of like being slept on right now. According to Crackety, it's Atri that's been busted. You must not have seen the game earlier. He's cooking, let him be. He'll get there. Atri is strong. I actually don't think they're the strongest Civ, though. I think Iobids are still obnoxious with their timing. Byzantines are just absurd. So Lombo's now on the way from red. A little bit surprised they invested in this, but we talked about the idea of this build. Like, you can't match the Ibid's unlock timing. But what you can do is take advantage of the fact he was greedy. This is insanely greedy. So not only is it Growth Wing, it's then logistics afterwards. We already mentioned this is rough because your opponent's going to have a king out. It's even worse if you start scaling some Lombos and camps. Ishi, ay caramba. The problem this as well, like you might say, okay, but KP, he can just hold the dervishes and come out on a delay. That's pretty bad because that means you've just wasted your tech up. Like any time these logistics aren't moving towards relics is a waste of an investment here. You could have just went advancement wing and went mosque, built 2 dervishes on a delay, and you'd have like the same cost, but you'd have castle a lot quicker. And yes, Myriad, like, agreed. That's pretty much what you do with the logistics play. It's that and when you're in relic races, right? So, like, this used to be an interesting build against the idea of HRE. The problem is, like, with this timing, you know, your opponent does have that king. So I'm wondering, Voldemort, if he splits off for these relics, there's a very big risk you just get sniped down. Now, the interesting part is instead of going after the camels, Red chokes on villagers. What? You know what the dumb thing is? Red threw away the king. He didn't build more Lombos. And yet, still, I like Red's position better. Is he even going to White Tower? No, there's no way you'd be greedy. You have to White Tower. I mean, yeah. He's looking at it like, let's not Abbey of Kings here. So the reason why I like Red's position, though, is Voldemort doesn't have that reset of Growth Wing. He's got relics coming, but he's already 10 villages behind. Don't get me wrong. If Voldemort reaches pop, then great. Like, you know, he has a permanent lead with the relics. The problem is, Voldemort doesn't want to reach pop. And no IBID player willingly wants to go into Imperial Age and full-fleshed Imperial Plus versus English. That's a death sentence. So what worries me now is, like, Red already has a decent lead. Even when you get 5 relics, you're going to offset that lead. You need to do more, though. You need to kill. Yeah, so to the whole point that Mira's bringing up about the king can't kill the dervishes, I get where you're coming from, but I actually think you could have killed one of these dervishes. The reason is that the mass heal is a one-off, right? And you want to split the dervishes. So the only way you can't kill at least one dervish is if Voldemort has to send them together. Which, if he does that, that's already an advantage for you, right? Because it slows his relic timing. Versus the king diving in there, admittedly getting probably more value than he should have. I mean, 2 worker kills is more than I would have ever expected that king to get with Arislets. So maybe that's why he didn't chase after the dervishes, he just saw a better value target. But I do think that, you know, even if you just force Voldemort to patrol with multiple dervishes, that's a win. Drops the relic when he's close to death, really close to the base, and by that time, Camel Lancer's out. Not if he runs over here and grabs this one, right? Like, you move pretty bloody slowly when you pick up those relics. I agree on the nearby ones, but the far-off ones are difficult. Especially with the king having the broken 1.69 movement speed. How are you ever going to run away from that, huh? Nah. It's interesting because the king does have awkward damage, remember? Like, he hits for, I think, 16 with the Greatsword. So then he's losing 20% of that, right? So he's hitting for like 13. But you're a 120 HP unit and you have no armor. So it's like, I think I get where you're coming from the close relics, and I agree. But the far relics, you should be able to like get a snipe or delay him. But once again, it came down to the trade of delaying someone or killing 2 villages. Makes sense, right? There we go. Murad sees my way. 1.69 is perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. You say 1.69 movement speed, and that meme of Magneto pops up. Where he just says perfection. So Red's game's looking pretty cozy right now. About to be 60 villagers. Second farm class is coming in. I don't think he's coming out until Imperial Age. Oh, that has to be so vexing. I mean, there is no player in the world that sees an English player camping and likes the idea that he has to go in. Because like when an English player refuses to play the map like this, it's really obvious what he's doing, right? He's going to just go for the age up. And what makes this more frustrating, borderline tilting actually, is like, realistically, an English player could get there into Imperial without even coming off the initial vein. Looks like instead, though, Red is actually investing. Why, hello there, Sunshine. So we've got Crossbow Knights versus Archer Lancers. That's quite dangerous from Red because if you don't win the initial fight, you run out of gold straight away. Because everything else is outside your base, right? So very important they get a dub there. I guess one upside for Red is that the White Tower is almost in range of the gold. So you always have a soft fallback on your second 4K. The goal right now for Voldemar should be to force his opponent out of his base. I really want to see him just capture the Sacred Sites, force that timer, and just dance around it. Flash coming in. Red, he's just going to micro this back. This is so tilting. Remember, any damage done to yellow, it's not going to be pumped due to the Dervish, but you're going to heal a lot slower than the English are with the Abbey of Kings. Oh my god. Mirad says English going Knights is kind of troll. I mean, you say that, but Abbey of Kings. Like, compared to Dervish healing, it's so much better. The Dervish can heal for, when you're out of combat, is it 7 per minute, I think? Per second, rather? Whereas you're going to get the 6 on everyone. It's not just Knights, though. Keep in mind it's also the crossbows. The interesting part is Voldemar's now blinking first. He's going into expos himself. Another thing that I'm worried about now for Voldemar is if he gets baited to going into the base. Like, you're going to be playing into network of castles. At which point, you may reduce the damage of your opponent by 20%, but they're attacking 20% faster, right? It mostly balances out. The Camelon is still better, because if I remember correctly, Knights do about, instead of 20% increased attack speed, I think they get something like 17% or 18%. But between that and the heal, it feels almost impossible. And what worries me is this. Look at this move coming out. Red, he's looping around, and Voldemar, well, he just got a scout on this, right? Like, he sees the Sacred Site being decapped. He's not pulling away, though. The issue for me in this game is, like, Voldemar hasn't walled at all. He's just acted as if he's got control. And even when he saw the Knights coming, he committed 1 villager to this. He's going to wish he committed these 6 because they're dead anyway. So chop down immediately there. And then on top of that, there's a rotation towards your base that forces Voldemar now to react with all the Camel Lances. Okay, this is actually really bad for Voldemar. He's also kind of overreacting. Sending this many camels for this many knights is an overkill. He has nothing to guard the forward, and he's building Manjanique. So if this gets seen, Red with just a group of men-at-arms and crossbows could take this. And double Manjanique dying at this stage with this eco lead for Red is just a GG. Wow, he gets out-finessed as well. Dodges him completely. Red is just playing with his food right now. Voldemar is stuck in reactionary phase. This feels so bad to have to do, guys, because you know it's 2TC. It's been 2TC the whole time. Relics aside, like, you know, even if we double this relic count, it doesn't make up for this difference. Jesus. And now a perfect time. Red moves down to the second gold. Crossbow's going to bait him in, and he gets the outpost up. So the attack speed aura is there. Voldemar immediately wants out of the fight. Siege has at least been built up, but you know this is the interesting thing: is Voldemar now has to keep investing into the Lancers as well to protect Siege against the Knight scaling. And Red now going for a full switch up. He could commit into Springholds defensively, right? Every 15 seconds out of the White Tower. That would make the most sense, but right now Red's got an issue gathering gold. He only just got access to the veins. It's going to take a while. And yeah, that Manjanique shot may have looked impactful. It really isn't because of the king. He's going to heal. He's going to kiss all the boo-boos better for the damage you've done. What a reasonable civ. Voldemar's now looking to strike. Is he big enough, though, is the question mark. Because this is always the awkward thing, right? Like diving the English with the aura, with the attack arrows out of the White Tower, the TCs. Very difficult. And also, if you don't commit and kill, the Abbey of Kings can offset a lot of the damage you do. And he's going to need a lot of damage here. We are going pseudo trebuchets, guys. 3 Manjaniques scaling. Move in. Manjanique count. Now up to 4. TC looking like it's going to be blown up, but at this point, it's a 40 villager lead. And Red, he doesn't even hang around. He sends the Knights in again. Are you kidding me? This guy is insanely ballsy. Who does this when you're being attacked like this? This is freaking wild. If he can cut all reinforcements, then Voldemar's dead. Because Voldemar, he needs more troops to break the base than this. He can build siege, but he also needs resources for that, which is why Red is hunting. Stops off the wood line, wall going up. Voldemar. Wait, where is your base, sir? Oh my god. Over half his economy running for their lives. And this Manjaniques look intimidating. They're really not. And also because he built so many, he's lost his Springwood advantage. Oh my god, he's dead. He's actually just dead. Oh my god. Red. Not dead, but looking for redemption here. Voldemar, he may have dodged death with the raids with the Knights, but his siege just got slowed down. The TC is still operational. The military lead now is with Red. And the Spril count is good enough to easily start sniping out these Mangos. In fact, he already took down 2. What an insane timing by Red. This is why people hate playing against English so much. That attack speed aura and the White Tower defense is what made Voldemar hesitate every step of the way. And now, I think that hesitation has been lingering too long. The Knights are completely unanswered in the back of the base. Once they find the wood lines, it's going to be all over. Voldemar only has 210 food income. He just got intercepted on the deer pack. And he's about to be pushed out of Red's base. Sprills move in. Siege is going to be sniped down. And even if you somehow beat this army, you'd have nothing left to hit back with. GG is called. My Voldemar clock shall not be reset today. Because this spicy boy from China just showed him an absolute shellacking with the English. Woo! Wait, there's a Red Bull trailer? Hold up. Where's this? Link me. Where's this Red Bull trailer? I want to see this. Oh, for AoE 2? Oh. Oh. I don't know what I'm going to call that one. Is that one uploadable? I'm trying to think. I guess he tried to go all in siege with Trebs, right? I don't know. Nah, I'm not sure if that one's uploadable. All right. Let me see if I can find this trailer. Give me a sec. Oh, Tato tweeted it? Wait, so they didn't even tweet it on their main. What? Can you use the full screen trailer? Well, yeah. That's the idea. Let's have a look. Let's have a ganders. That's simulated castle? No, we're in a real castle. AoE2 has magic now? I love Blessed, dude. Okay, here's the thing. Tato is an absolute cutie, and I love the fact that he's just trying to look ultra intimidating. And I know the guy, I met the guy, he's not intimidating. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I just mean he's way too freaking nice. So like him trying to be intimidating is kind of, it's always a giggle to me like that. Okay, so that's cool. And he done it in this little tower here, right? So the Marine Lord announcement will be from this tower right here. Chat, don't be weird. I'm not hoping him. Okay, it's definitely gonna happen. It's gotta happen. It's gonna happen, right? Right? Please. Someone didn't do their research on this? On what? What do you mean? Yeah, it's in Spain. Like, this was already known, right? Or, well, people thought it might be SA, but, like, I think it's clearly Spain. I don't know what it... Yeah, it says Castillo... hold on, here. Castillo de... Wait, what? De Almodóvar in Spain. Why is there Magic in the AoE game trailer? Because everyone loves Magic, dude. Proof, the AoE 4 community and how we really feel about Magic. Love the guy. Sounds as if Age of Wonders would have Red Bull Warlord, not AoE 4. I mean, I don't know. Like, I've said already, it would be a critical blunder by the devs, by Microsoft, by like everyone who has an ownership stake in Age of Empires for 4 to not have an event. Flat out. So I'm holding out hope. I'm praying. We'll see though. A4 land tournament in Medieval Castle will be Monk S. We've done that already, bro. Hold on. You're right, dude. I've never heard of that before. Could you imagine if Age of Empires 4 had an event in a castle? That's wild and innovative. We'd never do that. Age of Mythology, dude, I would find it weird if they gave Age of Mythology a Warlord over AoE 4, because Mythology doesn't have a proven like competitive scene to the scale of 4. Some people are going to like that, but it's true. It's just not as big, right? So there is a Myriad versus Recon game live. I like how little emotional reaction it had to that. Other than like, yeah, big hype. Love that we've got 2 and love that we've got Tato there. Still praying for 4. Do we want Krakni versus Numidan or do we want Recon versus Myriad? Yeah, there was Red Bull Warlord Legacy. Yepetos. I cast the Grand Finals. It was in Heidelberg. You want wait. Is Red Bull the only entity financing the tournament? So the responsibility here lies with Red Bull and not with Relic? No. Microsoft will provide the prize pool funding. They always do. Most tournaments, that's what they're willing to do. Admittedly, that doesn't cover all your costs. But here's the thing. If you stipulate that for them to be able to run an event and also to get the prize pool funding, both those things you need, or would prefer at least one of them you definitely need, the permission, then you say it has to be 4 as well, then they can't argue with that. It's such an incredible brand hit and marketing failure if like from Microsoft's side they don't see it paramount that 4 has to be a part of that event. Maybe 2 people like, no, I don't care, but like it is really important. Oh, that's right. We were going to do a poll for community games, weren't we? Have we got enough people for commie games? That's a very good question. So, who wants to play in community games? Me, no, more 1v1s. Here you go. Get the other voting. You guys were close last time, so if you all hung around, I'm sure there'll be one more person here to line your ranks. I'll wait for that to complete. So that's a 2-minute poll. Get your asses in and start voting. Meat Grinder? Quite possibly Meat Grinder. I love my nephew, like, didn't want help installing a hard drive, and now he's asking me how to install a hard drive. It's too good. Another one for Nomad? Is Nomad not voting? Because, well, somehow we now have less people voting than last time. If we haven't got the people, we can't do it. So where are Pepple? He's playing. Okay, so we still don't have enough people then. Where is everyone? Kind of surprised we don't have more people at this point. One sec. Oh, dude, one of my Discords just blowed up about, like, everything. Yikes. What do I want to... Oh, so there's someone I want to check. Oh, that's right. I joined one of Nomad's Discords. Let's have a look. So we have 7 people, right? The 2-time X2 micro maps ruined you? What do you mean they ruined you? We're training you to be a better gamer than you've ever been before. That's our goal. I'm just checking in one of the Discords to see if we've got enough people. We might be in luck. Is Nomad in a game? Oh yeah, dude, he's not going to be ready anytime soon. Alright, screw it. We'll cast this one, and then we'll do a check afterwards. Alright. Yeah, but Tato was an AoE 4 player, so... No, guys, it's fine. Tato was an AoE 4 player. There's got to be a Wallow. Whatever, I'm going to focus on this game. We've got Byzantines versus HRE. Who's going to be the true inheritor of the Roman Empire? Let's find out as we get ready for Myriad versus Recon. Basically, like, I don't want to say the 2 most powerful civs, but both of these civs are, I think it'd be fair to say, top 4 civs in the game right now. Intriguing to see what this one's going to entail. HRE versus Byzantines is an intriguing one to me because I think both civs have a lot of potential to play aggro in this matchup. You don't just have to camp. And I'm wondering, actually, HRE might be able to overwhelm the Byzantines' very powerful Javelin contract. The reason is with a 40% increased gathering rate on your entire economy, spamming archers to a number that overwhelms Byzantines actually isn't that hard. And the sicker part is because you have that extra movement speed, you can choose where you fight more freely. So I'm wondering what Myriad's solution is going to be to that. Maybe we see some Hippodrome play. The problem with Hippodrome play is you're just actively sacrificing your ability to scale as many jabs early on. And that puts you even more up against the ropes. And at the end of the day, do you really want to be building Horsemen into a civ that has marching drill spearmen? That feels like a recipe for not just disaster, but absolute death. In fact, I'm wondering if Myriad just tried to hunker down and go castle. The gold spawn isn't crazy good for that, but like theoretically you can get enough gold together and get a few Varangian out. And this matchup gets very interesting the later it goes, because you'd actually think the Byzantine player has to set the tempo, otherwise men-at-arms with heavy maces destroy them. Ahahaha, oh dearie me. No, actually it's the other way around. The later the game goes, the better Byzantines look, for a few different reasons. One of the big reasons is the Varangian come out so quickly that if you don't go Burgrave, you can't keep pace. The other issue that HRE usually has is Varangian with the teardrop shields. Reducing their attack speed to the amount it does, with that production speed, allows them to just berserk and wail on you. It's actually disgusting just how powerful Varangian can be in this matchup. Then you add in the fact that you're just layering in these olive oil units, you're not as far behind as you would be economically with other civs. So it looks like we are going to get the Grand Winery. That's another important detail here. Another thing that's really nice with Byzantines with Fast Castle is that you can quickly just try to rush out those initial Varangian, push your opponent back, and if they tech up on a delay, you're now picking up relics from the Grand Winery, and your opponent can't get out of his base. So I have a feeling that Recon might lean into something a bit less aggressive here. Are we getting more people turning up for community games? All right, we can do a check after this one to see if we've got enough people to play them. So 3 on gold. Arkan is out of range as well. That feels really bad for a Castle Age rush. Wood Gathering is up to 4 now. He's added in farm super early. This feels like it's going to be a castle build, unless he switches something very suddenly. Grand Miner on the other side, we should be getting into in this game. I'm a really big fan of Western Contract, unless you see Mass Archers. If you see Mass Archers, you want to be going Javs. If you do not see any commitment into Feudal Age, then I actually do believe that going Western makes a lot more sense. Right? Western when you need to defend, and then Eastern Silk. Words today. Silk when you need to defend, Western when you don't. Because Western will scale better in the late game, right? HRE is mainly going to be mass infantry late game, and funnily enough, Byzantines are better at doing Lanzknechts than HRE. You guys realize that? Like, legit. Think about all the games you played as HRE and how hard it is to justify Lansk. Then think about all the games you've seen Byzantines build Lansk. It's so trivial, right? Like, the order of power and ease for these civs goes Order the Dragon, Byzantines, HRE. From easiest and best to build Lansk to worst. So tech up complete. And looks like it is just a switch. Okay, this makes more sense then for Recon. So it looks like we should be getting an archery range dropped almost immediately. You could open racks here. What is it with Recon in this? We've seen him do it with the Byzantines. We've seen him do it with pretty much every civ at the moment. It's almost like Recon took to heart his identity as a turtle and wants to completely change it around. What is the easiest way to make people think you're not a turtle? It has to be a horseman, right? Like, I can't think of a unit that is less defensively oriented. What an interesting build. Has he actually got the food to justify this? 8 sheep doesn't feel crazy. He has got the deer behind the base. He could even think about shoving those in. What has he seen that makes him so inclined to do this, though? Because I feel like building horsemen up against the Byzantines is a disaster. They're going to build Limitane alongside Javs or Lombos, right? It's their bread and butter. So the only way this would make sense in my mind is if you thought you were up against horsemen. Why would Myriad ever want to build horsemen? It just doesn't make sense. Because his name isn't Recon, right? Like, Recon is probably the only player I know so frequently that goes horsemen with Byzantines, even if he hasn't built Hippodrome. So level 2 assistant online in the meantime. Myriad almost ready for that first pump. In fact, he's prepping. It is going to be Western Contract. Yeah, smart read. I mean, you're defending, right? You don't need to come out and attack. His win condition in his eyes is reaching Castle Age fluidly, optimally. On the other side of it, Recon's kind of put himself in a weird bind here. Going double racks plus the stables, he's going for an all-in timing. If he times this right, there is an opportunity to break your opponent. It's between the second and third pump of Lombos, because your opponent will run out of olive oil before he scales past 15. But it's very hard to thread that needle. You're also going to need to make sure you are optimal in your blacksmith timings. Undermesh is a huge deal here, especially now that you're up against Lombos. Limitane marching forward. Recon immediately queuing up the men-at-arms. Food is going to be decent because of the berries, right? And Myriad does have bat berries in a way, but it's deceptive. Also, I always hate these type of spawns when you're being attacked. The problem Myriad now has is unless he walls this off, this is a primary target. He won't get it, right? Because it's exactly what Recon's going to look to block. So you can sneak south side, but that should be it. Meanwhile, Recon has got a lot of extra food to work with because although we mentioned the sheep count is low, he has got the berries buffed here. And he is doing a gradual farm transition. So the whole idea now is all this wood gathered doesn't need to go into archers, mass archers. It just goes into quality feudal units, being horsemen and men-at-arms. Well, color me surprised. This is a bold choice by Myriad. He's not content to just kite and defend. He's looking to attack. I wouldn't have expected this out of a Lombo opening in this matchup. There are some matchups where 100% makes sense. But in this particular one, when you saw horsemen, store stables, and you know it's probably going to be Rax or Archers behind it, you'd think against the HRE economy, you wouldn't want to frontline that. Myriad feeling quite ballsy here. We'll dive in. On the gold isn't going to work out. Arislit's already being queued up. Undermesh on the other side. Recon, of course, doesn't need to worry about the range. Myriad. Well, this is exactly why I thought he'd stay at home. Luckily for him, Recon done a whoopsie. No undermesh prepped ahead of time. So actually, this is a good hold by Myriad and an expensive fight for Recon. Wow, and he's Congo lining them in. What always feels bad about this is the way you gradually lose more and more power as these units flop. And the Lombos just get more and more value, right? Like, they're just making it a more and more efficient trade. In fact, this is an expensive trade right now for Recon. What was that? Was that the fourth one going down? To kill a handful of Limitane. Now, the Limitane are more expensive than standard spears, but it's nothing compared to the MAA. In fact, if you think about the mass involved, basically your entire eco advantage is the difference in cost between Limitane and Men-at-Arms. So the Horseman now going to arrive. Unfortunately, there's still a few Limitane left. In fact, this is a terrible fight for Recon to take. Oh, wow. Scout is just about going to get away with that. But this game is looking very uncomfortable now for Recon. He tried to just get ahead for that trade, but this is the thing that should never be happening. When you open Horseman, you should not be in a situation where you can't trade more efficient than your opponent. But one outpost completely shut him out. Crazy. And now, all of a sudden, Myriad, he gets access to the north side resources, berries, deer. The whole world is his. Because now, Recon, even if he scales Horseman, he's going to need all hands on deck to defend. Now Recon could show you his turtling skills. Guys. I'm not going to have any more of this. I will not have it said of his name. Recon is not a turtle. He's a turtle raccoon. They're a cross hybrid. So, you know, every once in a while turtling in a game, he rummages through the trash can next to his PC. An arms count. Should be high enough to push this back. However, the Lombo count has now doubled. Oh my god, dude. This is painful to watch. The problem is he's engaging the Limitane to open the way for the Horseman, but it means the Lombos are getting better trades than they should be getting here. This should be the mop-up. However, you may be noticing that Myriad's doing something now. There's a reason it's a mop-up. I think Myriad was a bit greedy in this. He should have invested a bit longer, but he clearly understands his real win condition here. We mentioned at the start, it's Castle Age in this matchup. He's done incredible damage at this stage of the game, though. However, with this loss in Lombo count, he is going to open an opportunity. And I'm wondering, Recon, will we just see Siege Engineering in prep of what's been offered? Doesn't look like it. After the way he just took that fight, Recon should know that his opponent was being greedy. Now behind this, Myriad has at least got Gathering on the north side. He does not, however, have Assistant. So he's not gathering through these at the same rate. It means he's only going to be able to get, maybe, if he's lucky, 10 Lombos together for the defense. More likely, we're looking at 5. Outpost coming up as well. This is what I call a please don't kill me outpost. I have a feeling your request will be declined. More troops should be coming from Recon. There's a little bit of a slowdown in the production queue, actually. A little bit surprised by this. More farms are being laid in, so we should see maybe eventually 3 Raxes spamming Men-at-Arms here. Horsemen are going to discover Aris that's already on the outpost north side, so not really a desirable option. Instead, it's going to be a dive underneath the Grand Winery. However, the outpost, with the Aris that's coming through, it's going to become difficult to deal with. And now I come back to that question mark of why no Siege Engineering? The real reason why there was no Siege Engineering here, folks, is that Recon is paranoid about the timing. He understands Myriad is trying to tech up. So he's rushing when he needs to slow down just a little bit. The problem now is all of a sudden Myriad got such a good trade with your dive, he doesn't have to invest as much into troops now. He can delay it. And in fact, now he's ready to go for castle. The Tiny Line's going to reform, and this game is looking about 2 minutes from done. Recon's all in. He's not holding resources back. By the time he sees the tech up, I imagine he's still going to be 1,000 resources short. Looks like this raid might be able to find some villages, so a nice little clawback there, but the problem is you're going to get contested. Even if you somehow get these villages, the amount of Men-at-Arms you're going to lose is the one advantage you have gone. Tricky game. I think in hindsight, Recon looking at this game, his critical blunder was going for the trade with the Horsemen and then bringing them home. I think you just need to keep hunting, circling like a shark. Because anytime you run back across the field like that into premium units, you're feeding over any chance of a turnaround. Like, if there's one big note and takeaway we've seen out of the best players in the game right now, is learning how to accept a loss and get a trade in return. If you think about what happened when he raided with his Horsemen back here, he got nothing but traded poorly on his side of the map, with what should be considered to be a premium unit in Feudal Age, and a premium civ economically. Next wave of longbows coming. Recon, once again, a situation where he probably should be diving, but now it's going to feel too late. Outposts should be getting a quick repair. Fortifications also being queued up. Samira's like, okay, you're going to keep coming here. I'm going to make sure this never falls. Myriad. Okay. I think he lost a villager for that. A little bit cocky and unnecessary. Oh, this is smart. So now, Men-at-Arms are going to drag over the Lombos, and you can pull the villagers for a quick repair. This is not going down. Oh, this is brutal. Recon halfway to what he needs for Castle Age now. He's going to feel a mile behind. Varangian spam begins, and this is exactly why the Byzantines feel ridiculous right now. The production rate is too good. You're getting a Varangian every 18 seconds. Your opponent takes 23 seconds. God, I hesitate to think how much effort has been wasted on this outpost and how little has been gained. Varangian now in play, and all of a sudden Recon's going to try to swarm them. It's kind of the only way he can take this. He needs to just scud them down one by one. The problem is the count already being more or less even to what you have, it's not going to happen. And the Regnants afterwards for Recon means he's playing greed instead of all in, right? He's now trying to recover his game for the late game that we see out of the HRE. The problem, however, here is that this build from the Byzantines doesn't let you get there. It cuts you off in the mid game. This is going to get vicious. Another crazy thing is the fact that because he went Western Contract, he now can switch into Landsknecht if he chooses. Lance mixed in against mass Men-at-Arms will always win. I just looked at the chat where someone's like, Byzantines can't age up now, right? you underestimate their power, sir. And what a power play right now. Myriad is running across the map to take the safest relic away from Recon. This is so unnecessary. Oh, wait, what? The outpost was pretty much done. I'm a little bit shocked by that. So the Mongolese gets taken down, but I imagine, yep, there's another one coming out here. And more Varangian on the way. The only advantage Recon has right now is mobility. The problem is, this is going to be similar to the feudal moment. Remember that feudal moment where he's like, oh, I'll attack the enemy. Oh, the slow-moving armies attack me first. That's going to happen again. Only this time it won't just end at your army. It's going to leak into your economy. Vet Lombo's also in as well. Funnily enough, attacking Regnants. Interesting choice. Recon's starting to get dove, so a lot of Idolico in the coming minutes for him. This is going to be a difficult hold. He has at least got fortifications coming in. However, it's arrow slits, not springolds. I'm trying desperately to find a way out for Recon. Maybe if Myriad overextends, dives a bit too deep. If you can scale the Men-at-Arms numbers a bit more and get heavy maces, you can push him back. But like what's happening is with this space being made, Myriad should be taking the majority of relics on the map. In fact, he's already yoinked the one close to base. I'm impressed by the fact that Recon is looking at 2 relics right now, though. He shouldn't be getting 2 relics in this game. That's insane. Oh, wow. Wait, did the Varangian get distracted by the outpost? Okay, that's actually crazy. Recon's going to get 2 relics. Flash in the center. No heavy maces still, so actually a terrible trade for Recon to be taking. It feels like the Lombos are just doing a lot more damage than the Knight inclusion. Yeah, that... I get that Recon wants control of his base, but I think he's doing that classic run before you can walk situation, right? Heavy maces isn't there yet. Like, you're already fighting an uphill battle against Mass Varangian. You make it so much harder when you don't wait for your attacks. And while I understand the need with the dive coming out, I feel like the moment you see the Byzantine player backing up, you go back into your base. Because you have marching drills to disengage. But I think he was so paranoid about getting idled on the farms that he had to commit. And now, Myriad's going to look to commit as well. Double Kara Siphon. Mass Varangian. We're even now getting some Lance guided in. While Heavy Maces is going to be there, now it's a 2-1 military advantage. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Teardrop Shields soon, because Teardrop Shields is disgusting here. Torch coming in. E-Repairs is going to be used. Funnily enough, actually, this is enough damage to slowly burn through it. Also, this feels painful because it's arrow slits. It's not like you're buffing a Sprue in placement. Now, credit to him, Recon is doing the right thing. He's targeting down the squishies, which is the longbows. But now with E-Repairs gone and a lot of houses on the front side, you're going to want to preemptively prep your backside. Unless you want your real backside to get spanked. You dive with longbows. I like being pulled back in the meantime. Siege Workshop has been dropped. The checkpoint we go. Now, here's the funny part, guys. If you just move up and Kyro Siphon burn, you're going to start dishing dot out to these guys, which is going to just offset the difference in health between these units. Funnily enough, Myriad doesn't do that, though. And yet, it doesn't matter. Oh my god. This is what I mean. Like, how can you look at Varangian versus Men-at-Arms and not think, hey, Heavy Maces should win that? Only then you watch the fights and your jaw just starts to drop a little. The +1 damage, the difference in attack speed as well, 1.12 versus 1.38. It's freaking absurd what these guys can do. And if they do suddenly outnumber you and you start to lose, then they activate Berserk and it's all over. Mango is at least surviving for a bit, but there's way too many Varangian in there. I think it's the end of the road for Recon here. The only reason he doesn't realize it yet is we can see it's 25 Varangian on the map. He doesn't know the next wave's in yet. He can anticipate it. But it's almost like a false sense of delusion here. I can still get this game. I can still... No. 13 Vikings say no. Sick game. And yes, you're correct. There is a big advantage in the melee defense. It's actually insane here. Remember, the Varangian get +1 armor anyway, then you're getting the extra +2. So there's a 3 damage difference there, which offsets half the value of Heavy Maces. Then you include the extra attack speed, and it's no wonder the Varangian destroy the Men-at-Arms one-on-one. Farm's now being breached as well. I mean, this is over. Recon's issue is he went for a feudal all-in play, and then you could see time and time again, he couldn't find the commitment point. With the Horseman raid, he never found a good commitment point. With the Men-at-Arms surge follow-up after Myriad threw away his army, no commitment point. He kept dancing back and forth between the farms and between the berries. And in both cases, he was basically held hostage by a single outpost. This is brutal. Well, guys, you know what to do. Clip it, ship it, send it to Crackety, and ask him, do the HRE need to be nerfed as much as the Byzantines? That's going to be the meme for the week for everyone, isn't it? Lance taking them now, right? And that is going to be a GG. Meet your better HRE. Oh, God, they really are a better HRE as well, aren't they? Is that just what we're going to call the video? Truly a sip of our time. Yeah, but which one do you think's more broken, Myriad? Because I literally, I can tell you by what I just named the video. The video is literally called Byzantine is just a better HRE. When you think about the maths, it actually is, right? Because you get the 10% buff with one system straight away at the start of the game. The HRE don't. They have to wait until they got Arcane to buff their whole economy. And then it's still RNG based, whereas System isn't. Then you get 20% extra resources from the Olive Oil, but the Grand Winery makes it even better, 82%, right? Well, you're 50%, right? And you get 82%. So like when you add these things in, Byzantine is just bonkersly better. It's crazy. And then there's the production speed. The production speed is the piece that takes the cake. I can't match up. They just get out-tempoed. Yeah, agreed. What do you think about that game from a timing perspective on the early attacks, by the way? I felt like Recon he went for a raid with Horseman and then came home. I feel like it was a mistake to even come home. I think you just need to keep hunting, right? To idle you out. Because like any moment you have to do that with Horseman and then come home anyway, your game looks pretty trash because You have mobility, and yet you got beaten to the punchline. I also do wonder if he'd just gone for a ram early, would he have been able to break in via your outposts? Biz is good no matter what, while HRE can be bad sometimes. Yeah, I've said like one big thing. I mean, this wasn't about Javs this game, but I actually think for a start, Javelin should be switched out for Onabagisha. 100%. Need the horses to clear my army. It's a tough decision. Yeah, well, my thought is like your army's not going to dive his base for his eco anytime soon, right? So like, he scales more men at arms and weights, and then the horsemen just try to kill your eco. Alright, so... do we have enough people now, by the way, for community games? Let's find out. I mean, we should have enough people now. Let's have a look. Get voting. Want to play if you need more? Well, vote Gamiquet. If we have at least 8 people, we can do free-for-alls. That is the catch. That is a requirement. Are we doing it? 7. Oh? Get those votes in. Is it time? 4. Call me games. Not sure how many we'll have time for, but we can do a few. How long have I been live today, actually? We've been live 7.5 hours, right? Oh, I've been nursing that drink. We don't have any new maps. I don't know what that is meant to be. Horrifying. It's meant to be horrifying. Turtle Lake. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, wait. I need to do For the Sun. Because isn't that the sun symbol from Dark Souls? I think that is. It's kind of an interesting map. It feels too big, though. Like, 8-player maps all feel too big. Everyone should, by default, like, surround. Wait, why is this got a Manta style? If a unit kills 3 units, it gets triple. What, triple damage? This has got a level up system. I think. Whatever. Anyway, let's get our commie game ready. Looks like we've got 10 people who are up to play, so we should have more than enough to do a few of these today. Then we'll probably look to do a few tomorrow as well. And then we'll probably look to do a few on Saturday. Because remember, guys, we've got our charity stream on Saturday. We're going to be raising money for Alex's Lemonade Stand, which is a foundation focused on funding cancer research and helping kids who have cancer. Whether it's getting them the treatment they need, making them more comfortable, obviously finding the cancer solutions via research. In fact, I think they've funded over 150 different research efforts. So we'll be supporting them on Saturday. If you guys have ideas of things that would incentivize you, definitely check over the charity details right now on what we've got included. If you have ideas of other things that you'd like to see, let me know. But I think right now we've set milestones for the Only Bagisha challenge, live coaching a gold player, and Shinobi only challenge. But I'm willing to switch some of those up if people have got different ideas that they would prefer. I'm trying to think what other ones we could do. And then there's some things in there like you can get your replays cast by donating to charity. I think there's also like 8 times casts, donations, stuff like that. Anyway, let's focus on this. Let's get a lobby mode selected. How are you going to collect support for the charity? Via that link. Because otherwise trying to track everything elsewhere gets really messy for me. So if you do have someone to donate there is a donate link in there. You can donate via, I think it's credit cards is the way they accept. They might accept PayPal as well. I haven't double checked that one. But I'm doing it that way because it's so much more awkward to try and track like what came through for a charity payment when I start saying I'll send the sub money or all that kind of stuff. Especially considering there's no reliable way for me to know how much sub money I got from each subs, right? Like I could receive 100 subs in a day, and you think that would be worth $250, but then I could look afterwards and it could be worth $100, for example. Okay. Asked right before you said. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so let's go with What are we going to do today? Another mountain clearing? Mountain clearing is fun, man. Mountain clearing is so damn fun. I don't think we do another puny villager. Should we do the 12 villager nomad? King of the Hill. Let's do the 12 villager nomad start. We're gonna do the. You guys want to do the? I'm guessing you do want to do the meat grinder mod, right? I'm guessing that's what you all want. Reveal on Elim. Double starting village, I don't think it has an impact when you have the 12 villager nomad start on. And then should we do 10 mins for the first Elim and then an Elim every 3 minutes? On this map, that should be good enough, I think. Or we do it 4 minutes. Watch the video, tell us how it works. So it's pretty simple, really. Basically, there's going to be a score tally being kept, and that score is based on things you kill. So for every unit you kill, its cost is attributed to your score, and whoever has the lowest score when the timer runs out each time gets eliminated, and then the scores get reset, and you keep going until there's a final person left. So yeah, pretty straightforward mode, pretty fun. I mean, I could put religious on. I'd be impressed if somehow got a religious victory. That would be kind of insane. I guess, you know, screw it, I'll put it on. I doubt anyone's going to do it, but just in case. All right. So that should be all set up. So the way this works, guys, and don't do it until I say, otherwise your thing won't show up, is when I tell you to, you're going to put !join space your in-game name. It needs to be exactly what your in-game name is written as. Only do it once I say. If you do it earlier, then I say I will not hit the refresh button yet, and you will just not exist. So very important you remember that detail. So on my mark, !join now. Go, 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 go. If you want it in, go. Do it. All right, go, go, go. We got the people. We got the people. All right, Somin, you are in. Welcome. ABBA14TC. Of course, that's you, Amazon. Is that a special name for when you're up against Dragavan? Dragavan, of course, is in. Vreezy, you're in. Gamaka, you're in. Prime. Great. That name's going to have a lot of names. I can already see that coming. God damn. You got a lot of twins. That ain't you because it's lower caps, right? I'm going to send an invite. Wait. There you go. There you are. Always be online. Otherwise, I'm literally just going to send the invite to whoever's online. Dradloose, you are in. And that means our final person is going to be Helios Eddie, who we will get in after I leave. Okay. How many games you plan today? 2, 3, maybe 4. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how I feel. We're about to be at 7.5 hours. Or is it 8? Something like 7.5, I think. So maybe make it like a 9-hour stream. I mean, I've got things I need to sort afterwards, so I need to be conscious of that. And we are going to be streaming again tomorrow. So balance and things, right? Okay. So I think everything is set correctly. I'm going to leave now. And then one of you needs to invite Helios Eddie. Actually, crap. I didn't get the person to download the mods. Did it switch the mods back? Hopefully not. That would be kind of annoying. With any luck, it didn't do that. Are we Gucci or do I need to remake? Took away mods? Oh, for God's sake. Alright, one sec. Sorry, let me quickly redo this. I knew it was going to happen. Right. 12 Villager Nomad. I'm going to do Meat Grinder mod. 10 for first Elim. 4 for everyone afterwards. Religious Victory. I'm going to allow it, whatever. And Nomad. Oh, wait, actually, he's got it included now. So we don't need the 12 villager start. You'll just get, yeah. Double villager start. We're fine. So you have 10 villagers. Should be enough to build up the TC pretty quickly. All right. And then we were going to do not minimap Dry Arabia. We were going to do mountain clearing. Because I freaking love mountain clearing. It's so good. So goddamn good. With a European temperate. Okay, so everything's correct. Let me get you all back in. We'll rush this one. Let's invite Storm in again. That is 100% going to wipe the lobby again because I'll forget to download again because I'm a pleb. Dragavan. Vreezy. Kamika. Prime. Tried loose. Let's get you in as well. All right. So one more person. Come on. Fantastic. All right. So now I can hit start game. Get you guys downloaded with the mods. Whew. Looks like some people got to turn up to my community games more. You guys didn't even have the mods? Outrageous. We'll fix that. We'll get you loaded up with the best goddamn mods you're going to find on the entire platform. Because that's how we and our people do. So I'm going to leave now. And then someone needs to invite Helios Eddie. Thank you very much. And then we should be ready to rock and roll. It shouldn't be reset again. There's logically... What? Alright, I'm going to try inviting Dragavan first. We'll break the order of things. Yeah, I think Sorman must... Maybe he's on Xbox or something. I know that Dragavan's on PC, so that won't be a problem. Alright, everything is kept for me, so that's good. So we don't have to go through the settings again. We can just invite all the people. Yeah, goddamn aim assisters. Actually, no, Summons had rankings for like a lot of seasons. I don't know what's happening with them. I don't know why it done that. I mean, it's possible they might be on console. I don't know. Anyway. This is the one, chat. No more of these issues and things. This time when I leave, everything stays the same. Saw me incoming? Alright, there we go. Right. This one's going to work because Dragavan's on PC, so we know we're safe. So, let me just forcibly download the mods. Cram them down their throats again. Fantastic. Alright, I'm going to leave. Remember to invite the final person. Lab server is on. Everything looks good. So here we go. Let me... Boom. There you go, guys. I swear to God, if one of you is about to say it to me that it'll reset again, I'm going to club someone to death with this mouse. In fact, if one of you says it, I'm not even going to believe it. Yeah, I don't even believe you, dude. Invite Helios? Oh, well, we need another person then. All right, exclamation mark join. We got one more spot going. Who wants it? Exclamation mark join space your in-game username if you want in. Final slot. Come on. There's no way we don't have anyone. 10 of you voted to play community games, so someone better get their ass moving. Even with one dropout, that leaves 2 unaccounted for. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get the beaten stick out. We've got room for 1. Who's it going to be? Make it quick. You play. Already been over this. If you want me to play, we need to start getting towards 250, 300 CCV. If I give it to you, you're not like... You're not going to have something to work towards. This is how I get you guys to keep turning up every day and every week. Need a better PC before I start playing. Alright, there you go. Gold Genius. Get Gold Genius in. Sorry, Leave, you're a little bit too late there, buddy. Rubios beat you to it. Alright. So we should be starting in a sec then. Very pogly. Remember how Nomad was like, dude, I totally want to play in this. Guy went and queued 1v1s. SMH. Conquest level strats. I mean, I'm just saying, guys. I'll do it. Only Bugisha to conk. I'm going to regret that so much. Nah, it's fine, dude. It's fine. Just monkey noises them out of the game every time. Sup, Kai Value? Look at buddy. Yes, and we're playing one of your maps. Just waiting for the farm person to get in now. Do we have them locked in? I would bloody hope so. This is something that it's kind of baffling to me we don't have that StarCraft has had for years, is the idea of quick game mod searching. That would be so sick to have in AoE 4. It's kind of sad we don't. Your YMCA maps on LoL? Any chance you cast that? I don't think I've cast that, no. We're going for the mountain clearing, the mini cup mountain clearing. I don't know what this is. What have you done? YMCA, like... No? What am I searching? Might have used one of your maps and you just didn't even realize. I don't know. And I didn't realize. Need to rehost? Oh, come on. Oh, why is this so complicated? Gold player is bugged. Kick and reinvite. Toggle the lobby. Toggle the lobby from private to public and back. Moving out. Oh, I played that. Isn't that the one where you start on a central island with everyone? Yeah, dude, we done like some 4v4s with that. And I absolutely crotch stomped. I think Merlin was on the other team with a bunch of people. And we didn't even let them start an island. And I was playing China because I randomed it and I hate China. Don't clip that out of context. No, I do not like playing China in a 84. He wasn't able to ready up. Yeah, but did you try doing what I said? Where you kick... Wait, did you guys just all leave the lobby? What happened? Is there a VOD? It probably was ages ago, so I'm not sure if it's findable now. Did you guys just all leave the lobby? Ah, Jesus. Why are you leaving? Did everyone just leave? What's happened? 7 out of 8 here. Okay, we're good, we're good. I wasn't sure because it said that Dragovan wasn't in the lobby anymore. He's now is. Okay, get the farm person in. See if it allows. Yeah. Sometimes when the lobby bugs and doesn't let you like start or whatever, you just need to toggle it from private to public and back. Fantastic. All right, we're good to go. Chat, no remakes needed. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna start losing my hair. Like, deep breath, please, please, please. Why is Dragon showing up as in lobby still? What is this bug mess? Hey? Alright, we're good to go. I'm panicking, dude. I'm panicking! It's the 3rd remake. If I do another one, someone's getting clubbed with a giant rock like I'm a Rust player. Oh. glad someone's enjoying that nunny. Wait, do we have any Japanese picks? No weebs? What? Triple English. I'm telling you guys, only psychopaths main English in 2024. Sorry, what? I didn't say anything. Wait. Oh. No. Has it done the thing? Wait. Has it done the thing? Oh no, I'm so sorry. We decided to do mini mountain clearing with nomad spawns on Meat Grinder, and I think I may have done a whoopsie. Has everyone at least got one villager that's not Stark? Okay, MSN is screwed. Wait, MSN only has... Wait, he does have 10 villagers. Where are they? Wait, what? Wait, what? He has 9 villagers. But he doesn't. He has one here, then one here. Do we need to remake? Like, that is such a weird bug. What? Guys, I think we're going to need to remake. Like, he legit... I mean, some people just can't play the game. Yeah, we're remaking. Like, what the f... I've noticed this so frequently with Nomad. It's completely broken. Not just that map. Like, in general, in any mode, like, it has huge issues. Anytime you try to introduce cliffs or whatever to parts of the map. That's cursed. I can't believe that. Unfortunate. That means we will just have to do... I guess we won't do a Nomad start, but that's fine. I mean... It's no biggie. People will still be close together. They will still murder each other's faces really quickly. It's unfortunate that these shenanigans are eating into our time to play more community games, but we'll see. For that reason, I'm doing 8 and 4, so suck it. Let's get this all hooked up. Yeah, I think it's due to the Nomad mode. Rasselbach, is your Nomad bugged? Because I could have sworn we tried this before, but not on that map, and it was fine. Maybe the tuning pack works differently somehow? The vills could still cut lumber? That's besides the point, Dragavan. A player, like, it was tracking that a player had 9 villagers, but he literally only had 2 villagers. So it doesn't even matter. Like, it's just way too chalked. We're just going to remake. Not sure you do the same way as AGS. AGS had those issues as well, though. Hosen does his different, from my understanding. Like, I can try this quickly and we can find out. So if I go... Let me quickly try. At this rate, we're going to get no bloody community getting that. Fingers crossed we can. This was the tough part about trying to do, like, community free-for-alls, whatever. It's like the devs, with the way the mods have been set up, don't do you any favor. Yeah, that's what I'm exploring, is whether this will work, and if this doesn't, then we'll do non-nomad start. Don't say BRB 5 minutes. We'll be 3 minutes to set up the lobby max. Right, let's have a look. Guys, I found the solution. Just double villager and double villager again. You know, 22 villagers will probably offset the problem, right? Oh my god. Wait, what? Yeah, but like Hosen, like why do you start in the locations? What? Yeah, that's weird. My game just crashed. Wait, Freezy has to go? Jesus, do we have enough people? Alright. I'm going to remake the lobby. If you want in, ! join space your username. Hopefully we still have enough people. That is so weird. I guess we'll just do the non-nomad start and play it safe. How many have we got? I've only got 5 right now. We need at least 3 more. I used fixed nomad. Okay. Interesting choice. All right, I'm just going to take that off. We will not use that either. And we will do the 8-minute every 4-minute thing. Well, the mods, we're doing meat grinder mod on a smaller map. The mini mountain clearing. Trying to think if there's a way we can make this even more spicy. It's been a while since we played with Hosen's new ways. I guess that could be quite funny. We're still 1 short, guys. Someone get in here, otherwise we're going to end up back on 1v1s. That's how you get reactions, guys. You got to threaten people. Minivilles? Oh, dude, Minivilles is hilarious. We're not going to do Minivilles, though. Minivilles is like, the problem is performance. Just spectating, I could feel the frame rate plummeting. Right. And then Dradloose should be the final one. So someone invite Dradloose. I'm now going to leave. For the love of God. Like, dude, it either works this time or I'm bouncing. So fingers crossed. Another mod? Triple kill. What is, like, I was looking at that, but I wasn't clear on what the hell it does. Is it just you kill 3 units and then you get 3 times the power on a unit? Is that it? His name is literally as it's written there. It should be the same. It should be Dradloose. Oh, so wait. So you kill a unit and then it, like, once you kill 3 units. So once you kill a unit, once you kill 3 units rather with a unit, you then spawn 2 additionals. Is that correct? That is clanny as all hell. One unit kills 3, it spawns 2 more. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of comical. Don't know if we'll try that today. But we'll have to try that another day. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that when I saw the Manta Star picture. I was like, hold on a sec. Dragon got Abba. Oh my god, guys. Dude, ape him. Ape him. Ape him every day of the week. Ape him. It's the only way. Dragavan could not be happier. I love the idea of that working on boar. Just multiplying the boar. Siege tower time. Jesus Christ. Not this crap again. Alright, you've all received your mission. Go with my blessing. Bore nothing? Oh no. I still need to do a flat landscape map with nothing on it and do the farm everything mod where you can build farms that let you gather stone, and gather wood, and gather gold, and gather food. Probably be a bad idea, but I think it'd be quite entertaining. I remember there was similar that we played on AoE 3, where like you basically start on a flat map, and you have to build with nothing. Finally, we are back with more Meat Grinder mod here on the wonderful mini Mount Clearing. All right, it took a few reloads. We tried the Nomad. The Nomad didn't want to work with us. But you know what? I figured, who needs Nomad? You're all close enough already. You can just start killing. So we got an interesting assortment of players here, actually. I was just checking through the ranks. We have got a few conks, a few golds, and a few diamonds. Actually, I think we've got 2 conks to be specific, 2 diamonds, and then 3 golds plus Stradlus, I believe, was a gold as well. So interesting balance. The highest ranked players by far are going to be ABBA14TC and Dragavan. Dragavan needs no introduction to the channel. ABBA14TC is in fact MSN-DK, aka I think it's a 13-year-old kid or 14-year-old kid. Out of his zone here though, always picking Marlins, Mongols, an M but a different brand. Now remember, the way that this mod works is whenever you kill units, you get the value of that unit to your score, and then each time the timer goes down, the person with the lowest score or the lowest joint score will be eliminated. So if we get through the next 7 minutes and only Gimmiket has killed anything, then we will officially have the quickest free-for-all game we've ever cast, because everyone else would die. English TC better than the rest of the lobby. Dude, on this map is kind of vicious, right? Like, oh, wait. Breezy. Oh, I can't believe this, dude. This is such a tiny map. Oh, Prime didn't get it, though. Just out of range there. It's crazy how uncomfortable this map must feel. It's weird as well, because actually, like, you can see how it's trying to spawn, like, a team game, where there's kind of a divide between the 2 teams, right? Like, here and here. And then a few of the players ended up closer than intended. Like, teal and pink especially are the standout ones that just seem to be holding hands. And then pink and orange are pretty cozy as well. Yeah, actually, like, last time it looked like we were going to have 3 English players, but this remake, only 2. Got an H3 player in here, we've got Delhi, Marlians. The fact that Dragavan got Abbasids is absurd, considering it's, like, his most powerful civ. I think Dragavan, like, there's 2 civs he's most comfortable in, have to be probably Abbasids and English. And this map is called Mini Map Dry Arabia. Sorry, Mini Map Mount Clearing. But there's a bunch like Mini Map Dry Arabia. So shout out to Kaivayu. They made these maps. They've been making an assortment of them, and I think they're going to keep making them. We've actually got a Baltic, a Dry Arabia. We've got a Chaos one that's a little bit random, and now we've got Mountain Clearing. I wonder if you could make a Hill and Dale. That wouldn't work, surely. I mean, that would be hilarious to see, but I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work. So biggest threats, definitely feeling like they're going to be Dragavan and ABBA14TC. One thing that's kind of interesting in this map is you don't have that power trade as the Mongols or as the Abbasids. Remember, this is Mountain Clearing, a.k.a. no trade. However, Gold Genius is seeing gold everywhere they look. Look at the center of the map. Oh, wait, Gold Genius! Oops! He realizes... But guys, he's still a Gold Genius because he's building outposts near the relics in the center. That's what makes him a genius. Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. If you haven't guessed by now, gold is not false advertising. They are indeed a gold-free genius. So tech up's coming through. 4 minutes and 20 until we take someone out. Gamakit and Sormi are the only ones to actually get any value whatsoever so far. These players are going to have to start making moves. Some of them will make it look pretty easy. The fact that we've got multiple English players in this lobby, I'm expecting counts to hold all the way for every single one. A little bit surprised we don't see a king. Like, just getting in, getting 1 or 2 wallops could be pretty impactful here. We are going to eliminate a player every 4 minutes after the first one is killed. So this will be a very quick game. It means that it's going to be a total of, I think, 32 minutes long. God, I'd love to be able to say that. I mean, I guess some people probably don't like the fact that there's a given end because you can kind of read the outcome maybe 1 or 2 minutes before. We've had plenty of games where it doesn't feel that way. And my counter-argument to people who feel that way would be that when you watch a standard free-for-all, it's quite easy to reach a stage where it's like, oh, it's obvious that Timmy's going to win because Timmy has 350 pop and no one else does, right? And then every once in a while, you're going to say, yeah, but KP, sometimes you get that miraculous comeback where the guy with 200 pop actually does it. And that's how I view this mod as well, where, oh, it's clear that Blala's winning, he's an edge ahead, but then suddenly, let's say Prime does something really crafty and unhanded, right, where he uses static defenses to get a good trade, and then dodges, and he gets the win. We've already had that a few times where we've had insane outcomes. I think one of my favorite to this day is when Rasselbach full blind punted it against MSN to find the only other player in the lobby to kill him. Like, he had only scouted his area of the base, so he didn't know out of the 5 remaining locations where his opponent was. That game could have turned out so different, and oh my god, Dragavan, he said he was going to do it. He's doing the siege tower strategy. This is so big brain. It's quicker than a ram. It has more health. It costs less and therefore gives over less. And it's so dirty. I can't believe this. Dragavan's like, okay, that'll be enough. I'm going to head home. Good talk. See you again soon. For God's sake. You know what the best part was? At the start of this lobby, he legit said, time to clown car. He even said he was going to do it. I feel rough for his neighbors. Dradloose was not expecting this. This is kind of karma, though. Like, when you're playing a map like this, you pick English, and this is the counter to you, because you only build Lombos. There's something justice-inducing about that. I can't believe this. Now, guys, he will eventually kill the Siege Tower. The depressing part is Dradloose actually needs this so badly that he's going to commit to it. Because if he doesn't get a single kill, he's out. Oh, man. And his next door neighbor, Vreezy, looks like he's going to secure himself. So he's going to start sniping some of Prime's villages here. In fact, Prime, 0 reaction right now because he's reacting to what MSN's doing. Oh, that is vicious. I can't believe this. Dude, Dradloose, I'm trying to grow the free-for-all community so that we get more and more people playing in these. I'm trying to bring a new angle to AoE 4, one that's better than the standard quick match free-for-all. And Dragavan is actively trying to get players to uninstall the game. Oh my god. This is what we call a poor man's Sultan's Tower. Like, the Ibids have Tower of the Sultan. This is the Tower of Sultan you have at home. And weirdly enough, it's better. Oh my god. That is so incredible. Tower of the Soul, you know, you're probably right there. I'd be pretty butthurt after this as well. I mean, I don't see your problem, guys. Stop doing old builds. Build Abbey of Kings and build Horsemen, and then you win. Oh my god, he's so desperate for it right now. He's hungry. Villages. Wait, Dradloose might live. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I mean, he's still attacking the ram for no reason. Like, this is so pointless. He's going to survive. Vreezy is going to be the one going out. Oh my god. They thought they were safe. They thought they were comfortable. But Dradloose lives. He's not yet come to die. And Dragavan, he's got another ram. He can go back to clown carring again. But first player eliminated. And unexpectedly, it is going to be Pink. So Prime survives, which is important because he's trying to go to Prime State Gaming, which is going to be getting into the Fulani. Next to him, looks like MSN actually did go for the double TC. So Blue got that eco inflation on his side. Meanwhile, Gold Genius should be looking for H3. Oh, they're not. Oh, that is very interesting. They built Horsemen. They're raiding. Okay, I respect the participation, but you're on a map where there's a fathomable amount of relics on one screen. Take the gift horse, not the literal horse. So Dradloose survived once. Will he survive again? Don't think you guys want the answer to this story. He has got enough to live. But, you know, there's a difference between winning and surviving. And I think he's going to learn that by about round 4 here. Dragavan, funnily enough... Wait, what happened there? You guys saw that, right? What? The free... Like, there was 3 archers. This isn't the clown car strat anymore. That's Russian dolls right there. Okay, that was weird. They multiply. Oh my god, are we playing that mod? So Dradloose is definitely safe now. Is Dragavan going to lose to Dradloose now? Because here's the thing. Dradloose doesn't have much eco, but Dragavan has a weaker military force here. Like, you can't beat Lombos with this comp. he could actually end up losing to orange. As long as someone doesn't full-on send it on both of them. Because let's keep in mind, other players have probably got a more chill time. I think the biggest threats are going to be down here, south side. I can see blue and teal cooking up quite the brew. Although, to do that, Prime... What the f... Someone's been playing the campaign missions a bit too much. Well, it's definitely a very safe place to build Donzos. Although I feel like if Donzos need that type of protection, you've got bigger problems in the game. What a funky base. Would you guys like to guess Prime's rank? Can you guys guess Prime's rank? Take a guess. No, dude, we're not doing this in a judgmental way. I just want you guys to like take a punt. If you had to put a rank to Prime here, what would that rank be? Silver, gold. He's a conk in my heart. He's not just a conk in your heart. He's a conk in the game. He's unranked this season, but he was 1,500 elo in Season 6. I love how no one even would afford it. I'm not kidding. I'm legit not kidding. He's on another level, man. You haters, you doubters, you just didn't know. This is peak conk gameplay. Going out in 7. I'm sorry, Prime. He's had a rough time here. He got dented early by the English player. He thought he could get away with his greed afterwards. Unfortunately, this is not going to be good enough. I mean, he's going to have to dive with the Donzos, and he's definitely going to get clapped for it. Oh, man. How have you got away with free TCs? Like, this wasn't even a rush of free TCs. This was just on a delay. Gold Genius is going to survive this round, but I don't know if he's going to survive past that. Keshiks are starting to hit him pretty hard. And Castle Age has been reached by blue, as it is also going to be reached by Dragavan, coming in about 20 seconds. At that stage, Dradloose, like, I'm a bit worried about his long-term plans here. He hasn't started to macro up. He's not looking towards Castle. So all of a sudden, that advantage he had over the Abbasids could just evaporate. Especially if this is just a Gulam opening. Could even actually just still be archers, right? Just go composite bows. And it's an easy clapping. You forgot about me? Prime! Prime, come on! He watched a player to your north just spontaneously die at 8 minutes in the game. Like, too busy getting that beef. You're getting the wrong kind of beef, my friend. In this game mode, you gotta have beef with other people in the lobby. Second Sight's been locked in, by the way. This is interesting, because remember, I did toggle this on. In fairness, Sawmin wants it more for the gold because he's playing as a Deli. But if he does rush Castle Age and builds into a keep, it's not the worst idea in the world. I love how we've got some campfire play, by the way. Longbow mass pretty big for Gamerkit. Purple is going to continue to dive in, but blue now has Castle Age Keshiks. Like, you don't want to fight this anymore. I think Gold Genius needed to be in Castle Age about 2 minutes ago. In fact, is there a relic grabbing going on? And if so, who? Blue could play for them quite easily. In fact, he's got Charms coming already. Green has not done that. Instead, Dragavan has gone for a delayed free TC after going Eco Wing. If I was Dragavan, I'd be looking to get a lot more score than this, though. This is uncomfortably close at the bottom. And there isn't a need for a mod to see the score while playing. The mod itself already concludes that. So to just confirm for people, the players in-game see this as well. So they can see who's safe, who's not, whether they need to kill more, and when a player's going to be eliminated. So basically, just look at the left side and you can see this info. Sometimes it's easy to forget. Now I wasn't gonna dive in on that afterwards, but seeing as Prime done it for me, Prime peaked at 1640 elo last season, but he couldn't see the box right here. Sometimes the obvious things don't seem so obvious in the moment. Relics now starting to be picked up in the center, so it's going to be actually blue grabbing for them first. So nice move by MSN. Dive coming in as well. He is well and truly safe and off to the bank, so no one's going to take him off his perch. Sawmin is at risk of going Saw, though. He needs to start diving. And he's going to hop straight into Dragavan's base. However, the Sprunen placements, the fortifications, and the fact that Gulums are on the way, I don't think this is a fight Somian can win. Oh my god, he needs to, though. If he doesn't kill anything, he's going to go out in a very sour way here. In the meantime, Dradloose is taking his shot. He's like, I'm safe. There's no way a Delhi player with Mass Ghazi gets 200 resources of kills. Right? Right now he's swaying. Right? Oh no. Dradloose. Wait, where is his army? Oh my god, he just realized. Well, I have a feeling we are going to be saying farewell to Dradloose. Somian may have thrown away the entire army, but they survive another round because of it. Oh, this is brutal. I feel so bad for Dradloose as well. He got pitted right next to Dragavan and got clown card. Dradloose needed more... Wait, what? Like, what would Wolves have done here? If you wall, then the clown card knocks through it, right? Dradloose is at least going to middle finger Dragavan on the way out, but there's no doubt in my mind. Orange is going to be going out in 6th. And this is the point in the game where I like people to drop their predictions. Halfway through is a fair point to kind of stick your hand up and say who you think is going to win. Wait. Somian only has 3 minutes to go for the Sacred Site. That's kind of wild, because if they went for a keep drop and Castle Age instead of what they've done there, they could do this. Unfortunately, I don't see this working. Gamercut is now moving out towards the center. You got conk free by walling in your production. The safest way. I mean, Donzos are hybrid units, right? So they can throw projectiles. Very big brain. There's no way. There's absolutely, categorically no way that Somian gets a win with a Sacred Site victory. Yeah, and there is no way. Oh, see, yeah, you guys thought I was setting up for some, like, but it's gonna happen. No, it's fine. Rams are gonna get the decap at the center. Somian is gonna send out a handful of Ghazi and discover how painful mass lombos are. Wait, Gamercut? Gamercut? But now he's gonna decap. Guys, it's not gonna happen. It's fine. Like, there's no possible way. Unless someone jumps red, there is no way Somian's gonna get this. However, Somian did just save himself from potential elimination. Dragavan now needs to find targets. And what a juicy one. Villagers wall up straight away. No textiles either. Wait, are you kidding me? Is this the way he's gonna go out? Dragavan, ooh, just about misses it. Headings are up. And all of a sudden, Somian is safe. Oh my god. Dude, dodge him. Dodge him like the plague. I can't believe this. Dragavan needs to dive now. If you wait, this can get ugly fast. Like, Yellow could just intentionally run away from him. You underestimate the level of spite some people can have to the person that ruins their game. If I was Yellow in this game, and I sent all my horsemen in to die to your base, my next move would be sending everything else away from you. Keep drop now on the way. Dragavan, he needs more than a keep, though. He needs kills. And this is not immediately going to get you a kill. Blasphemous going to be 100. Still trailing by over 600, though. Attempted trade continues from Somian. Not going to work out, but this is actually working against Dragavan. Every time Somian loses army like this, it's less for Dragavan to kill. Oh, God. You know, this is the type of situation where if you're Somian, after the fact, you say, I killed a conk, right? If he can't kill you, you killed him, right? No! What? Are you kidding me? Out of all the ways you could fail to get rid of Dragavan, that has to be one of the most painful. Hangs around in the back of his base, doesn't even get the wall off. And it means Dragavan is safe as a bank. Gold Genius, however, is not. He just got destroyed! Oh my god, we're accelerating. Remember, Conquest Victory is on. If you destroy the landmarks, it actually adds half of the timer on. So if there's a 4 minutes to elimination, it resets it to 2. Somian just got a stay of execution. Although I don't think it really matters here. He's barely got any units left to his name. He's most definitely going out in just over a minute. Oh my god. Oh, that's incredible. I wasn't even looking at Gold Genius being taken out because most people don't bother with the conk elimination. The only time you see them do it is when it's strategic. And, like, no offense to Gold Genius, but take him out and reset the timer. I guess the logic there was maybe that blue could make green uncomfortable. And if green's uncomfortable, these are the two conks in the lobby, right? So then you can force a fight that you know the bastards probably don't want. And for good reason. The amount of men-at-arms. He went Imperial Age. We were so distracted by the north side. We forgot what was happening with MSN South. He's the only player in the game Imperial. He picked up all the relics, right? Like, he's got an insane 8 relics in this game. I can't believe this. And now he's going to be surgical about it. Strongest player needs to be taken out, right? And this is the point where Dragavan needs to up his APM by moving all of his units and then typing in chat at rapid speed right now. He needs to convince Red to help him. You don't actually talk to Yellow at all. He doesn't exist. Sorry, Sormin, but I mean, like, you really don't exist. So there's going to need to be an alliance here between Red and Green if they want any chance of beating Blue. What the All right, anyway. I mean, that's burn resources if you want to. I don't think he really cares, though. At this stage, you can see Blue is at 200 pop, 76 military. And it's practically all men-at-arms. I still can't believe what happened there. That's so depressing. So good question coming in about deleting villages and deleting things. There's a deletion penalty. In the event that you delete things, you lose the value of that score down to a maximum of 0. So, for example, let's say Dragavan deletes some of his Gulems now. He'll start to lose score equivalent to the cost of the Gulems. Well, it looks like Red might just be taking out the equation. Blue committing into the fight. Even going to chase the Mangoes at the backside. I mean, this is a losing battle now for Dragavan. Even though he's getting better trades, the problem is it's going to turn into a one-on-one. And also, once that front line of Gulems is gone, it's going to be an absolute wipe at the back. Oh, this is brutal, man. How many is he queued up? Okay, there is a negative right now, and it's that Blue doesn't actually have much in reserve. So once these men-at-arms are gone, they might be in trouble. That's kind of wild, though. Because what I'm thinking here is actually this is perfect for Blue. Keep fighting Green so that Red can never get back in. And then switch to a better quality army, right? Switch to Springolds, Mangoes, and then Men-at-Arms, right? Or switch to Hand Cannoneers. Oh my god, Red's making a move. Wait, did you guys see that? Did that go down when the Uvu got destroyed? Oh, that's interesting. Oops. I guess we didn't think of that. God, can you imagine if someone lost because they had to delete an Uvu? Red with the desperate dive in. Unfortunately, this is going to be a bad fight for them. They haven't got their attack speed aura right. And the difference between you and Dragavan's situation is he has static defenses, choke points, and Gulems that are more tanky than these men-at-arms. It's going to be a flop down there. Red just desperately trying to hold on here. Unfortunately, I just don't see it working out for them. They've got 2 minutes to farm up quite the storm. I just don't think they've got the mass for it. They've got, what, about 20 crossbows, 40 archers. There's simply too many men-at-arms with elite army tactics. In fact, at this point, Blue just needs to back up. Diving is kind of throwing, right? That's the only way Red's going to stay in this is if you give it to him. In fact, he's wasting all this time on the step readout. That's kind of pointless. Also, a little bit surprised by the step readout choice, considering how good Kurotai is in this game mode. Right? Stops you losing units as regularly and allows your existing ones to trade better. But apparently, MSN valued the gold a lot higher. Dragavan now starting to move across the map. This is where things get dangerous, folks, because you're playing into the enemy base, and we are seeing Mangonel play now. I mean, this is it. Red's going to be forced to dive, and when he does, he's going to lose everything. This is going to be a giant smush. Yeah, for real. I'm still surprised he didn't actually go Kurotai. There's another fair point coming up from Kevayu. He got 8 relics. That's insane. That's 640 gold a minute. And still, Blue, with all these dead players you can access the bases of next to him, looked at that and went, oh, I really want more gold. In fact, the crazy thing is Blue could still lose this because they don't have step readout. Because they don't have, sorry, do have step readout. They could lose this due to the lack of Kurotai. screen. The timing on this is dangerous. He does realize it. Okay, so he backs up. Dragavan hasn't started to tech up yet, by the way. That's a bigger problem. Because you're about to be fighting up against Mangoes, and not just any Springles, not just Shutter Trigger Springles, but potentially you're looking at improved Shutter Trigger Springles, which have 13 tower range. And then there's 2 left. Red is out. Bless him. He was trying to move for the fight. Was never going to get there quick enough. Dragavan. He's starting to macro up a bit, but I just don't think you can afford it. He needed a bit sooner. That's what made that dive brilliant by Blue, is he already had that tech up advantage, right? So throwing away his army and replacing it doesn't feel too bad. Dragavan losing his army needed to replace it is keeping him in castle. And now, even if you could get Imperial Age, it's not going to be worth it, right? We're just over 3 minutes away from the Elim. It's going to take you 1 minute and 45 seconds for the tech up, and then another minute, almost, because you'll have the quicker research slightly, to get the tech upgrades. There's literally no point in going Imperial. Someone is going to have to strike, though. In the event that both players have 0, they will both die at the same time. It will be a draw. Blue, whoa, boy. Could you imagine if one death triggered it all? I mean, that's usually how wars go. Just getting the World War I vibes. In fact, one death might trigger Dragavan coming out of his base, because it looks like it's going to be a jump onto the villagers. Oh my god, he done it. Dragavan has to come out now. That's absolutely huge. We got Mass Mangoes versus Mass Mangoes, but this should be adjustable crossbars in, right? Yeah, and it's not... Wait, no. Neither player has adjustable crossbars. That's a big oversight. Okay, here's the crazy thing. He's going to back up entirely because your Mangoes can't reach now. Wait, what happened? Wait, what? Oh my god, I think Blue deleted something. Remember, if you delete something, you lose the score of it. I can't believe that. I don't think Blue even knows. Oh my god. He's going to realize soon. And Dragavan might be able to pull off a miracle because of it. Now, Blue needs to use the maneuver speed arrow to engage quickly here. Otherwise, the Mangonels are going to turn him to mush. Wait, what? Oh my god, Dragavan's just going to back up. What are you doing? No way. No freaking way. Now, the question is Dragavan going to delete as well? Instead, it looks like we're going to have a raid in from Blue. Starts to hit up the farm area. Khan also hits insanely hard at this stage, guys. And the main fight is underway. Men-at-Arms Mass are going to engage here. Sprues are trained out on the backside, and that's going to be the difference maker. Front line's dying too fast. This is it. This is over. No stopping him. The toddler is unkillable. MSNDK, 13, 14 years of age, schooling everyone around him. What a sick read. The Springles really did win the day here. Dragavan, unfortunately, elite army tactics is too much for him to overcome. The silent boomer from the south cannot be stopped. And to think, it was almost so much simpler. That delete on the villagers, that delete on the men-at-arms rather raiding, almost ruined his game entirely. But he got the fight he needed, and there's no doubt about the victor. Impressive showing. It did come down to 2 conks in the end, but it's the kid that takes the win. That was a cool game. Well played. Yeah, so I just saw something in chat there. GamerKit says they wish they could see the timer. I'm pretty sure you can see the timer, right? Rasselbot can confirm for me, but you should be able to see the timer. Easy peasy. Hold on a sec, let me double check something. You know, I'm curious on something, guys. When you see videos and like someone mispronounces or misspells something, do you feel inclined to comment to correct them? I'm curious on this one. I just got sent a thumbnail, and I'm curious. Does it like, yeah, sometimes. If a Dragoman if a thumbnail misspells something. Might just leave it. Okay. Here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you guys saw this, would you comment? I'm doing a little test with you guys. Right? Because obviously that's how you spell guarantee. Would that work on you? Would you immediately try it? Like, would you be in the comments? I'm curious. Because like I've noticed some people do this. I know one content creator who's telling me that he legit, what he does is he puts random noises in his TikTok videos from games so that people comment. It's like, did you just hear that? Weird way to type guarantee. True. All right. Do we do another one? That one took ages to get into. It was fun once we were there, though. I thought bottom was wrong. No. Bottom's correct. Nomad, dude, calm down. You can't put your name yet. You have to wait. You have to wait for me to refresh. Driving that engagement up. What's that? It's fair with some creators that misspells. Sorry, just quickly type this out. Alright, so anyway. No prize money? Wait, what? Money? When the money coming in? Okay, so let's set up the lobby so we can get another one going. Okay, so we got custom, create game. What can we do different this time? We could... I mean, we could do a different map. 2v2v2v2. Do people want another 2v2v2v2? You guys like that last time? What did I just tell people about not putting join yet? You gotta wait. Your asses are Russian. Gotta wait for me to call it. So, could do a cheeky team game? Alright, we'll do a 2v2v2v2. In which case, first elim, what, 10 minutes and every 5 minutes afterwards? We do the no reset though, right? We have to. Tiny Vills? Oh god, no, dude, that's gonna be... Calm down, lad, calm down. One thing at a time. So 5 mins, no reset. The reason we do no reset is otherwise, someone like you basically when you do the 2v2v2v2s or whatever, you're more likely to get a situation where one team is just dominant because of that. So I find the reset is kind of better. You guys want to do new ways? Are you sure? New ways are the one that adds new units to each civ. You can do it if you want. Ones, if you guys want to do new ways, this is a mod by Hosen that adds, I think it's 3 units to each civ. 3 land units to each civ. What Landmark Snipe does in Meat Grinder mod is if you kill a player, it will basically reset the timer to half of the value of the original next elimination. So in this case, if you eliminate a player, the clock will get reset to 2.5 minutes. Instead of wherever how close it was to the end. You guys want to do the triple thing? You sure? Where is it? Wait, isn't the triple thing a game mode, though? Yeah, it's a game mode. It's a game mode is the problem. It sounded pretty good. Well, we won't be able to do Meat Grinder then, though. Like, it's legit a game mode. I mean, you can do it if you guys want. You guys want a free-for-all triple kill? It's going to be such a slow start, though. Do a poll? Alright, we'll do a poll quick, because we're just sitting here. I hate it when we're just sitting here. What to do? Triple kill or Meat Grinder? Alright, go, go, go. Back to Meat Grinder. How long do you think I'm going to be on? Okay. Sorry, I just had to send that message quick. People want Meat Grinder. Okay, we'll do Meat Grinder. So let's do Meat Grinder. Exclamation mark, join with your username. Go, 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 go. Bunch of people just spilt coffee everywhere rushing. Alright, so we'll do the 2v2v2v2. 15 minutes for the first... Wait, not 15 minutes. 10 minutes? 12? 12 minutes, I think. 12 minutes sounds good, right? Alright, let's see who we've got. Well, I guess we'll get this Nomad guy in. Oh, this guy. Doesn't even turn up on time. Late. Jesus. He never makes his name easier. You know? This guy. Are you even online? Isn't that you? You're not... Or is it a different account? In before it is that account. Stop being offline. Get my beating stick. Prime, you're in. Leave. If you're not online, I'll move on. I'm not. What, you weren't online? We'll be online. Come on. Your ass in here. Evasion. You're in. Dragavan is in again. He's like, I must get my vengeance. Now that MSN is gone, it will be much easier. And Dark Belden, I think, is our final one. You're a bit too late there, that time, Gold. All Gucci, though. We might make this the final one, just because I'm aware I've got stuff I need to do afterwards. So we'll see. Please no clown cars. I mean, you know what you gotta do. Just pick French. Unable to join match. All right, one sec. Let me do that quick. So who are we missing? Put your name in chat. The people I'm missing. Because I'm missing Dragavan and someone else. Oh, you're missing Leave? Leave, you weren't online. All right. When I leave, get Leave in. That's confusing. Oh, wait. We need to figure out the rank distribution first, don't we? So, let me have a look here. Dragavan, you are going to be with Gamerkit. Nomad, you will be with... One sec, I'm just taking count. One sec, wait, pause on Nomad. We'll do this first. So it's going to be, I said Dragavan will be with, who do I say? Gamerkit. Evasion, you can go with... Dark Belden. Leave will go with Prime. And Nomad, you can go with Henkra. I think that mostly balances it out. Okay. So do you guys get all that? So we had Gamerkit plus Dragavan. We've got Belden versus Evasion. You've got... No, wait. So it'll be... I said Nomad plus Henkra, right? So Prime, you will be with Leave, who will be in a second. So someone invite Leave. Oh, wait. We've already got... Yeah, we're all downloaded, so good. Okay. Fandapidozy. Alright, someone get Leave in. Should be like that. Whoop, whoop. Wait, hold on a sec. Is there an announcement? Hold on a sec. Wait, has there been an announcement? Wait, EGC? One sec. One sec. Before we get in, let's quickly... Yeah, someone invite Leave. And while we wait on that, let's quickly have a look at this announcement. Since our first Age of Empires 4 event all the way back in 2021, dude, it's crazy. It's been 3 years. One thing's been a constant. That's been the incredible admin team. Lord Petito, this is why I'm proud and sad to say, to let you know that he's decided to move on from our head admin role to focus on other opportunities. He will be replaced by Tume. And Lord Petito will take on some other functions. Big shout out for Petito, by the way. Worked his ass off. Definitely didn't have an easy time with it. Anyone who understands like how things operate behind the scene in the pro ecosystem, admins usually get a lot more flack than they ever like have a right to, because a lot of things are out of their control. They have really hard choices to make. So good job by him. He's been instrumental in a lot of ways. EGC has worked on designing, building events, player relations, administration, our website, and more during his time. Whoop, whoop. Going forward, he'll still be around to help out and offer his advice as a lifelong friend of EGC. I wish Petito all the best as he looks forward to focusing more on Age of Empires 2. Petito, you know what? I take it all back. Betrayal. Petito. Ah. Going forward, we have every faith in Tume. Yeah, I mean, Tume's already been working behind the scenes. Hold on a sec. There's a big announcement? I mean, that makes the betrayal a bit more forgiving. Poogers? Alright, so some announcement coming soon. Very big pog. I think the game is ready to go, though. Let's get into that. Announcement of announcement. God damn it. The internet meta has gone wild. Can't be dropping news bombs like that out of nowhere. I know, right? And they don't even give us the full deets. They don't spill the full tea. All right, guys. I'm probably going to make this the last game for tonight. So if you didn't get in on the community games tonight, you need to have your asses in your seats tomorrow, because we should hopefully look to do some later on. But last one. Let's make it a good one. It's kind of weird as well. I feel like a lot more people seem to be interested in the 1v1s, weirdly enough. AoE4 really is a purist RTS, isn't it? Actually, no, it's not even AoE4 specific. Most RTS is a purist. You guys notice that? I'm trying to think of a good example of Team RTS that's big. Probably Company Heroes is the closest you get. Holy crap, this is taking a while. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's get ready to go. Team deathmatch time. We've got a 2v2, v2, v2 on Mountain Clearing Mini with the Meat Grinder mod. The one where the team with the least kills gets eliminated. We are going to have our first elimination at 12 minutes in this one, folks. We've balanced the teams quite well, actually. Most teams have a conch level player, and then it's kind of split between gold, plat, that sort of thing for the second player on each team. So we should have a pretty fun one here. We have got, I believe it's Leave and Prime are together. Prime is actually a conch level player. And then you've got Henkra plus Nomad. These guys should feel at home at a free-for-all Nomad, but this is a little bit different. And then we're also going to have Dragavan plus Gamerka. And final team is going to be Evasion and Dark Belden. So Evasion was the conch level player. Then you've obviously got over here Dragavan in the purple is going to be the conch level player. North side, Nomad was conch. Henkra, I think, is at like round diamond, so I thought that might be kind of fairly balanced. And Prime was like 1500 elo, so should be a fairly close game. Prime is a conch level player. No, we don't talk about that last game. Stop, MSN. I can't believe that MSN is such a cocky son of a gun, right? He wins a match. He's like, oh, sorry, I haven't got time to do another one. And then he's just there crap talking in chat. Definitely didn't have enough time for another one, MSN. I wonder why. But yeah, it should be a fun one. We've got, like, what, multiple HRE players? No surprise there, considering all the relics. Although there might be some infighting here. Have you noticed that the Northern side team both want relics? Order the Dragon and HRE. This is interesting, actually, because I think we've seen this a bit in 2v2 practice. I could have sworn I watched a game where Team done Order the Dragon and HRE, and I really liked it because the Order the Dragon player basically just played Carpet. And what I mean by that is he was the welcome mat. He just played long feudal, built mass archers, mass horsemen, kept everyone busy while the HRE player, or his teammate, just went and took all the relics. It's not a bad strategy, actually. You're literally eating right now? I mean, dude. In that game, you raided twice with Keshix and built multiple TCs and went Imperial Age. You could have done that while eating. Goddamn TC boomers. From Azuma. So Leaf... Actually, have we seen Leaf play anything but Japanese? I feel like he always plays Japanese. What's going to be interesting is if there's communications going on. I think when you're given a low ranking player, it's very important that you give them guidance on what they're meant to do. We'll have to see if that comes into the picture. I mean, Prime is probably going to be too busy walling in his production. Oh, that's interesting, though. He says, I don't need the berries, so you take them. That's a cute little detail. That's pretty cool on a map like this because you spawn so close together. The spawns, by the way, for this mode are not going to be perfect. You may be noticing some of the players are somewhat more cozy than others. Should make for quite a spicy game as the wolves are already going up for Belden. And he's looking for a Barbican drop that would mess with the gold gathering. Oh no, and there's just so many villages, you're never going to be able to stop this. Okay, that's brutal. If he builds a mining camp on the south side, he might be safe. Wait, are you kidding me? No, no, leave. Leave. Actually leave. Like, you have to, this is not going to... He's going to lose more than he kills on the exit here, guys. So what, 2 villages should be going down? 2 extra ones? So not too bad. He killed 3 villages in total, but now, if you just garrison... It's going to be a massacre. Oh my god. Yeah, leave on the exit. Should lose quite a bit here. Probably 3 villages in return at least. Maybe he survives this? Okay, so still not a bad trade when you consider it, right? He lost the scout, but he lost 2 villages alongside that instead of the 3 he took in return. So not too bad there. We have got some AFK gamers in the north side, though. These are Boomer boys, right? We've got Mindmuck on the way. Arkan already up. East side team. Dragavan did go for a Barbican drop in the center. That's really smart. He scouted the map. This is very important to him because he realized both of the HREs are north, right? You've got one HRE, one Order of the Dragon. So high-value Barbican in this area, right? And this also now means that grabbing 3 of these relics feels undoable. This one's on the edge, you should be able to make it happen, but the rest feel too close for a Prelate to get in and out. So yeah, pretty cool move. And then it makes the rest of them just less obtainable. I do think in a way he's kind of fed it over to Prime though, because Prime is probably going to be looking for that fast castle build. Although I say that, Pink is going to begin by getting into the archers. There is an opportunity to boom here, by the way. We went for 12 minutes of first Elim, so technically you can get away with a fast castle build. It's just very dangerous in 2v2v, 2v2s, because remember, in this game mode, you're going to have to take the 2 players' scores on the same team and put them together to get the true score. So, you know, Nomad and Henker make that quite easy. As do Gameka and Dragavan, actually. Dragavan isn't going to make it easy to keep track for long, though. Check this. Astronomical Clock Tower coming in. So we've got a fast castle build. He's going for the relics. Oh, that's sick. That's such a cool build. It makes a lot of sense as well, considering he knows everyone else on the map wants this. So Gameka is going to play guard with a Lombo Mass. And then Dragavan is just going to absorb all the gold, at which point he can either go Siege or go into things like Palace Guard and spam them. That's a really cool build. Dragavan died to the relics last time. Exactly, right? Last time, MSN just got all 8 of them. Because the only other player that was going to contest was Gold Genius, but he didn't rush castle. And an immediate monastery in the absolute middle of the map. There's no way they're going to go for a Sacred Site victory, right? I mean, you've got a 2.4k stone outcropping. It's not the worst idea, considering most other players are going to have to contest each other in Feudal to get kills. You will still need to eliminate a player to survive. As in, you'll have to score better than them. But it's definitely a very intriguing strategy. Meanwhile, second TC coming from Evasion, so pretty standard play with the Kremlins. And it looks like Dark Belden is actually going to be going for a Chuge Numas here. Interesting choice, actually, between the two. But you do see this a lot of the time, right? Where the high-ranking player tends to get priority to boom. So that's happening across the board. We've got Evasion booming. We've got Dragavan booming. I believe Nomad is the high-ranked player. And considering it's a Burgrave play, it means that he's going to get to boom while Henkra is not. And then Southside might be the one exception where Prime is playing more Feudal Presence. And is cursing me right now. He's like, God damn it. I want Leave to cover for me. Leave, bless him, is trying. He's actually building into Feudal Age Onabagisha. An ambitious player, to say the least. Dragavan can go fast Imp. That's pretty expensive, though. You're going to need to kill some players first. Second Monastery is coming up. This is going to be so much gold. I love the mutual gold gathering here because he doesn't have a choice due to the Barbican on his gold and stone at home. Such an annoying game, actually, for him. God, China is so toxic no matter the game mode, whether it's 1v1s, 2v2, v2v2s, or free-for-alls. Dragavan looking pretty good in this game. Looks like there's going to be a march to the south, though, from the German boys. Mass Gilded Arch is pretty cool here. Lombos won't be able to contest that. They'll actually get destroyed by it. And the Men-at-Arms, remember, these are Castle Age Men-at-Arms. Oh my god. Dragavan, he's going to need to start racking up some kills ASAP. He's played full greed, and the problem is Gameka is having to defend from the wrong side, right? He's not the front-facing player. China is. So actually, this Burgrave play with Gilded Archers might be enough to just ruin them entirely. I can't believe this, man. Playing for greed really does get punished so easily. And the funny thing is that green and orange haven't participated in this. Blue and pink done very minimum attempts at intervention. This is just a 2v2 right now. And it's one that there's no doubt in my mind the Order of the Dragon and HRE are winning. Yellow and Teal diving now onto the English TC. It looks like it's going to be a wipe of the army and then a reset onto the economy. In fact, they've already scouted it. Hengra says, hey, 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 Nomad, over here. It's like, oh, more kills? Don't mind if I do. Now, the good news, at least for purple and red, is they will survive the first round because of the work that Gameka done. English killed a lot there, but the problem now is how big is your economy going to be at the tail end of this? You're down to 29 eco. How's Gameka looking? He's sitting at 29 as well. Then you look north side at, say, for example, Nomad. He's at 32 as Order of the Dragon. So the eco is definitely beginning to hemorrhage. The rest just trying to seek shot on the Barbican. I think we're going to be seeing farewell to the South team. It doesn't feel like they've done enough. Actually, I could be wrong about this. Orange and green have problems. Green needs to attack ASAP. And that he will, laddie. That he will. I don't know why I went for Lord Farmer on it. Monk. Wait, what? Wait. Wait. Wait, did he just diplomacy? Please tell me there was a text chat in-game that said, leave me alone and the relic is yours. That would be incredible. Oh my god. You think he dropped to outspeed the MAA? No, he walked over, then came back, then dropped it. Like, that is very weird. Maybe he was thinking about Wallalow, but he never triggered it. I'm going to choose to believe that Dragavan attempted diplomacy here. And you know what? They've stopped attacking. So it may have worked. There's no way you can grief them now by fighting the other players to save them and kill red and purple. So red and purple will survive the first round. I think there's no doubt about that. Wallalow coming in. Evasion. Not very good at evasion. Oh no. And after that, dude, that is just spit in the eyeball right there. Pink comes in afterwards to kill the remaining villagers. All of a sudden, Dragavan has conscripted to replace his losses. That may have just saved them. That's kind of wild, actually. Like 40 eco, then you look at Encra, 34. That's huge here. That's your Song Dynasty effect back in action, right? Wow. Okay. Gathering the center now. So Dragavan needs to get into PG, maybe? Probably crossbows. Actually, good. No, you have to do PG. Because the English aren't doing men-at-arms, right? Because they're in feudal age. So you're the front line. You're kind of the front line in the back, right? Because I think you have to do either spears or PG. And then you need to build Nesta Bees as well. Okay, here we go, guys. First team out is, no doubt in my mind, going to be blue and pink. They just don't have enough here. Yeah, they won't be able to find the kills either. So it's going to be a takedown. One team down, 3 remain. In 10 minutes' time, we'll have a victor. Remember, we only need 1 team left over, and now it's every 5 minutes a team gets taken out. Oh, we did have the reset score. I thought we turned that off. It must have toggled back on. Okay, that's just going to make this much more scary then. We were going to leave the no reset condition so that if you overexert yourself in the early game, you don't get punished for it. But I guess now people are going to have to be more balanced about their approach. Another monastery coming out. Jesus, there's actually like so many more relics. Wait. How many have spawned? Is this 12 this time? Holy crap. Yeah, there's 12 this time. Oh, that's an absolute jackpot. Lancer Raid now coming in. Gilded Archer-Mass is going to try to contest this. Men-at-Arms to assist as well. The surprising part is Dragavan still doesn't actually have any sort of Nesta Beast play coming through. The bigger problem right now is orange and green need to participate. They haven't moved yet, but I think they're going to start marching north. That's actually perfect, because if green starts attacking the German civs, then it actually sets Dragavan up quite nicely to try and carry through into the late game now. 28 kills, 7 lost. Yeah, it was unfortunate, Prime. I think the Barbican kind of made it very hard for Leaf to play the game, and I know Leaf typically likes to play the Field Age. I feel like this is a matchup where maybe you need to be the one rushing towards castle, and then you flood from there, right? But it's going to be tough every day of the week because of what Dragavan's done in the center. I feel like you guys are the only team that didn't have a clear castler versus aggro role, if that makes sense. Like, for example, the other players, you can see one player hanging feudal and the other going castle, right? Which is a very popular strategy in 2v2s in general, but makes even more sense in 2v2v2v2s where you have to be aggressive. Wombo's not going to move in, so Regnitz is not going to go up just yet. Gilded Archers, he really needs this tech up, because Nomad, the problem right now is this massive Gilded Archers get real value in these clashes when you get castle, because of the armor. Plus 3 ranged armor means the English player can't do anything, but instead, the Nesta Bees is now arriving. This is going to get ugly. 3 villages is very slow from Nomad as well. Needs to be careful not to get baited in range either. So it looks like he will get his sec up. NestiBeast isn't going to overextend. If Dragavan gets this count up to, say, 4, they might just have a cruise mode victory here. Wait, what? What is... Like, Dragavan? That's strong driving right there. Don't operate your Bs under the influence. All right, so kind of a freebie given over. However, it shouldn't be enough to lead to any truly negative outcome. Green and Orange still have bigger issues. Green's trying to dive. Orange is not home right now. He can't come to the phone. His army is on the move. The problem is it's not exactly a very scary army. In fact, it could just be feeding. Red moves back in range of the Paper Shredders. However, the Lancers could easily contest this. There's more of them than there are the Knights. In the meantime, it's going to be a blitz on the north side, though, because he sees the Gilded Archers overextending. Moves in. They need more. Gamercut has actually carried them through round number 2 here. The Lombos have been getting down to business. And this Nest of Bees, just one Nest of Bees, is making this so difficult. This is perfect. This is chaos? No! This is Meat Grinder! Sorry, I can't afford a chainsaw. I'm a content creator. I don't have that kind of money. One minute away. And they're going to make a move. And they're going to have to take a fight that they probably don't want. But you don't really have a choice here. It's already a bad trade. The Nest of Bees is actually trading better than those few longbow kills they got. Oh, I feel bad for him. No way back from that, though. No doubt about it. It is going to be North versus East. Get your predictions in. Who's going to win this? And how the hell is it not going to be Dragavan plus Gamercut? I keep saying Dragavan is like a priority, but if we've been totally real, Gamercut has carried these rounds. His kill value has been insane. Like, I'm really impressed with what they've done here. Gamercut, by the way, was our lowest ranked player, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I checked the ELO calculations, and they were the lowest ranked player. That's why I done that intentionally, to make it fair, because Dragavan was our highest ranked player. But they've really impressed me in this game. They have more than done their due. Well, it's an attempt to clean up. It's not going to work out in the end. They made it a little bit closer, but now it is down to a 2-on-2. As long as Orange dies, wow, you're still holding a grudge over that Barbican, huh? Nest of Bees. Oh my god. That's a jackpot. Dude, that is a giant pinata waiting to be whomped. Look at their health bars right now. Oh my god. They can lose this game so easily. All right, guys, hear me out. 2v2 strategy. Order the Dragon English. Think about how good Abbey of Kings or the King himself would be. Because Order the Dragon don't really lose villages, don't really lose units rather quickly, right? They have way too much health to die easily. That's kind of insane to think about, especially in Feudal Age. You know, if anyone's going to be in that 2v2 tournament, I'm giving free strategies away. You should be paying me for this. Order the Dragon plus English might actually be a borderline broken strat. We've got 4 minutes to go. They're starting to move in. And as these farms start to get torched, Henker and Nomad are going to reach an uncomfortable stage in the game where they have to fight. We've still not got... Okay, we have. He's got the Dragon Scale Armor. However, Scale Armor doesn't really help against this. Like, the bees are a big problem. And yes, Burning Buildings does give res. The exception is Landmarks. Landmarks will not give you anything. But everything else will. Interesting choice by Gamercut. Kind of feeding a little bit over there. The funny part is they could actually just back up, but if they did, they might invite a raid into their base. That's why they keep pressing like this. STBs, Dragavan, we've been here before, buddy. We got to talk. Okay, march forward. STBs need to turn around the spears. And that could easily be a massacre, but instead he turns onto the Gilded Archers! Oh my god, Dragavan now with the keeps coming up. I think they've done it. No doubt about it. Still 2 Nest of Bees alive. The Gilded Archers are going to be unable to fight. Finally, a Springle comes out. But the score is speaking for itself. The patience that came through that. And now the Lancer raid in. That's going to be a wipe of the army. The Nest of Bees hit to guarantee it. Dragavan and Gamercut will be your 2v2 mountain clearing champions. What a cool game. I love the brutal chaos of this. A ballsy play as well. They lay claim to the middle of the map so early. Very creative strategy coming out from Dragavan and GameKit. The Barbican into the loose monasteries paid back here. Dragavan has an insane amount of gold income. He has 7 workers on there, but 1,200 gold income a minute. And he hasn't even banked all the relics, by the way. He just forgot to do the final ones. What an amazing game. What could they have done different? Henker and Nomad, I think maybe they just needed to keep raiding Eco. Their big mistake was backing away, but I think they were paranoid that Green and Orange were going to fight them, which makes sense. Like, I feel like they were gunning for them. But that gave the breath of relief here, right? That allowed Dragavan and GamerKit to take control. It's almost like, I'm wondering, Green and Orange probably didn't know that Purple had all the relics, right? They probably saw double HRE, as in HRE Order Dragon, and thought, oh, there's a team that's rushing relics. And probably thought that it was in their best interest to target them as a result. That's what makes this so much more snaky. People often forget that Chinese can fast castle. They definitely forget that they can go for relic rushing. Because remember, you can even do it very fast because supervising works on monasteries. So you get them out every 15 seconds. Final minute of the game. What do you guys think, by the way? Do you prefer this versus 1v1v1v1, like free-for-alls? That was the easy way of putting it. Do you prefer 4v4s? I think there's something pretty cool about the 2v2v, 2v2s. I'm also curious to know what maps people would like to see next from Kaivayu. He's sitting in the chat right now. He's eager to know what people would like to see brewed up next in his mini-maps. Because I love these mini-maps. I kind of want all of them to be this size, actually. It's kind of weird because Mountain Clearing is more easy to generate this way because it has this by default. But if we can get this map size on all the different formats, these free-for-alls are only going to get wilder from here. Final March comes out. Henker and Nomad are just too far away, though. There's no recovering this anymore. The big congrats to Dragavan and GamerKit, the highest ranked player and the lowest ranked player, showing you the ELO. I don't know if it's just a number. It's a very confusing thing. Don't do the maths on this. Don't judge me. We got the teams as close as possible. But in the end, the top ranking player still takes it. The points layout could be clearer. That's a fair point. I think Rasselbock is here. I think he was talking about working on something like that, a UI version that works for team games. But it depends on how popular they were going to be. That's what mattered to him. One sec. All right, there we go. Sum of team. Yeah, sum of team would be good. A poor man's clown car against the Barbican. Oh, I didn't catch that. Sorry, Arcleave. Because you went for the Onabagisha, right? You could have went for Yumi. That could have worked as well. I'm trying to think if we maybe call it there. It's been 4 days. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Sorry, Voldy. Chat's right. Gonna have to get you back on the ground, buddy. I feel so bad now. All right. So we might look to mix it up now. By mix it up, I mean give you someone else to watch while I go chill. Because we're going to be back tomorrow anyway. So we don't want to overdo it. Don't want to burn ourselves out doing too much AoE forecasting. Got to keep it exciting. Got to keep other things to go. Fingers crossed, though, we'll have more Red Bull news soon. It would be nice to see some for AoE4. Fingers crossed it's going to happen. But what we'll do is we'll probably aim to do some more commie games tomorrow. Or if we don't get loads tomorrow, we can always add some on a Saturday. But what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to prep to raid Nomad, so you guys can go have fun with him. He's probably going to queue up 1v1s or free-for-alls. We'll see which he wants to do. But I am going to go chill now. I've got a bunch of work to catch up on. I'll be back tomorrow, midday. I should be live by midday, UK time, as is usual. Just check my previous streams. I'm always up by then. So hopefully you'll join me there. Hopefully you'll join me for the charity stream on Saturday. Or, you know, don't stay a stranger too long, and I'll see you soon. But for now, we're going to go raid Nomad. He regularly does free-for-alls. I don't know what he's doing right now. It looks like he's watching someone actually play. Beyond All Reason, I think that is. So, well, whatever. Like, go judge him for looking at an RTS that isn't Age of Empires 4. And I'll see you all very soon. Toodaloo. Thanks, people.